everybody. Welcome. Of course, we have Robot Cam in the top right. If you'd like me to ask him anything or interact with him in any way, just let me know. Except for when we're in the middle of a game, of course. And I will try and do it. In any case, we're getting into today. This is the last day of Split 1, and we've got two very exciting games today. Now, I'm going to quickly just say it as it is. The only team right now that is playing to qualify for mid-season is Turtle Troop. Oxygen already qualified because Moist Moguls won yesterday. G2 is already qualifying, and Shopify has no chance of qualifying. Which means for Oxygen, G2, and Shopify, they're playing right now sort of for fun, but mostly to earn points and try and get themselves a good spot going into mid-season for those that are going, as well as just getting themselves a good position overall because you want some good circuit points. And we'll know exactly where everybody ends up after today and what seeds they're in moving into mid-season. But yeah, so the only team right now that needs to win their game today to qualify is Turtle Troop. Shopify playing today has no chance of qualification, and G2, of course, is already qualifying. So, now here's the thing, though. Moist Moguls could be very happy if G2 loses. So what Moist Moguls right now is looking for is a loss from G2 because to them, that's pretty cool. And also, FaZe right now needs Oxygen to beat Turtle Troops in order for FaZe to qualify. Now, we can go ahead and take a look at Turtle Troop's game match history. The first 2 weeks, they lost pretty badly to both FaZe Clan and Shopify. But I don't know what exactly they did in that 2-week break, and I've talked about this a lot, but I really don't know what they did in that 2-week break, but they've managed to turn themselves around. They 2-0'd Moist Moguls. Not a big accomplishment. Moist Moguls isn't the best team in Challengers, but G2, who at the time was undefeated, lost 2-0 to Turtle Troop, and they were some pretty bad losses. So whatever Turtle Troop did between weeks 2 and 3 really paid off and has given them a little bit of a boost, and we'll see if it'll be helpful in defeating Oxygen. Now, Oxygen is a team that is very hit or miss. They lost to Breakthrough, now known as Moist Moguls. They won against Shopify, not the biggest accomplishment. Shopify is not great. At the time, people thought they were going to be good, but they haven't really proven themselves to be. They lost 2-0 to G2. At the time, G2 was undefeated, so it makes sense. And then they 2-0'd FaZe Clan, which was a pretty big accomplishment. FaZe Clan is usually pretty good, or at least was in the first few weeks of play. So Oxygen, a very hit or miss team, sometimes plays really well. This win on Breakthrough should have been honestly not difficult for them, because they're a very strong team, but it was, and they couldn't find it. And so, yeah, Oxygen may be able to take out Turtle Troop here, but Turtle Troop also has proven themselves to turn themselves around and be very strong. But again, Oxygen does not need to win this to qualify for mid-season. They already qualified. They're good. Everything's good for them. Turtle Troop needs to win this to qualify. Oxygen is just trying to win this to get a better spot going into mid-season, as well as earning more of those circuit points. Those circuit points are what matter for getting into playoffs. Now, like I just said, FaZe Clan wants Oxygen to win this because FaZe took a loss to Moist Moguls yesterday. So the only way that FaZe qualifies for mid-season is if Oxygen beats Turtle Troops, as you can see here. So they need Oxygen to beat Turtle Troops. Again, Turtle Troops needs to win this to qualify. Oxygen doesn't, but FaZe needs Oxygen to win in order for them to qualify. So it's a little bit weird. So depending on how this game goes, either FaZe will qualify or Turtle Troops will qualify. And then we're looking at Shopify and and then we can take a look at Shopify against Shopify against what was I saying? Shopify against G2. Sorry, I can't think sometimes. We can take a look at Shopify against G2, which is sort of not. It is sort of more of that like playing for fun. Neither of those teams' positions are going to change after that game, meaning Shopify will still be at the bottom, G2 will still be at the top. But Shopify is looking for the potential to just earn a little bit more points and place themselves in just a little bit of a better spot going into not going to mid season, but on the circuit bracket. or sorry, the circuit points placements in their position overall to earn as many points as possible. So that's what G2, sorry, that's what Shopify is playing for. G2 is playing for the exact same thing, except they're also playing for a good spot in mid-season because they are going to mid-season. But of course, that's the second game of the day. Let's talk more in depth about this Turtle Troop versus Oxygen game. Now, Turtle Troop has to win this because the only way they could win, or sorry, they could qualify for mid-season if they lost was if FaZe beat Moist Mogul. FaZe didn't beat Moist Mogul, which means Turtle Troop needs to win this game against Oxygen in order to qualify. So, it's a very daunting task for them. They're sort of backed into a corner. They don't have any room to breathe. They have to win here. And of course, the more they win by, the better because they'll place themselves higher here and get themselves in a good seed. Now, they may lose. I personally, my prediction, I think Turtle Troop is going to win. They were able to take out Moist Moguls pretty easily. But of course, again, like I said, Moist Moguls isn't a great team. But they were able to 2-0 G2 last week, which is a very impressive win. And I think that sort of new strategy or new analysis that they've started is going to be very useful. But no more talking and making predictions because it looks like we're getting
Hey,
into
what's
the
up?
game. Let's get into it. It started a lot
Yeah,
faster
no,
than I was
there should
expecting.
be,
Usually it
should
takes
be.
a little while longer.
Again, we
Adder's
had to
going to
get the
be on
bonus,
Killjoy. Verno's
completely new
going to be on
picks. So at
Sova.
this point, we're
Mummy's
just
going to be
focusing
on
on which
Harbor.
players are
Mitch going to be
picking up
on
which
Breach. Randy
positions and
Savage
which
on
players
Killjoy.
picking up which
Governor
role.
on
And
Jet.
it looks like Oxygen
Scuba
and
on
TT are
Omen,
both
Tig
top
on
and to go
Sky,
for any sort of
Pony
double
on
duelist.
Raze, and we
Really
did
just
on
going for more
Viper.
comfort picks.
Okay, so
This is a
the
crazy
double
pick for
controller
Turtle Troop. I'm
setup
not gonna
for
lie. The
Turtle
Harbor pick,
Troop,
I feel like we have seen
whereas
a
it
little
looks
bit
like there's a
more
double
frequently.
On this map.
initiator
Connor,
setup
yeah,
for
Connor with the
Oxygen.
Viper
This is actually a
the
difference we
coverage that we
saw.
saw a little bit during
No,
the
sorry, it
Falcon
was.
show
Yeah, I think this was
showmatch.
the
I'm pretty
exact same
sure is what it
difference we
was. So
saw
TT and
in
Oxygen
yesterday's game
typically
between
picking up
Moist Mogul
Harbor
and
a little bit
FaZe
more.
on
That move
Lotus.
is really
FaZe,
powerful.
I
At least
believe,
that's
went
what
for
we
the
saw
double
with
initiator,
Oxygen.
and it did not
How
pan out for
accurate he
them.
can be with his plans, I think
Whereas
that move
Moist
being
Moguls went
his
for double
wall is
controller, and it worked out for them.
super big for getting that
But of
move.
course, we're working with an attack-sided map.
Folks,
Oxygen
Turtle
started on
Troop, it's
attacking
win
first,
or
so
go
they
home.
can sort of try
If
and
they
give
win this
themselves as
one, they
much of an
make it
edge
into
as
playoffs.
possible. Turtle
Oxygen are
Troop,
already through. They're
what they're
trying to
trying to
deny
do
Turtle Troop a
is
chance here. It's not going to be
do some
Oxygen
like
on the
damage
C
here
side to
and
start things off in Turtle
give
Troop.
themselves a good
Currently have two
fighting
very
chance
fast
when the sides
rotators,
do
but this lane
switch.
sees so
Not
fast.
expecting to
You're going
gain
to
the
have
advantage
KJ in the
after
front lines
this.
needing to battle
Adder able to
Adder
take
with
out
the
Pony.
kill.
Mitch going
You're
to
going to have
trade
to
that
get
off,
traded back
so
immediately.
Yeah,
really good
TT
pick there
has
from
gone
Adder.
a
He's going
long
to
way
keep
to
it
try to
even.
reset with his team. They
So
still
it's a
have
4v4.
decent map control here for this retake. Players are approaching
And
from this defensive
they're
side,
already
and also
pushed very
taking part
aggressively into
from
C. Governor going to be able to get a nice pick on Mitch
It's
with
not
the
slow
wall bang.
whatsoever.
Mummy going to take out
Oh,
Verno, and now it's a
so much
4v2.
control. The players from ramp are needing to swing out of water.
And
This is
now
such a
it's
good
just
spot here
two
already
left
for
in elbow, getting back into a
for
corner.
Turtle
Governor
Troop.
going to be able to take out
Now in
Scuba.
one
Randy
role,
Savage, they're going to take out Mummy and
Oxygen
Governor, but
face up
Tig
two.
going to be there to shut it
What's
down.
done
Two left
for on the
alive for
top
Turtle
row?
Troop as they take the
Yeah,
first
I think this
pistol
is a
round
really good
of the
response from
day.
TIG as making their picks
Like I
early.
said, it is an
Understand that
attack
maybe
sided
adding in
map, so
transition, modifying fights aren't going to be
Oxygen
the biggest
should take
support
the
here,
advantage
but
going
they
into
just
the
have
next
to
half.
stay
Of course, that doesn't mean Turtle Troop
relatively
can't
turbulent brain to
just
get the
outplay
retake
Oxygen
because of the
and
position they had. TIG
take the
also
cake
are
here.
players
And we already
completely
saw them
different
win the
from their
first pistol
respective
round, and
squad,
they
and
should be able to get
Oxygen
another
really had
round
no
off of
time to
that.
set
So
up
that'll
here.
be
Turtle Troop off to a
so
nice
this
start
pistol round will
again.
give
This
them
is
a
map
little bit
number
of a
three for
bonus.
this
They're trying to
retake.
win as many rounds as possible in
Map
this
three
half.
for Turtle
Again,
Troop,
on an attack
and
sided
this is
map,
a new
you
look for
shouldn't
them because we're
expect
wondering
to
how
be
fresh
taking
are
the
they and what are
advantage
they going
going
to
into
bring
the
for
next
us.
half, but keeping it as close as possible so that way when it does switch sides and
And a
you're
lot
on
of the
attacking, you
questions
can
for TT
start like
have
trying to build
mostly
up some
been
momentum of
role-based.
your own, taking advantage of an
All of them have
attack-sided map.
been pretty
So that's
much
what Turtle Troop is
completely
trying to do
answered.
here, and they've already taken
More or less
a
just want
pistol
to
round, which
see
should
if
convert into
TT are
another
really
round
going to
win.
be as
So overall,
creative
they're in a pretty decent position right now.
as they more or less
As
have
we
been
speak, a
wanting to
few of
be.
Oxygen are pushing up B main.
Early on,
Got the
no big
Beauty of
pushes.
it is that Turtle
both
Troop
of those
have
initiators and
simplified their
Pony
game a
on
lot, and that's why
Raze
we're kind of
pushing up.
seeing just, especially in this
After a
round,
little bit of contact and
working
util
a crucial
usage, they
part of
back
this
up.
map, and I think
Harbor
it's something
puts
that
the
TIG
wall
brings
over
to
on
this team
C.
again, like just simplifying the game a
Oxygen
little
was
bit.
looking at it, but now they're
Similar to
backing
what
up and
watching
going
Turtle
A.
Troop and Governor was calling the pressure on him.
Pony's
A
still
lot of kills
lurking, but Turtle Troop not going to take that
past
bait.
few weeks, and now
The
that they have
pick
a
was
little bit
already
of
given
stability,
by
especially with them,
Oxygen over
Governor has
on
a lot
C,
more
so they were able
where he
to
can go
gain
from
that player
here as
advantage.
he pleases, but also the simplified structure just
And now
releases a lot
Oxygen
of pressure
going
on
to
his
try and use
shoulders
this
in
man
the sense that
advantage
he
push into
actually
A.
has
Now
the full
only we
support
did
team
is
in the
locking
sense
down
that
A.
he's getting the
But it
flashes that he
looks
needs.
like it's going to
He's
be a
getting
B
Smoke set up
push.
in position for
Oxygen
Pony
going
at
through
control.
Link to go to
And
B.
Turtle Troop
Turtle
are
Troop
trying to
heard
hold out
that,
with
so they're ready for it. The concuss comes out, try and
It's
force Turtle
realistically
Troop
just
back.
about making
And
you
Oxygen's
think
going to
about
be able
those
to take
factors,
sight, but
worry about
Governor are
those
going to be there to peek out just in time to take out
Governor
Scuba.
is only
Scuba not ready
there
for that peek.
to snipe away the man in the corner, and that's all
And then Tig going to be able to take out Randy Savage. That wall's going to drop. Mitch going to be able to take Tig out. Mummy going to take out Mitch. Pony going to be able to take out Weeded and Governor. And now it's a 1v1 between Mummy and Verno. The gun is in the hands of Mummy. He's going to start defusing. There's a bubble in the way that has to be broken, and he's just going to be able to hold it. Verno can't stop him. It's a save round for Oxygen. He should have just tried to run in there, but he, I guess, thought it was being tapped, and that was a bad read. So that round goes to Turtle Troop. But when your opponent forces like that, you're trying to do as much econ damage as possible when you're on a save round, and Oxygen was able to do that. Turtle Troop took quite a bit of econ damage. However, you do see them still going to force for these guns. Oxygen, though, now going to be able to full buy off of that save where they got a lot of kills, so that's some good money for them. So now they're going to be able to full buy here, excluding Verno with the light shield.
So it's not terrible. They have a lot of coverage, actually, over towards the C and B area, but over towards A.
And there's 2 of Turtle Troop on A. Now, the reason this is an attack-sided map is because it's a really difficult rotate for defense between the sites, and it's an easy rotate for offense between the sites, just with the way 3 sites ends up working. Already some engagement. Randy Savage takes quite a bit of damage, down to about half health if you account for the shield that was there and isn't anymore. And some other engagement going on A, and Weeded's going to be able to take out Pony for an early pick, and Oxygen's going to keep pushing off of that. They may want to take B Link, and it looks like that's what they're doing. They've already broken door, and they're getting ready for it. None of Turtle Troop is actually watching B. There's a little bit of Killjoy util on the, I guess, default plant site on B. We'll see if Randy Savage goes there. Or not Randy Savage. The spike goes there. The spike doesn't. It's being held in the middle. Randy Savage going to take out Adder. Tig going to be able to get a double kill, but Mitch going to take out Mame while Scuba takes out Tig, and now it's a 2v2. We did able to do some good damage to Scuba as he's trying to exit over to C. So it's a 2v2. Oxygen is planted on C. The wallbang from Weeded's going to take out Mitch, and now just down to Scuba, who only has 20 health versus a Guardian, and the Phantom was picked up by Governor.
Now it's only 20 on Scuba.
Spike is down, though. Scuba pushing out. Now they know where Scuba is, and they should just rush him, double peek. But Scuba's going to be able to get that easy pick on Weeded. The smoke's going to go off so he can just try and shoot through it. The elbow peek out from Governor is going to cash in. He's going to take out Scuba. That third round goes to Turtle Troop. Not looking good for Oxygen. On an attack-sided map, you have better guns. It should go to you, and Oxygen was not able to play well. It seems that Turtle Troop's strategy of studying their opponents well has paid off here, as they've been able to read where their opponents are going. And again, I think I said it after Oxygen's win last week, if there's an underdog team to start rooting for, it's Turtle Troop, because they really can start to take the cake. Oxygen taking a timeout may seem like an early timeout, but that was a round Oxygen definitely should have won, so taking a timeout here can help figure out what do they need to play differently. And you know, this is the time to sort of switch up your strategy and play style, especially against a team like Turtle Troop, which seems to be able to read pretty well, or at least know how to play well against Oxygen.
Now going forward again.
And also, Governor's just been able to hit his shots. A lot of Turtle Troop has been hitting their shots, and Oxygen hasn't in some cases. I mean, Verno doesn't have any kills yet, but it's only been 3 rounds. You wouldn't expect him to be top fragging or anything with 10 kills, but you would maybe expect a little bit better play. Although it was an expensive round for Turtle Troop, because they did force that round and then lost most of their players, but they still took a win, which is going to be a little bit of a boost against Oxygen, who forced and did not take a win. And Governor's going to be able to save here and just use knives while the rest of his team forces. Got an operator on Mummy, and then the Bulldog on Weeded. And of course, we'll see if that ends up paying off. We'll see if Governor's able to use his knives. He's holding A. They do peek him, but Governor's not going to be able to hit any of those shots. He uses 2 of his knives, and now he's down. He's going to have to play back a little bit. Tig following. You know, Oxygen is pushing aggressively into A, but we do know from the previous 2 rounds they are not against just going through B Link, and that Breach ultimate comes out, and it looks like they're going to be committing. Governor waiting to just see a nice head And now he's expecting people to drop. There are some, but Pony's not. But Pony's going to be able to take out Governor before Governor's able to use those knives. Scuba going to take out Mame, and now there's a 2-player advantage in the hands of Oxygen.
It's actually good in holding back the ultimate. It delays enough time. Oxygen now with a 2.
Pushing Verno, but Verno's able to do some good damage to both Tig and Weeded, taking out their shield or whatever shield they did have. And now it's a 3v4. Still a player advantage for Oxygen, but it is starting to lower, and Scuba's very, very low on health with only 20 health. Pony pushing out very aggressively into CT, where he may just meet Weeded. The rest of his team is following, and that gun is seen by Weeded. It's a 1v1, nobody else is peeking, but it doesn't matter. And that spike's going to initiate Turtle Troop saving the guns that they do have. Probably a safe move. They did take quite a few losses. And it looks like Oxygen just pushing very aggressively into A worked out. But it was, it was just a tiny bit of a gun diff. Oxygen just had better guns overall. And, yeah, some util from Governor didn't really connect with those knives. Could have helped hold Oxygen back, but he was taken out, and that allowed Oxygen to push in aggressively. So we'll see if they continue to try an aggressive playstyle. And again, like I talked about, it's a slow rotate for defense on this map, and so pushing aggressively can be to your advantage, assuming the util and weapons aren't utilized well from whoever is holding the site. Of course, if you push aggressively and there's, say a Killjoy Nanoswarm that you're just walking into, you will get taken out. That's what they do have to be wary about. Speaking of Killjoy util, Adder's holding A with that Killjoy util, and it looks like Turtle Troop's going to do their usual coming into B lane. That's the 3rd time they've done it now. We'll see if Turtle Troop can outplay them like they did previously. And Weeded is holding upper.
3 around this site already for Turtle Troop. They need so much more to be able to cover.
And now Oxygen's starting to push in, and Turtle Troop's starting to come in as well. Pony's going to be able to take out Governor. An early pick will help give them the site. They're going to get that plant down on default. Now there's some Killjoy util there to ward off any attempts at a defuse. Pony trying to hold off both of those CT entrances and able to take out Weeded. That's 2 kills for Pony already, and it's been very useful. Verno going to be able to take out Adder, who's flashed. Tig going to be able to get that pick on Mitch and Pony, but Verno going to be there to trade it off. So now it's a 1v3 for Mame, who's very low walking through that Nanoswarm. Going to get double peeked, and he's able to get in that bubble. They're just going to shoot it down, trying to get away. Scuba's going to take him out. That's the 2nd round Oxygen gets. Round 5 goes to Oxygen, and Turtle Troop still has the lead after winning those first 3 rounds, but it seems like that timeout Oxygen took was useful in helping them figure out how to play better as a team. I think before they were able to get picked off pretty easily by Turtle Troop, and now they're playing a lot more together, and it's paying off. So even when one of Turtle Troop gets a kill, it's just traded off. We'll see what Turtle Troop does differently here. It looks like Turtle Troop is 5-sacking C. We'll see if that pays off. It is a save round for them, so that's why they're playing a little bit differently than you maybe would expect. And they're going to push through this harbor wall. The Killjoy util is going to go off. Verno going to be able to get 2. Randy Savage also getting 2. Not before Mame gets Verno, though. So now it's a 1v4. So it's not a flawless round for Oxygen, but it's a save round for Turtle Troop. They all die, only taking out 1. Not what you want to see on a save round. You want to try and do econ damage. They weren't really able to, only taking out 1. Now that money is in the hands of Turtle Troop again, and we'll see if that is useful in giving them a round. I imagine if they lose this round, they will take a timeout. Sorry about that. Hide that.
Looking to use this lockdown, and I
forgot.
Post-plant combo with Verno,
and
Randy Savage leading with Pony.
Oxygen coming into C now. That's what they're looking at. Weeded holding elbow is ready for it. As well as Mame, but neither of them really in a position, and that lockdown's going to come down. Again, 4 total ults in the hands of Oxygen, using the first one now. We'll see if they use more. They know Turtle Troop is on a buy round, so using ults here is a good strategy to secure this round and deny them some good econ bonus. That Hunter's Fury comes out and it's going to push Turtle Troop very far back. It doesn't hit anyone, but Turtle Troop is going to be a little bit slower to retake. Pony with the Showstopper coming through, and it looks like Turtle Troop may know that the Showstopper's coming where it is. He's not going to hit anything. Both Adder and Tig there, and Pony going to be able to take out Tig before Adder trades it off, so it's a 4v4. And that post-plant util's going off. It's going to be a difficult defuse. Scuba takes out Governor. Weeded trades it off. Mitch able to take out Mummy and Adder. And now it's a 1v3. Weeded able to take out Mitch, and he has to stick it. And he's just going to get taken out. That round goes to Oxygen, and I believe Turtle Troop should take a timeout here. Oxygen used their ult well. That Hunter's Fury was good at keeping... Oxygen used their ults well. The Hunter's Fury was useful in keeping Turtle Troop off of that retake. And then, of course, they used the Killjoy util to prevent the retake as well. And just kept going from there. The Killjoy lockdown was really useful in getting them sight. And overall, Turtle Troop just able to take... Sorry, Turtle Troop was not able to take back the site. I was expecting them to take a timeout there, but they may just wait until they have guns. Not the worst idea. Turtle Troop holding very close up on B. Oxygen's actually going to be pushing C, it looks like. Will we see a flank come in from Turtle Troop? We'll see.
Oxygen are playing a phenomenal game. The guy doesn't get anything, so that's just even worse here for Turtle Troop.
But they're not compensating for it.
The Viper Molly isn't gonna completely block the entrance, and Mitch is gonna be able to get that pick on Weeded, knowing where he is off that Molly. Pony gonna take out Tig. Again, it is a save round for Turtle Troop. They're just trying to get kills right now.
We've already seen them now go from 3-0
They're kind of not able to. No damage done to Oxygen at all so far.
Basically flawless. Basically maxed out.
Bruno gonna take out Mame, and Governor trying to get away and maybe get a pick as they chase him down. He's not able to find it though. Does some damage to Verno, but Scuba gonna take out Adder, and that's a flawless round for Oxygen. A round that is supposed to be flawless. I mean, it's a save round. And again, this is an attack-sided map, like I have already said, and I said yesterday a lot, which means Turtle Troop getting 3 rounds isn't awful here. Of course, they're looking for more, but 3 is still respectable, and is on an attack-sided map would not be difficult to turn into more rounds when they switch sides. So they're just trying to get as many rounds as possible. Of course, now they're on another bye, so they're looking for some more rounds here. We'll see if they're able to get them.
Granted, once this wall goes down, the turret's going to reassume control of C, and that's going to be the issue here for Turtle Troop.
Oxygen, they've got...
that sort of mentality, though, of taking back space.
Looks like it's a little bit of a B or C push, just trying to split. They may go through B to C, but they may go from C main into B because the spike is on Verno. The drone come out, and I would imagine they're about to take that door. And that B push starts. Governor's going to be able to take out Pony. Scuba going to take out Tig, but at the same time, Weeded is taking out Scuba, so it's a trade. And now Turtle Troop has a player advantage. Mitch is on B site, not going to be able to take anybody out when they're not expecting it. Able to find a shorty hit on Weeded, but it's not even close to connecting, and Governor with the shorty going to take him out. So now it's a 4v2. Oxygen not looking good now. Down 2 players. Spike is down on C, so Turtle Troop has to play retake here, but they're all together in Waterfall. Verno able to take out Weeded. Governor going to be able to take out Randy Savage. As Verno takes out Adder, Governor turns and takes out Verno. So 4K for Governor. It's going to give them a 4th round under their belt. Round 9 goes to Turtle Troop. And Turtle Troop in a really good spot now. Like I said, it's an attack-sided map. They're just trying to make that gap as close as possible. and they're able to keep it pretty close. You know, they got 3 rounds in a row right at the beginning, and now they're able to get that 4th round. A 4 to 8 would not be difficult to come back from on an attack-sided map. A 5 to 7 would be even easier, or 6-6. I mean, they could push for a 7-5 right now. Oxygen has not secured that 6th round, so it's still possible Turtle Troop could get an advantage. And they're able to get some guns off of that win. Of course, Oxygen still has their guns from all the previous rounds where they had a good win streak, that 4-round win streak.
No util needed for Oxygen to clear out anymore.
Sorry, 5-round win streak.
Not committing to it. Once again, it's yet another spread.
Looks like Oxygen is going to be pushing in B. They've got Scuba lurking on A, hoping somebody will go for the flank through A, or maybe try and push through Link, but nobody is. Turtle Troop getting ready for the potential B push. Pony going to take quite a bit of damage as he tries to use that Sova Dart to get a kill. Pony's going to be able to take out Governor. Good for him, and now he's picking up that ult orb. Now he's only 2 points away from getting built back up, but he is 12 health, so I don't know if this will be the round for that. Scuba is still watching Link as his team starts rotating towards A. Smoke comes off. There is Killjoy util on Adder. Or with Adder, I should say. Which means they're going to know that it's an A push, and that alarm bot gets destroyed. Adder ready for it. Going to take out Pony with the wall bang. So now it's a 4v4. They've evened that player count back up. Randy Savage trying to greed for a pick on B Link. Not going to find it as Verno takes tag out in a trade, and then Mummy just takes Verno out. So they're down a player. Mummy going to be able to take out Scuba, who was as he was holding down B. Mummy also going to take out Mitch, and that's 3 kills for Mummy. Is going to give Turtle Troop another round. Man, they really are pushing for that 7-5. Defense on Lotus is difficult, and this many rounds already is really, really nice. They can get to that 6th round, they can secure at least half and prevent an advantage for Oxygen going into the next half, which will make it as easy as possible for them when they're on attacking. Again, attack-sided map, so whichever team is on attacking should be gaining the advantage going into the next half, but Turtle Troop is able to keep it close on their defense, which will give them as much of an edge as possible moving on to their attacking. As we speak, it looks like Scuba's going to be lurking A again. We'll see if that ends up turning into anything. That Hunter's Fury on Verno in case... I don't know. I don't really know what he's holding it for, but it would be helpful for post-plant, I suppose. And Oxygen's now pushing into C.
Better connection back over towards C.
Yeah, and look at this, they rotated towards A as well. They realize that lack of control.
There you go.
What a great guiding light. Very well timed.
And that Molly comes through. Oxygen is just going to push through, but they are going to take damage there. Mitch going to be able to take out Weeded, a quick pick. Governor with the knives going to take out Mitch. Also able to take out Pony and Randy Savage. That's 3 kills for him, and now there's a 2-player advantage in the hands of Turtle Troop. It's a 4v2 now. Spike still is not down, and the flank coming in. Verno able to take out Mummy and Adder, and now it's a 2v2, and the flank on Scuba is going to be instrumental. He should be able to just take them both out, and he's able to. That Spike's going to go down as well. Well played there from Scuba. Good. He just waited, playing with his prey, almost making sure he has a good line of fire, and he was able to get it. Really well played there from Governor, but his team was not able to pull through on that advantage. As Verno got that double kill to even the player count, and then Scuba with the flank was able to just take out the remaining players. And a tech pause, perhaps Turtle Troop got mad and broke their monitor. Although, like I keep saying, it's an attack-sided map. So Turtle Troop is doing really, really well. Even if Oxygen gets another round here and makes it 7-5, they'll have succeeded in taking the advantage like you should on attacking. You should be able to take the advantage as the side switch. But they weren't able to get as much of an advantage as they would like. And if they can get the advantage, but only barely, then Turtle Troop, who's been playing very well on defense to keep it this close, may just be able to play better than Oxygen when they're on offense as well, because it's an attack-sided map. And we'll see if that's what happens. Or if Turtle Troop can just tie it up here and make it even going into the next half, that's even better for Turtle Troop. So I mean, we'll see. Oxygen had a really good 4-round win streak. Sorry, 5-round win streak. Turtle Troop was able to break it with 2 rounds of their own, but it's been taken back by Oxygen to give them that 6th round. So Turtle Troop, it's impossible for Turtle Troop. It's impossible for Turtle Troop to get the advantage going into the next half.
I mean, Oxygen, they pretty much have the potential that they were
But
almost reaching when they were
they
facing
can
G2,
still tie it
and
up.
Took them to the brink. They had to give up a 1v4 to lose that game.
And Oxygen have.
I mean, you can just look at Oxygen and you can see how consistent their kills are. Still a little bit of a carry in the form of Verno, while the other players are more consistent. And it's honestly quite similar to what we see on Turtle Troop, where there's sort of a carry on the top, and then there's a few kill difference in between the top and the second, and then the seconds are tied, and then it goes down, and there's a little bit of a difference in between the bottom two. So it's pretty similar frags. It's really well matched. No player is like outperforming the entirety of their team or performing better than the other team. I think both teams are playing pretty much equally. But you do have to wonder, Oxygen's on attacking. They should be taking more rounds here on Lotus, and they're not. So I don't know what they need to be doing differently, and we'll see if they're able to just play really well defensively and take the win. But we will see. I do wonder what the tech pause is. Maybe they've set it here. Moist Moguls is hoping for, we can talk about this here, I suppose. Moist Moguls, we can take a look. They're hoping for a loss from G2 later today, because that'll place them on the top of Group A. And that'd be really good for them. Oh, well, Tarek's asking what happened, so... now we have to get a response. But yeah, Moist Moguls is hoping for a win from G2, because they were able to beat FaZe yesterday. Or sorry, a loss from G2. They're hoping for Shopify to win. Do I think Shopify is gonna win? No. In any case, I guess Tarek asking what happened was enough to get them to start the match back up. They wanted to make Tarek happy, so we're back in it. Oxygen gonna be. It looks like an A push, but it looks like they may have a lurk from Randy Savage over on C. And that Viper ult is gonna keep them out of B. Good play there, because Oxygen does sometimes get a little too greedy. And again, this is the last round of the half, so Turtle Troop needs to use their ultimates. Oxygen needs to use theirs as well.
Again, not a lot of pressure actually early into the Viper's pit. Just leaves to try to support. Hey! Oh, Pony! Adder tries to run away. He says, get back over here. Big kill off the showstopper. The retake potential is cut.
Apologize. I usually don't let my dog in the room, but did this time, and then the mail comes, because of course. Anyways, what did I miss? Turtle Troop already down 2 players. Governor able to take out Randy Savage, trying to even it out. Paverno with the Hunter's Fury is going to be very useful, able to take them out. The spike's down into 2v4 for Turtle Troop. Scuba going to be able to take out Mame as he swings through that grenade, and Scuba going to get the timing unweeded, going to be able to take him out. So Oxygen has the advantage going to the next half, which they should on attacking. So it's not over for Turtle Troop. Now that they're on attacking, they themselves should be able to come back here. And we've seen the kills. We've seen the way the players have been playing. It's been pretty evenly matched. Oxygen was able to get some good win streaks, but also it's on attacking. So that's sort of what happens on Lotus. You can sort of gain some momentum and feel more comfortability. And so, you know, we shouldn't be full on upset about this. And this is Turtle Troop's pick, so now that they're on attacking, they should feel more comfortable and be able to take the win. I did think going into this is probably going to be a win from Turtle Troop, and I still think that. But seeing how evenly matched it is, you know, on the next map we could see Oxygen able to take it. Or, you know, they could just take this map, and then Turtle Troop will have to figure out how to fight against Oxygen on Ascent, a very strong map for Oxygen. Turtle Troop able to push very aggressively into C. There's a 4-man flank coming from Oxygen, and Turtle Troop is ready for it. It looks like they're trying to hold it. That jump peak is going to spot some of them. The grenades are going to come out. Turtle Troop looking to aggressively challenge. Pony going to be able to take out Adder. Verno going to take out Tig. Mitch going to take out Whedon. And now it's a 2v5. Verno going to take out Mummy. And it's just down to Governor, who's exposed. Going to get taken out. That defuse is going to come off from Oxygen. And it's in the hands of Oxygen as they take this round. So Turtle Troop on their defense won the pistol round and were able to convert it into a total of 3-round win streak. We'll see if Oxygen on their defense taking the pistol round will convert to a 3-round win streak for them, although assuming things go how it usually should go, they'll take this next round and then Turtle Troop should be able to take the 3rd round of this half, but we will see. Again, that's what should have happened the previous round, but Oxygen fumbled that 3rd round, so could go differently here. It is an attack-sided map, so, you know, it should be in the hands of Turtle Troop. Turtle Troop actually forcing here is interesting, so that means they're trying to push for a round win here. They feel confident enough that they can get it. If they lose here, it's detrimental to their economy. It's detrimental to their economy. And it will take them quite a few rounds to recover. And it'll put Oxygen in a really nice spot. Oxygen does still have better guns here, though, so the round win should go to Oxygen. Mitch has a Guardian, and he's holding it, able to shoot through the smoke and take out Tig, who is trying to fire and take out Mitch through the smoke. Not before Mitch takes quite a bit of damage, down to 44 health. Mitch trying to get that plant stopped, able to with the wall bang. Big there for Mitch, as he's already been able to get 2 kills and effectively halt this Turtle Troop push. Governor gonna get pushed here and able to take out Scuba before Verno trades it off. So still a 2v2 though, not looking for trades here. Turtle Troop does not want trades. And of course that's what's gonna be on the menu. So 2 players left alive for Oxygen. An expensive round for them as they did force here, because that's what you do off of that pistol round win. But of course Turtle Troop forced as well, so they were hoping to get a win here and they didn't. And they are all dead, which means they're going to be forced to save next round. Oxygen should still have that gun advantage, and it should make that 3rd round go to Oxygen, similarly to how the defense for Turtle Troop went 3 rounds in their favor, but Oxygen didn't force on that 2nd round. Turtle Troop was just able to play better with worse guns, and they're forcing, or they're light buying here again. It looks like a force, but it's not. They just had more money this round from the losses. So it's a light buy from them, but with such powerful guns, they are definitely looking for a win. Governor going to be able to trade that Scuba kill, but Mitch going to take out Governor, and nobody's going to be in the position to trade him off. So the player advantage is in the hands of Oxygen right now, and the health is in their favor. Mame down to just 12 in a 3v4. Mitch trying to get an easy pick, but isn't able to find it. Verno going to be able to take out Weeded. Again, Mame very low on health. Mame going to be the one to trade off the pick from Verno, but now he's in a 1v3 situation. He's just looking maybe for another pick here when he's low on health so badly. There's a Phantom right in front of him. We'll see if he picks it up. He does, but that's going to make some noise. The spike plant is threatened. Pony's coming from water to try and get a pick, and now they know where he is, so Oxygen's probably going to try and push him. For some reason, he looks away from Pony. Pony's just going to come in and take him out. Well, the reason is he thought Oxygen was going to push him faster from that upper, but they did not. And that put him in a bad spot. Of course, it's a tough 1v3, but he was looking for hopefully another pick there and wasn't able to find it. Very low on health. So Oxygen takes 3 rounds in a row. The first 3 rounds of this half. We'll see if Turtle Troop, now that they have some money off of that light buy, will be able to convert it into some round wins. They do have better guns, as well as better shield. So the gun diff is in their favor. It's an attack-sided map, but they've been playing a little bit too aggressively, and it hasn't been able to pay off as they've just been picked off. So it's not looking great for them.
That smoke, because anyone could be on the other side of that mountain where you can't see.
And now they've made a little bit of noise on C and are now rotating over to A. They're going to encounter some Killjoy setup. And we do see Tig looking like he might be rotating over to B. Adder hovering a C lurk, and now Turtle Troop rotating over from that A push over towards B and maybe looking over at C now. Weeded gonna hold down A little bit for a lurk. None of Oxygen is gonna push out. Perhaps Turtle Troop is expecting a flank maybe from A or B or wherever. Still no picks given. There's some contact. They know where Tig is. So they saw at least one on C. But it looks like Oxygen may think that was a little bit of a fake. They started to rotate off a little bit, and they're more towards that A or B side. But it would be easy for Mitch to just get on. Mitch getting ready to concuss as Turtle Troop starts pushing in. And some contact is made. That concussion comes out. Scuba going to take quite a bit of damage, but no kills. Verno with the Honor Sphere going to be able to take out Tig while Mitch takes out Adder. Scuba going to be able to take out Governor before he's traded off. So 2 players down for Turtle Troop again. We've seen this time and time again. The Breach ult is going to keep them off of the plant, and no hope of planting for Turtle Troop. Weeded able to take out Mitch. Pony going to take out Weeded. It's traded off by Mummy, but Verno's going to finish Mummy off. It wouldn't have mattered. That plant wasn't going to go down. Oxygen has taken 11 rounds. They're 1 round away from securing that 12th round. And then they've secured at the very least an overtime. Turtle Troop is not looking great here. They had a really, really strong performance against G2 last week, but for some reason that performance has started to falter here. You do wonder what Oxygen is doing differently. You also may want to wonder why Turtle Troop hasn't taken a timeout. Personally, I think they should do that now. They're taking their last save round. If they lose the save round, then they're going to have to force every round after. Apologize if you can hear my dog barking.
There's really a site where they could do it. They are at the right one. But they have to back out. Just one shock dart ends up doing it.
Mitch is going to go through this turret. They'll have Scuba break it, so I don't know if Turtle Troop are going to be ready for this kind of fast.
A little bit of a lurk from Adder. We'll see if it makes any contact. Mitch is there, but he's backed up by Scuba. They do see Adder and are able to shoot at him, but none of the shots hit. Over on A, Tig is taking some damage. And this is a save round for Turtle Troop, so they're not expected to win. But they do want to get as much money as possible, because if they lose this, they're going to have to force every single round after this. Pushing all the way through CT. Scuba ready for it, but Governor's ready for Scuba. Able to take him out. They know where Turtle Troop is pushing. Pony going to be able to deny any push, taking out Mummy and Weeded, while Randy Savage takes out Adder. Tig going to be able to shut down Randy Savage, and that Showstopper comes out from Pony. Before he can get his gun back up, Governor's going to take him out as that Showstopper didn't connect, and now it's a 2v2. Pony still has those knives, and he's looking to use them. Tig going to have a gun now. Looks like they're challenging, because the spike is in the hands, somewhat, of Oxygen. Tig going to be able to wallbang Mitch. Just barely saw that shoulder peek out. And now it's just down to Verno to 1v2. They have no idea where Verno is, though. And Tig's ready for Verno, and that's going to be a 3K for Tig. And Thrifty, a win for Turtle Troop on a save. Like I said, if they lost that round, they would have to force every round after that. And when you win on a save round, your econ takes an immediate, huge bonus. Especially when you're able to take out all of the enemy players, getting quite a few kills. Which means the econ is really up right now for Turtle Troop. Oxygen's econ is starting to suffer a little bit. They've been losing a lot of players on their round wins, and now it's not looking great for them. So the gun advantage is going to be in the hands of Turtle Troop as well as the shield advantage, but it shouldn't matter too much. The difference is very minimal. But we'll see if it's going to turn into anything. I did say Turtle Troop maybe should have used a timeout by now, but they still have not. And maybe off that round win, they really don't think they need to. I think if it goes to that 12th round, they'll use their timeout. Or one of their timeouts. They have yet to use any of them, I believe. Weeded knows where Pony is, just trying to force him out. Able to. Weeded going to take out Pony, an early pick for Turtle Troop. Now, Pony was the one with just a Spectre, so they took out the one who didn't have the gun. Which means now the rest of Oxygen's players have a good gun advantage. I'm sorry, I thought Pony was the one without the gun. It was Mitch who did not have the gun. He's got a Spectre. That's my bad. So the player advantage in Turtle Troop's hands, as well as the gun advantage, as Mitch only has a Spectre.
And that's perfect. There's no
And
grab here.
Tig knows they have the player advantage, and he was just lurking over an A, maybe looking for another pick. Scuba gonna try to deny the C push, takes out Weeded, but it's traded off by Governor, which means the player advantage is still in the hands of Turtle Troop. Oxygen does not want trades here, because when you're down a player, you don't want to trade. Whereas Turtle Troop has the player advantage, so they're going to be trying to trade at every possible moment, trying to hold each other's angles. Governor pushed out pretty aggressively, and he's backed up by Mummy. This is what I'm talking about. Playing together so they can get those trades. Governor's waiting for potential flank push from Mitch. Probably waiting for the rest of his team to start pushing the back of C.
Let's see it. Still has 5 seconds for a stun.
Mitch is just counter-strafing. Mummy able to take out Randy Savage. And right at that moment, Mitch pushes out, just as I expected, and Governor's going to take him out. Meanwhile, on the site, Mummy takes out Verno, and another round 1 for Turtle Troop. This comeback is starting. Their econ's really good here, and Oxygen forced that round, so now their econ is not great here. It looks like they may be forcing again. They're trying to push for this 12th round, and who can blame them? You want to secure at least in overtime. Because Turtle Troop right now, with the momentum they started to build up, is in a position to possibly push for 13-11. And you can see them starting to get a little bit more comfortable in the way that they're playing. Now Oxygen still has another timeout to use if Turtle Troop starts to threaten that possible win or getting close to that tying up of the score. So Oxygen has that to use, but Turtle Troop also has, I believe, 2 timeouts to use still. And Turtle Troop is getting ready here for a push into C. And it's open. A read from Oxygen on a save round is going to place 3 of them on A, and Scuba's headed over there as well. They really seem to think Turtle Troop is there, but they're not. It's only Mitch to watch C. That dog comes out. Oxygen knows they need to rotate. The Harbor ult comes out as well. And it actually just hits Adder. And damage done to Mitch. Not going to be able to take him out, but he's very low on health now. And Turtle Troop's still on full health, still got guns, and they're going to be able to play the post plant with the help of that Killjoy. There's an ult in the hands of Weeded, but they know Oxygen doesn't have money here, so they are saving that ultimate for the next possible retake. Pony was trying to clear box, but neglects to think that they could possibly be anywhere else. And 3 kill for Adder, while Governor and Mummy each get a kill, is going to be a flawless round for Turtle Troop, and they're starting to look really, really good here. Oxygen now on a bye round. They may want to time out. They only have 1 left. Whether they use it here or they wait to see if they can try and come back and prevent a tie-up from Turtle Troop. And it looks like that may be what they're doing, and it's not, again, not a bad idea. You're up so many rounds, you don't really have to worry too much, and now this is a full bye. I imagine if they lose this full bye, though, that's when they take a timeout. Because if Turtle Troop can win this, then they are really, really threatening a comeback that could result in a 13-11, which Oxygen would like to deny and get to that 12th round as quickly as possible. But Turtle Troop's econ is in a really good spot now, which means they lose this round, they can still buy. They can lose another round and still buy, so they're looking really, really good right now. And Turtle Troop doing a 2-1-2. Sorry, Oxygen doing a 2-1-2. 2 on C, 1 on B, 2 on A. Not a bad strategy, and it may just pay off. They're looking to trade each other off in the event of a death. But Turtle Troop isn't going to be able to get any picks on A, despite the fact they know Scuba's pushed up aggressively. They're just not going to be able to find it. Just don't have the position there, and now they're going to start rotating, and now it's looking like a 2-2-1, and Scuba's pushing towards B, getting ready to go through B link, but the push is on C. There's Killjoy Util Turtle Troop will have to encounter, and Governor already takes quite a bit of damage. Pony going to be able to take out Adder. Governor, though, gonna take out, gonna be able to take out Verno. Mummy takes out Mitch. Well, Randy Savage gets a pick on Governor, who was very low in health. Weeded gonna take out Randy Savage. And like I said, they were gonna wait until after that save round to use that Viper ultimate, and they're using it. Weeded gonna take out Pony while Scuba takes out Mummy. It's a 1v1 between Scuba and Weeded, and the Viper ult is out. That Molly comes out. The win is for the defense as they weren't able to plant. Wow. I wasn't even paying attention to the fact that they couldn't get the spike down. So that round goes to Oxygen. And, but like I said, Turtle Troop has a very stable econ, which means they could lose that round. They can lose another round. And maybe even a round after that and still take a win. But like I said, Turtle Troop has 2 timeouts here. Oxygen looking to use theirs now and try and get a player advantage. Or sorry, try and get to that 13th round. Their money's not good here. They full bot last round and all of them died, despite the fact that it was a win. They're not going to be in a really great place. They do need to decide if they want to force or play it safe. Force and try and push for that 13th round, but risk putting your econ in a really bad spot if Turtle Troop can find their footing. Turtle Troop now not in a great spot, but because they were able to stabilize their econ before the 12th round was given that by Oxygen, that means that Turtle Troop doesn't have to like force on bad econ for the rest of the rounds, which means as long as they continue to win, they'll have good econ, and obviously there's no loss. So they're gonna have good econ now, and they're not gonna have to force on low money. So Turtle Troop in a good spot to start a little bit of a win streak. Oxygen looks like they're gonna play it safe. Again, Turtle Troop still has 2 timeouts, and I do wonder why they're not using one here, or why they haven't already used one. But they've been able to keep it pretty close, so they may not need it. This is an attack-sided map, so they should be able to win more rounds than Oxygen. But has been able to win quite a few rounds here. And they're trying to make it look like a defense-sided map. We did able to take out Randy Savage over on A, and that's a good pick for them to start rotating towards A. Oxygen, it looks like they're debating whether or not to push through A, and are looking for a nice lurk pick. Gonna find it. Mitch, gonna be able to get it. Again, this is a save round for Oxygen. Tig on 5 health, gonna be able to find the pick on Pony. And that Spike's getting on A now, and they're getting ready to plant it. May has it in his hand, and now he's going for the plant. Looks like Scuba's expecting a push through B from Adder, which may happen, but not at the moment where Scuba's checking it. And again, save round for Oxygen. They're just trying to get kills and give themselves a little bit of an econ boost by getting those kills. And, wow, Tig very low on health is going to make sight with Scuba, but kills not exchanged. Adder coming through B with that flank that Verno and Scuba were worried about. Thought it was clear. Ooh, that shot is missed, but Adder's still going to be able to take out Verno. Now it's a 5v1 for Scuba. He has a Bucky. He's just holding it. And that Nanoswarm is out, and it's going to kill him. And that's it. Turtle Troop takes a flawless round, and that's going to be a start to what they hope is a comeback. They need to win 4 total rounds in a row. Now 3 in a row. Oxygen, though, off of that save, going to be able to buy this round. If I were Turtle Troop, I'd take a timeout here. But they're not. Maybe they just feel like there's nothing else they could really improve on at this point. I believe it's the coach that has to call the timeout, so maybe the coach is like, nope, they're playing exactly how I want them to be playing, and I truly believe they can win. But we'll see.
Exactly what's happening.
Governor going to get an early pick on Pony. That's a player advantage for Turtle Troop right off the bat, and a pick on A. There's 3 on A, though. It was a little bit of a read from Oxygen. Now, Turtle Troop has not yet rotated from A long through to B-Link to B. They haven't done that yet. Oxygen did it the previous half when they were on attacking, and it didn't really work out for them, so maybe Turtle Troop is afraid. You know, Oxygen does it a lot. They probably know how to counterplay it well, so maybe that's why Turtle Troop doesn't want to play it. And it honestly wouldn't be horrible here, but also could be a decision not to do that. And that Killjoy lockdown goes down on B. It's going to force Randy Savage back, but his util is still going to be available. He releases those Nanoswarms. Turtle Troop was not pushing B. Now they are. They're going through B-Link now. Unfortunately, wow. Unfortunately, Randy Savage just picked up his util on B, expecting an A hit. or even a C hit, but it wasn't, which means that util timing was horrible for Randy Savage, and Turtle Troop going to be able to get on site with no sentinel vision. Ooh, Vernal really thought Governor wasn't there, but Governor was holding that little B-Link opening and was able to take Verno out, so now it's a 5v3. That Defender Killjoy comes out, but we'll see if it's helpful. They're able to get onto site. Mitch going to be able to take out Adder, but Tig going to be there to trade it off. Weeded going to take out Randy Savage, who was tapping the spike. Weeded also going to turn and take out Scuba. Not a flawless round for Turtle Troop, but a pretty dominant round on a round Oxygen needed to win, because they did full by that round, which means they were looking to win it. Now they're on a save, and Turtle Troop will have the gun advantage. Like I said, going into what needs to be a win streak from Turtle Troop, they had good econ, which means they can afford to lose players on these rounds and still be good. Because they're not going to take a loss which will damage their econ, because there's no loss or there's no loss of econ for Turtle Troop for the rest of this game, because they either win or they don't from here on out. So it looks like Turtle Troop going to be slowly pushing up B. A read from Oxygen. We've seen this sort of 4 or 5 player read from both Turtle Troop and Oxygen on Lotus, where they place quite a few players on one side. Ooh, hopefully for Turtle Troop, they don't start rotating towards a C push, and it looks like they're not. The spike is headed over towards A, but it's just 2 men watching C. Not the worst idea, so you can be there to trade each other off. And now they're looking at B. The entirety of Oxygen is on C. They're definitely expecting a C push, but the spike is over on A. So Turtle Troop will have a free opening. We'll see if Oxygen decides they want to move. It looks like they're just going to play in tandem, play together. And now they're starting to think maybe it's not a C push. You see Mitch making sure nobody's coming from behind them. And this spike's going to start getting planted on A. Our site is clear. The bird comes out. Not going to see anyone because nobody's on A. I have no idea where Oxygen is. At this point, though, they should know that they're probably all playing together on one site. The only site they don't have some vision on is C, so they should be anticipating a C 5 stack. Ooh, Scuba going to be able to take out Governor. Governor with a Vandal, not going to be able to get that kill. Mitch pushing through B, maybe looking to go through B-Link, is taken out by Adder. A good lurk from Adder pays off. And now the rest of Oxygen pushing in through CT, looking at Rope and Drop. Scuba, though, coming in through stairs. Will Tig be able to take him out? He will. At the same time, though, Pony was able to take out Mummy. They know where Tig is, so they're looking at him. And Tig's still going to be able to get a 3K, though, and now it's just down to Pony. He grabbed a gun, and it looks like that spike gonna go off, take Pony out. Honestly, it looked like he was trying to get away there. I wasn't able to. Turtle Troop 1 round away from getting to this overtime position. It would be an incredible comeback. Oxygen now on a full buy. Econ does not matter from this point on, so Oxygen just trying to get a win. They're going to spend everything they have. 3 ults in the hands of Turtle Troop, 4 ults in the hands of Oxygen. A really good comeback, and you do have to wonder, maybe it's the Killjoy difference. Turtle Troop does have their Killjoy with more kills. I'm only joking. Kill difference doesn't really matter a whole lot here. And an early pick from Governor with those knives, really useful in gaining them an early player advantage. The Hunter's Fury comes out for Verno, looking for a pick, and he's going to be able to find it on Governor. So now it's a 4v4. A good pick there pays off. Again, it's a 4v4. Good Hunter's Fury there was able to prevent a player advantage in the hands of Turtle Troop. That spike is looking at an A push. Definitely what they're thinking about. They could also be thinking about pushing through B-Link. Mame has an operator. We'll see if it's utilized. We haven't seen any operators for either team this map, I believe. Whether in the first half or this half. Turtle Troop definitely looking to try something here, though. See if it works out. We'll see if Oxygen's able to outplay. 4 players left for each person. Adder doing another lurk on B. But at this point, Oxygen should be wary of that. We'll see if he's able to capitalize on it. That breach ult comes out. That's what I was talking about. There were 4 ults, I believe, in the hands of Turtle Troop. Maybe only 3. Or sorry, 3 in the hands of Turtle Troop and 4 in the hands of Oxygen, if I remember correctly. Something like that, or maybe 4 in Turtle Troop. Whatever. That Harbor ultimate is going to allow them to get control of that B site. No ults left for either team. Verno going to take out Mame. So now it's a player advantage for Oxygen. Again, this is a pivotal round. Turtle Troop needs to win this. A reminder, this is Turtle Troop's chosen map, so they want to win this map. Ooh, we did going to be in a really good position to get 2 picks while Adder takes out Scuba. Verno going to be able to trade both of them off, and now it's a 1v1. He knows where Tig is. The dog misses completely. 70 health in the hands of Verno. And Tig is going to be able to get that kill. That round goes to Turtle Troop. They're able to find the overtime. And we will have to see who is able to play better. The exact same amount of the exact same amount of rounds won by both teams on both halves. Absolutely insane. That was a really crazy win streak there from Turtle Troop. I mean, just look at their performance. Absolutely insane performance from Turtle Troop. They're able to, I believe they only got 5 in that first half, that 3-round win streak, and then rounds 9 and 10. Which means that Oxygen had the advantage, and it looked like Oxygen was going to carry that advantage into a win, but Turtle Troop was just able to get that 3-round win streak. Oxygen tried to deny it, but weren't able to carry that through, and a 4-round win streak finished it off for Turtle Troop, and now they're in an overtime. This first map is already very, very close. Again, this is Turtle Troop's map. They want to win this. Ascent is Oxygen's chosen map, and they're a very strong team on Ascent. So I'd be scared to play against Oxygen on Ascent. It's interesting though that Turtle Troop chooses Lotus here. We've seen Lotus every single day this week. And Pony gonna be able to take out Adder. Adder, who was looking for maybe a pick going through B-Link as he heard that door go open, but the entirety of Oxygen waiting there for him. Now that player advantage is in the hands of Oxygen. Again, an attack-sided map.
Just can't. Turtle Troop, they're at the man disadvantage going into this retake in Oxygen. They're not letting go of
Zombie gonna be able to take out Randy Savage. Now the player count's even. It's a 4v4. Governor gonna be able to find Mitch. Tig gonna wallbang Pony, and now it's a 4v2. Not looking good for Oxygen. They need to figure out how they want to play this defense. Governor gonna get spotted, or sorry, Governor gonna spot Verno, and now it's just down to Scuba in a 1v4 coming in from B-Link. Gonna find 2. Gonna be able to take out Mummy, but Governor's gonna finish him off, and that round goes to Turtle Troop. Turtle Troop has won 5 rounds in a row, and they're looking for 6 rounds to make it a win streak that wins them the game. Again, I have to reiterate this. Oxygen has qualified for mid-season. So they don't need to win this to qualify for mid-season. What they're playing for right now is points. They want to get a good placement and get good circuit points. Turtle Troop, though, but also if Oxygen wins this, FaZe will qualify. Turtle Troop needs to win this to qualify, though. If they lose this, they're disqualified for mid-season. So they're playing to qualify right now, and the more they win by, the better, because that places them higher. But obviously the round differential not looking great right now for either team on a win. So, but of course, again, Turtle Troop, if they win this, qualifies for mid-season, and that is what they're looking for.
This is such a dangerous Turtle Troop, and it just keeps getting more dangerous. Governor, his kill total is just at about 12, 13 at half. We're now looking at 26.
Oxygen taking a timeout. Again, each team gets an additional timeout in overtime. So Oxygen used both of their timeouts in one in each half, and now they're using another here at the start of this timeout. Good choice. They're down a round. Turtle Troop has not used a single timeout. That's right. They got a 3-round win streak, got denied, a 4-round win streak, and now a 5 total round win streak, all without using a single timeout. They were just using the incredible in-game leadership. I don't know who their IGL is. I could probably find out after this, but just really well played from Turtle Troop so far. Oxygen doing a very aggressive 4-man stack on A and pushing out. Weeded's going to be the first to spot some activity, and Turtle Troop knows at least some are pushing out Oxygen. Sorry, pushing out A. Weeded's going to be able to take out Pony. Verno going to take out Tig. Viper Molly very useful in trading that off. And now it's a 4v3. So the player advantage is in Turtle Troop's hands. Weeded going to take out Scuba, but it's traded off. So still a 1-man advantage for Turtle Troop. But a 3k for Weeded is not something to scoff at. And having a player advantage when you're on attacking is absolutely massive. It's an attack-sided map. You're looking for that player advantage. And now this retake is going to be a 2-man retake from Oxygen. Maybe that timeout isn't going to equate to some rounds won. Or keeping this overtime alive. We'll see. That Nanostorm comes out, does quite a bit of damage to Randy Savage. Not quite a bit, but enough damage to Randy Savage to push him off, and he's going to back up. And the entirety of Oxygen, both Randy Savage and Mitch are pushing in through stairs. Sorry, through upper. Governor going to get that kill on Randy Savage. Mummy going to finish Mitch off. And wow, an incredible 6-round win streak from Turtle Troop is going to win them this map. Now again, this is Turtle Troop's chosen map, so it's probably much closer than they would have liked. Because, you know, you choose a map, it's probably because you feel more comfortable on it, and you feel more comfortable than you think your team is going to, the opponent's going to be on. But Oxygen, they didn't ban Lotus, so clearly they thought they could try and win, and they got close. They got to that 12th round in that second half, but could not secure that 13th round and couldn't deny a comeback from Turtle Troop. And now Turtle Troop wins that first map. Now they're in a decent place. The next map is Ascent, a very strong map, both from Oxygen and Turtle Troop, but more so from Oxygen, hence why they picked it. Honestly, it's going to be interesting here. Now, we do have to state the obvious. Turtle Troop, in between the 2-week break, they came back, did really, really well against Moist Moguls, and then, of course, the teaser of being bought by XQC, although no information has been said since then, so I do believe he backed out of that. I talked about that yesterday, that I think he backed out of that. But, of course, maybe he didn't, and Turtle Troops needs that sort of bonus of, like, ooh, maybe we're getting purchased here to boost their momentum.
Some pals real quick and just let Turtle Troop into playoffs with them. But it's come down all the way down to the wire for a reason. Oxygen is fighting for those circuit points, those all-important circuit points for the end of the split, and they're going to have to continue to fight in the second map, as we'll be right back after the break.
Yeah, and again, this match for Turtle Troop isn't about this map for Turtle Troop is not about taking it is not about qualifying for mid-season. They already qualified. They don't have to worry about it. Because Moist Moguls won yesterday, they qualified for mid-season, which means all Oxygen is trying to do is get, like they talked about, get those circuit points and get a higher placement, and you know, try and give themselves as much of an advantage going into mid-season as possible. What Turtle Troop is fighting for is qualification for mid-season. They're not just fighting for circuit points or a good placement. They're fighting for a qualification. Now, FaZe right now, I'm going to bring FaZe into this, they're watching this match because if Turtle Troop loses, FaZe qualifies for mid-season. If Turtle Troop wins this, FaZe is going to be that team that is in that bottom spot. We can go ahead and take a look at it. You see right now, these two teams are right next to each other, and obviously it's 2-2 right now for Turtle Troop and 2-3, and the way that this ranking system sort of works is it's based off of your win-loss ratio. So, and then if if you're tied with another team in that win-loss ratio, then it goes to your round differential, meaning these are your rounds won versus your rounds lost. Which means right now 130 rounds won to 134 rounds lost for FaZe is going to put them below Oxygen if Oxygen loses this. Obviously, if Oxygen wins, they're going to be above FaZe, but Turtle Troop will stay below here. And if Turtle Troop wins this, they're going to be 3-2 to FaZe's 2-3, which means, you know, Turtle Troop goes above. Actually, both Oxygen and FaZe, they're going to be in that third spot, and honestly, could be, if G2 loses today, they'll be fighting maybe with Moist Moguls for that top spot, but I do believe Moist Moguls has a better round differential. I mean, we'll have to see after this matchup, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I went into this saying I think Turtle Troop is going to win. I absolutely still believe that. the 2-0 G2 Esports, at the time was a flawless leader in challengers. But it seems nobody's going to remain flawless in Split 1. M80 was beaten by the Guard to stop their flawless win streak. Turtle Troop beat out M80. Sorry, Turtle Troop beat out G2 to stop their flawless win streak. And yeah, Group A is going to be interesting, and it's still down to the wire even today. Despite the fact that FaZe already played their game, they still need to pay attention to how today's game goes, because they could be looking at disqualifying if Turtle Troop wins. Now, going into this week, there was a way Shopify could win. They needed to, qualify. They needed to win G2, and then they needed Oxygen to beat Turtle Troop, and they needed FaZe to beat Moist Mogul. But unfortunately for them, Moist Mogul beat FaZe. So Shopify has no chance of qualifying for mid-season, which means that this next game is going to pretty much be the determining factor between if Moist Moguls is on top of G2. Obviously, if Oxygen, whichever team between Oxygen and Turtle Troop wins this, will also be fighting with Moist Moguls for the second spot. But I do think the round differential will most likely be in Moist Moguls' favor. Obviously, I don't know exactly how it's going to look. It depends on how much Turtle Troop or Oxygen wins by after today. But yeah. So if you're wondering how these points are given, that's the round differential. So it's basically they take this number, subtract it by this number, and then that's their points. So that's why Oxygen has 0 points right now, because they won 100 rounds and they lost 100 rounds. Obviously, I'm sure if I refresh, they haven't put it in yet, but that is different now after this game. I guess they'll wait until the end of the series. That makes sense. So yeah. While we're waiting, obviously we can talk about the obvious, which is let's see if I can find it. Yeah, this. So they still haven't announced that XQC is taking over. Turtle Troop has, they've gotten some cryptic tweets, and some of their players have said we have the juice. They're teasing it for sure, but they still have yet to confirm anything. And from my perspective, personally, I think XQC. I think there's a chance XQC backed out because we thought the hype died down. That definitely seems like something that could happen. But also, maybe Turtle Troop is still purchased. Either way, Turtle Troop is doing really, really well, especially considering for even if they did get purchased by XQC, or after Split 1, they're going to announce their new ownership. They're doing really well so far for an independent team compared to the rest of these teams, which now have owners or organizations backing them. Whereas Turtle Troop is the only team right now in Challengers that does not have that, unless you count the Guard, but they technically still have a name behind them.
Yeah, they had to win 7 out of the last 8 rounds in regulation for them to even have overtime. Again, the game at the very beginning, it seemed like both teams had the right idea on how to play Lotus, and Oxygen were just kind of charging up a little bit. But Oxygen, once they got their footing on the defensive side in terms of retakes, it was on. Turtle Troop had 3 straight rounds where they had won off of defuse, and then after that, Oxygen just kept on flying. But in the second half, we finally had that Turtle Troop attack effect finally come into play. Governor absolutely exploded in the second half, went 12-8. We did, going 15-8 in the second half. Just overall, everyone who needed to pop off for Turtle Troop in the second half were able to do so.
No, Governor, we did had phenomenal second halves. Both teams had really strong attacking sides, and one player in particular, Pony, was popping off on the attack, but he slowed down dramatically. He had 8 first kills. That makes up half of his team's first bloods. And you look at the stats, Oxygen had 6 more first kills than Turtle Troop, but still managed to lose this series. And I think that kind of just speaks as a testament, Bach, to how hard they got shut down on their defensive side. It was really just Oxygen dominating the attack, and then when it came to the defense, they were just non-existent.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was the story for both sides, but Turtle Troop just had a little bit more oomph behind their defense. Just a little bit more. It was all they needed. And you got to shout out Verno as well, who played pretty consistently across both halves. Still, I mean, you look at the disparity there. The first bloods that Pony was able to generate, 8 out of 16 for his team. 16 in general, just being a high number across one single team. Only converting on 12 of those. That's still pretty good, usually. The problem is when your opponent is doing as well as they are, that's just problematic. You would hope, oh, I've 16 first kills, 12 round wins,
and
but you're
this is
earlier
sort of
in the
why I
game.
made the
Maybe
joke.
your
Like,
opponent doesn't.
when it comes down to it, the reason this was lost by Oxygen is literally that kill differential between those two bottom frags from both teams. Being Killjoy, it's a Sentinel role, and on Lotus, it's hard. On a 3-site map, it's hard to play well on Sentinel, so you wouldn't expect Sentinels to be that #1 spot or taking top frag like you can see sometimes on maps like Pearl or even Ascent. But when you look at Oxygen and you look at Randy Savage's performance compared to Adder over on Turtle Troop, it was a little bit of that reasoning of that round differential that resulted, or sorry, in that kill differential, sorry, that resulted in the loss for Turtle Troop.
Has always been a team that's able to contest at the high levels, and so I'm looking at Oxygen saying, hey, wake up those players. Randy Savage unfortunately just bombed out of the second half, and so I'm looking at Randy Savage saying, hey, step up. I'm looking at obviously Pony to say, hey, can you keep that form going that we saw in the attack and bring it into the second map?
Well, the second map is just about ready to go live. We are moving on over to Ascent. Much more familiar territory for both teams. We'll see what they bring to the table. Take it away.
And Turtle Troop in this second map, they've got a lot riding for them. It's either you win this map and you make it to MSF, or you got.
All right, I'm very excited for this matchup. Obviously, it's Oxygen's chosen map, so you'd think they should take this one, especially with how close the previous map was, barely being won by Turtle Troop, as they were able to come back. So we'll see if Oxygen's able to win the map that they chose. Let's get into the player select. Verno taking Sova, Adder taking Killjoy, Mitch taking KO, Mummy taking KO, Randy Savage taking Killjoy, Governor taking Jet, Scuba taking Omen, Tig taking Sova, Pony taking Jet, and Weeded taking Omen. I believe this is the exact same team comp for both teams, both going double initiator, a duelist, a sentinel, and a controller. And those agents all being exactly the same. We're seeing Adder and Randy Savage once again on Killjoy. We'll see if they're able to shine more. Turtle Troop going to start out on defense. We'll see how these tides turn. Now, this is more of a balanced map compared to Lotus. This is not a map where you know, one side is gonna take the cake, and so, you know, it's really just about trying to keep it as even as possible for both of these teams. A little bit of must have been a like Fortnite emoting, but in Valorant, I'm not really sure what that was. Anyways, Tig going to use these shock darts out. Contact is made, like sight is seen on B. There's 3 on B for Turtle Troop. A good read from them. Governor's going to take some damage, though. He's not able to connect any shots. Looks like Governor's going to try and play aggressively now. The Sova dart gives some really good info on where they might be. Governor's going to be the one to push out. As Jet, he's able to just dash away, despite the fact that he's on low health. He still aggresses. Going to do some damage to Randy Savage there. Through the wall, and looks like Randy Savage may just want to back up, and we see that Sova dart coming out to, I believe, check mid, which it does. It clears that pizza box, so we'll see. The jet smoke comes out. Pony, oh my god, whiffs from both parties. And Pony's not going to be able to find, or Pony is able to find that kill on Mame. Over on B, though, Tig is traded off by Verno, so player advantage is in the hands of Oxygen right now in a 3v4, and Mitch able to take out Weeded's going to make it a 2v4, but Adder going to take out Mitch. Pony there to trade it off, so it's a 1v3 now for Governor. He's all alone on B site. Should be said, Pony's very low on health after that really awkward exchange with Mame. It looks like Oxygen's rotating. There's not a whole lot of time. They're going to have to watch their flank well, which they are. That spike on Verno is just running over to A and going for that plant. And they're going to be able to get there. Smart move from Governor to back off. A little bit of a visual thing there, but yeah, smart move from Governor to back off, but he's not expecting Pony to be watching mid, so Pony's just going to be able to take that. After a really bad whiff from Pony to start it off, he's able to get a really nice shot there on Governor, and Oxygen's going to take that round. Score 0-1. Oxygen takes the first pistol round. They should be able to convert it into at least one more round. They were playing both teams played very weirdly in how they handled that second round after that pistol round on A. Or sorry, not on A, on Lotus. So This time, though, Turtle Troop's saving. On Lotus, they decided to force on that second round, even though they lost the pistol round. So they're saving this time. Oxygen, of course, buying off of a pistol round, so they should take this round. And Turtle Troop gonna save so they can buy next round. And Oxygen has most of them looking at B, but they're also looking at mid. I've talked about it before, but Ascent is a map where you don't need to have really good mid control because you can just watch those entrances as they're sort of like choke points. But Market isn't really being watched except by a turret, so they will get some vision there. The jet smoke comes out, and now Turtle Troop knows there's at least a few in Market, or one or two. And Oxygen is sort of committing to this mid push, and Mitch is in Market. Verno's watching it, watching that switch, and Turtle Troop now rotating and converging in defense spawn, expecting an A push. Really bad decision making there, as they're not pushing A, which means they're going to have to be forced to flank weirdly or push through CT. A good blind is going to be very effective. And doesn't matter, though. Mitch can be able to take a tick while Verno takes out Governor. And player advantage now in the hands of Oxygen. 2-player advantage. That was poor decision making from Turtle Troop to rotate there when they really didn't need to. A really bad read from them. A little bit of some shots exchanged. Mitch low on health. Bruno going to take weeded out. Bruno now kind of low on health, but obviously the player advantage still in the hands of Oxygen. Mame going to be able to get that pick on Bruno. It's not going to be a flawless round for Oxygen. Mame, on a save, you're just trying to do econ damage when you know your enemy has force. And that's definitely what Mame's doing. He's trying to watch... It looks like he was trying to go main to watch that exit. Pony's going to be peeking mid. He's going to rush Mame here. Mame's going to peek out. He would have had timing, but with a classic, you can't really do much. Pony's going to take him out. A flawless round, not won by Oxygen. It was not flawless, but they did still lose a player. Which means their econ's not great. And yeah, Turtle Troop though, off of that save. Sorry, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm a little tired, but Turtle Troop off of that save is going to be able to full buy, excluding the light shield on Weeded. Whereas Oxygen, because they did lose a player, they're going to just conserve a little bit of their economy here and save the guns they had from last round and just get shield. So Turtle Troop does have better guns here and should be able to win this round, or should be trying to. We'll see if they make a bad choice with that rotate read like they did on the previous previous round. They're placing most of their confidence in an A push, and Pony's making it seem like it may be an A push where it's actually looking like a B push. Pony trying to get a pick maybe and engage. Tig is pushing to watch Market. Mame is able to take out Pony. Tig gonna take out Mitch. Pony was over on A, if you remember. Tig gonna be able to take out Mitch and Scuba both in Market. And now Spike's down and in the hands of Tig. The rest of Turtle Troop just gonna rotate to help watch Spike. Just down to Randy Savage and Verno. The gun diff is winning for Turtle Troop. Ooh, Verno gonna be able to get a double kill round. Randy Savage takes out Adder, who's gonna make it an expensive round for Turtle Troop, but it is the hope of a win is shut down, and that third round should go to Turtle Troop, and it does, but it is an expensive round. They full bought that round and lost the majority of their players. 3 out of the 5 died, which means they're now gonna have to figure out how they want to play with their econ with only 2 players with guns left, and it looks like they're gonna force. Whereas Oxygen, who took a little bit of a light buy save that previous round, is now going to be in a position to full buy and have better guns, and we'll see if it matters or if Turtle Troop will just be able to take this defense even with that gun diff. And it looks like another B push from Oxygen. We have not seen a single push through A main by Oxygen. It's always been B lobby through mid. They've never done a full good A push. And you do have to wonder when they're going to try and do that, because it looks like Turtle Troop may just be figuring out how to play this. They've got that Killjoy setup, which has now been shot down, so Turtle Troop knows that it's a push in B, or sorry, in mid. Could be looking at Market. We did get splashed out on in garden watching Tree. pushes him back a little bit, but
Forcing a lot of utility, forcing the
Oxygen
knife,
not going to
forcing
push
your
yet.
smoke back in A main.
Oxygen still biding their time and waiting.
And all of Garden.
Didn't see anyone.
Nothing. It will be Oxygen who are starting to ramp up the tempo towards A. The thing is this tree garden area severely weakened as it's only Weeded who has, and I would say, you know, not weakened if it was Weeded, but he only has a stinger.
And now Oxygen looking at his committal to an A push. Now Pony is still pushing through mid. He's gonna find Governor. Meanwhile, Weeded and Randy Savage are trading each other off. Mame gonna take out Scuba. And Verno with the team kill gonna take out Randy Savage, which means it's a 4v2. I don't believe his pro play sometimes, and that's one of those moments. Pony gonna take out Governor, but Adder gonna be there to challenge Pony, is able to. And now it's just down to Verno in 1v3. And they're not gonna be able to plant, which is going to give that win to Turtle Troop. Even if he had planted, it probably would still be in the hands of Turtle Troop with such a massive player advantage. After Oxygen did a little bit of team kill action, Riot might want to ban them for that. But that win's going to be good for Turtle Troop. They did sort of force there, but some of them still had guns from the previous round, which does mean their econ's in a decent place, only losing a few of their players, keeping the majority of them alive. And now Oxygen going to be down on money, but still deciding to force here. Pony does have knives, and it looks like he's going to get a stinger to defend himself with on the off chance that his knives are not enough. And
it is going to be that reposition though for Oxygen.
Oxygen, it looks like they may be doing a similar sort of mid push. I talked about how they hadn't really pushed through A main yet. And it looks like they're still not going to do that. The spike is A lobby, but it may just be going down catwalk with the rest of their team. It's on Scuba who's watching A main, but yeah, now he's walking through mid. And whether they go through cat or to be market, they're still sort of following this pattern I was talking about where they don't go A main. And Turtle Troop has started to realize this, and they've started to take better. He's still taking. Sorry, what am I saying? Turtle Troop is just trying to take good mid control, or at least control those entrances from mid into the sites. Is what they've started to center themselves around, knowing Oxygen doesn't really push through A main, but. Now that I'm talking about it, of course, Oxygen does decide to start pushing through A main, while 2 come in through tree, 3 go through main, and they're starting to aggress. Pony does get blinded out, and so he's not going to be able to do very much entry. Won't matter, though, as Turtle Troop is mostly backed off. Mitch going to be able to take out Adder, but not before Pony takes quite a bit of damage after getting spotted with his Sova Dart while hell. We did going to be able to take out Randy Savage and Mitch before he's taken out by Scuba, so the player advantage is in the hands of Turtle Troop. Governor going to take out Scuba, but it's traded off by Verno. It's a 1v2 for Verno. He's reloading as that smoke goes down. Mame going to take him out. That round's going to go to Turtle Troop. Well played and well executed on that retake. And now Turtle Troop going to be up rounds now. Oxygen won those first 2 rounds, but they haven't been able to win any since. So 3-round win streak from Turtle Troop. Oxygen did sort of force that round. They saved a little bit, Pony buying his stingers to use his ultimate, but either way, they did force, so they're not in a great place econ-wise, and it looks like they are going for another save, although maybe a light buy is what they're looking at. Yeah, looks like they're just doing a light buy play here. We'll see if they're able to get kills with it, and or even try and win a round. We're seeing the lineups come out from Mitch. Help them push onto site, and this is that A main push I was talking about hadn't happened yet. Maybe there's a reason. Weeded was able to take out Pony really quickly. Scuba taking out Weeded. Governor with the knives going to take out both Mitch and Randy Savage, and the Mame going to take out Bruno, while Scuba able to try and deny that final kill on him, but Tig going to be there to take him out. 2 players down for Turtle Troop, but the rest still alive on that win. And Oxygen did light buy there, and it was really a buy for this round, so they're going to be able to full buy this round. Turtle Troop not in the best spot, and it looks like Oxygen going to take a timeout now. A good choice. Like I said last map, and like I pointed out, Turtle Troop didn't take a single timeout on the previous map. Even when they were down rounds or it looked like they weren't going to have the potential to win, they still didn't take a timeout. They didn't take a timeout in overtime either. They didn't use a single timeout and they chose that map. They felt so confident, and I guess their coach was just so confident that they wouldn't need a timeout that he just let them play, and it worked out. The in-game leadership for Turtle Troop without needing that timeout was pretty crazy. And now Oxygen taking a timeout here. Uh, Speaking of timeout usage, and we'll see if Oxygen starts to win rounds after this. The timeouts they did use, because Oxygen used all 3 of the available timeouts last map, and it usually worked out. They were able to win one or more rounds after that timeout. So we'll see if it's useful for Oxygen here. Now this is the map Oxygen chose, so they should be expecting to do well on this map. But they're not doing great, which would definitely be concerning for them. Hence why the timeout is being taken. Sova Dart comes out from Oxygen to try and gain some sight vision. Not going to spot anybody, but it does clear where the dart can see. That plant threat is given, but Tig's not budging. It doesn't matter as Pony pushes him. He's not able to connect, and Tig's going to get taken out. And that's a 4v5. Scuba going to just ult over to B and grab the spike. Now going to come over to A as Turtle Troop had started to rotate over towards A, knowing there was a little bit of a B push. They're going to get baited up there. That's the best usage of an Omen ult I've seen. But both players that were on B are taken out, which means the player advantage is in the hands of Turtle Troop. We did able to take out Verno, who's trying to push them through windows. So now it's a 4v2. Should be easily won from Turtle Troop. It seems that timeout gave them that Omen strategy, but it hasn't really paid off. And Mame going to be the one to finish the last 2 players off. And that round's going to go to Turtle Troop. Well played there from Oxygen, I'll give them that, but it did not pay off. As Turtle Troop was just able to, they were like, okay, you're going to leave 2 alone here, I'll just kill them. And that's what they did, which meant that Oxygen was down some players. And Turtle Troop was just able to use that player advantage and widen that gap. So now Turtle Troop's econ very stable. They're in a really good spot. We see Governor getting that operator, and Oxygen not in a good spot at all. Turtle Troop 1 round away from securing that 6th round and making sure Oxygen has no chance of getting the advantage going into the next half. And Turtle Troop now looking at trying to get the advantage themselves going into the next half. And it looks like they may have the momentum to do so. Another light buy for next from Oxygen, and that Hunter's Fury comes out. Weeded takes out Scuba. Pony gonna take out Weeded. So it's a trade there. Mame gonna be able to connect on Pony. Not gonna be able to convert it to another kill. Verno gonna take out Mame, and then he turns to Heaven, takes out Tig. So the player advantage is in the hands of Oxygen. Randy Savage very low on health though, and Adder's gonna be the one to finish him off. Verno gonna know where he is though and be able to trade it off. The operator in the hands of Governor gonna connect. And now it's Governor versus Verno. Governor has an operator.
Verno does have double shocks, doesn't have the Hunter's Fury though. Governor, 37 HP only. 1 bullet is all that Verno needs. Verno is just playing with the heart, playing with the eyes of Governor. And that smoke isn't enough for the one-way. The recon bolt is there waiting for Governor to pick.
Governor's not able to connect these shots, and time is ticking. He's going to have to figure out what he wants to do. He's out of bullets. And time is ticking. He's got to move.
There's no way.
He's got to stick it now. Not stick it. He's getting it halved. And Verno's going to be there to finish it off. And that's the first round win for Oxygen. And it was a light buy round. Not really sure why they got a thrifty. Verno had that gun the whole time. But yeah, the first round Oxygen has won. And like I said, Turtle Troop was pushing for that 6th round to deny Oxygen a chance to gain the advantage in the next half. But Governor was just whiff after whiff after whiff with that operator, and Verno was there to play really well. Really good post plant. Really good round from Verno overall. And now Oxygen has money, because again, that was a light buy round where they were trying to buy so they could buy this round, and then they won it, so that's even better for their econ. Governor gonna try and prove himself with that operator and take out Verno. Say, okay, nope, I know how to use this. Takes him out, and now Oxygen gonna have to figure out how to play with 1 player down. And they're going back to their sort of slow push methods, but it looks like they're gonna be. They've tried in the past to slow push onto B, and then they tried an aggressive A push. So now it looks like they may be trying a slow push onto A, although the spike is backing up from A main and now going through mid. It may be going through mid to market. We'll see.
do have that full mid control. This time, however, TTR, we've barely seen this. An actual presence back over towards market right now.
Yeah, there was a drone that came out, though, from Tig that checked B main, and so he's pulled away. They're playing a retake now, and I think it's a good call. There's a lockdown is already in the mix here from Oxygen, so just going to give the side up regardless.
Oxygen now, almost all of them coming through B main. Scuba lurking mid, maybe hoping to get a pick on somebody watching market, which he may be able to, but that alarm bot is there. It doesn't matter. He's able to... Oh, no, he's not able to spot Adder. Adder's ready for it. Meanwhile, Weeded takes out Randy Savage. Adder also able to find Pony. Now it's just down to Mitch. All he has is that Guardian, and he's alone. Does have the spike, though. He's got 10 seconds. Got to do something. He's pushing on the site. They hear him. They're going to try and get him before he can plant, and they do that. Adder going to take out Mitch before that plant goes down. Flawless round for Turtle Troop. And that was a full buy from Oxygen. If there's a round to get flawless on, it's not that. Oxygen's econ a little bit good because, again, they did have a good previous round where they won on a light pie, which means their econ was did take a decent boost from that. But now they're... You're still not going to be able to full save, sorry. Sorry, full buy. They're still not going to be able to full buy, so they're going to have to take a little bit of a save, excluding Verno, who buys that Phantom, and most of them taking up a Sheriff. Pony hoping to get that orb so he can use his knives. And he gets it, so those knives are going to come out. And he's trying to go up and get that pick, but Governor's going to deny it, so wasted there. Pony going to get taken out, and now it's a 5v4. Could be another flawless round from Turtle Troop. And it looks like the spike is going to stay in A, or on A. No, it's looking like it may be going mid now. Spike is still on catwalk, but it looks like it's going to be pushing through the mid with the rest of the team. Governor's watching that, though. And Governor's going to be able to find that pick, and now they're worried about pushing, so Scuba backs into Pizza Box, and Tig's able to take him out. Mitch going to be able to take out Governor. Sheriff versus an Operator, and the Sheriff wins, but Tig takes out Mitch, and Tig also going to take out Randy Savage. 3K from Tig, going to pick up that Operator. Not a flawless round from Turtle Troop, but still 4 players left alive, and their econ's going to maintain this steady rampage that it's been on. And, I mean, Oxygen took that timeout, and it looked like maybe it was going to help, because they did, I mean, they lost that round after, but then they were able to win a round on a light buy, but weren't able to buy their full buy. Now they just had to take another save, and now we'll see, now they're back on a full buy, if it'll give them a win, or it's just going to be denied. Again, this is the map Oxygen chose, so it's a little bit confusing as to why they're not, like, playing better. You'd expect them to be more comfortable than Turtle Troop. But also, a Sensa map that Turtle Troop did really well against Moist Moguls on. If you saw that matchup between Moist Moguls and Turtle Troop played very, very well against Moist Moguls on Ascent. So it was an interesting choice from Oxygen to pick it, knowing Turtle Troop plays well on it. We did gets that pick there, and Oxygen already down 3 players, so not looking great. Turtle Troop trying to get a flawless round here. That spike's still on Mitch. Mitch and Verno definitely want to save. Will Turtle Troop try and deny it? We'll see. I mean, there's only 50 seconds left. Or, sorry, there are 50 seconds left. That's a lot of time for Turtle Troop to try and track them down. Or even, it looks like Oxygen may be trying to get the plant over on A, but Turtle Troop should be ready for it at this point. No, they are going to be playing for that save. I don't think Turtle Troop's going to look to deny it. Although there are still no A controls, so Oxygen could definitely be on A.
No, they have nothing to lose. If they die, the old points just go up.
I love this because, look, Weeded is sitting in spawn as a contingency.
And it looks like Tig is pushing to get this kill on Verno. He doesn't know Verno's there, but that dart's about to come out and try and get some vision.
You would be surprised, you know,
Ooh, Mummy's gonna get taken out, and at the same time, Tig's taking out Verno. Flawless round there from Turtle Troop. Well done from them. trying to destroy the econ of Oxygen. Now, this is the last round, so Oxygen has to force, which means they're not all gonna have good guns off of that fail of a save in that previous round. Which means Turtle Troop could be looking at 9-3 going into the next half, as they do have the gun difference here. See if Oxygen can try and come back next half, but I don't think it's likely.
Should be, at least. Oxygen might have full control before they end up making anything happen, though.
Yeah, lockdown for the post one here instead, it looks like, and Randy.
Yeah, this spike is coming down.
Lockdown goes into effect, that'll clear out the site, but it's used so early, it's only buying a little bit of time.
That's for sure.
Adder able to take out Randy Savage, but Mitch with the Bulldog gonna take out 2. Tig and Mummy each gonna get a kill. Scuba gonna take out Governor. That Odin on Tig is very aggressive. Takes out Scuba. Now it's just down to Verno to play post plant. We know he's good at this. He's able to take out Tig, and now it's up to Mummy to try and deny it. Mummy trying to push aggressively and get that pick. They know Verno has that ultimate. Or Verno gonna be able to take out Mummy on a forced buy from Oxygen. They were able to take that round win. And now Oxygen has a little bit of a fighting chance. The sides are switching. See how it goes. Oxygen played okay, but again, they chose this map. You'd expect a better performance from them. We'll see, maybe they just need to be on defense, and they'll start playing better, but it's honestly not looking good for them. And again, a Sensa map, Oxygen, chose it, so they should feel more comfortable on it. But Turtle Troop also seems to feel very comfortable on Ascent. They've played many games on Ascent. We saw them beat Moist Moguls pretty badly on Ascent in week 3. Or not pretty badly, but they did beat Moist Moguls on Ascent. So they're somewhat comfortable with it. They know how to play on Ascent. And so it's interesting that this is the map that Oxygen chose, but we'll see. Randy Savage able to take out Governor, trying to deny that push in, but Mummy going to trade that off, so that plant's going to be able to get down. A very quick and aggressive push on a B pays off. They're going to be able to plant.
Leaving Adder here, hoping to maybe get someone to play with him, but he's kind of on his own. Adder's just watching the cross, and he's in a position where, yeah, as I was going to say, a single smoke takes him out, or a single contact removes him from the fight.
Here we are. Adder.
Adder's still in main. Nobody's expecting him there, so he would have a good flank here. Mitch gonna shut him down though as he tries to speak out. Mitch also gonna take out Tig, so now it's a 2v4. Mame able to take out Pony, and they're trying to push him as Pony was able to take out Weeded, so it's just Mame alive. Verno gonna finish him off. And really good retake there from Oxygen. It looked like Turtle Troop may have the advantage there, as they were able to just push onto site super aggressively, but they weren't able to lock it down and keep themselves in a good position, which gave Oxygen that round, and they should be able to turn that pistol round into another round. It looks like Turtle Troop sort of forcing. I mean, it's sheriffs, so it's sort of like a light buy. A tech pause coming up. Well, off a tech pause, I guess we can start to analyze, how everybody's doing on this team. Turtle Troop playing really well consistently. Just look at that, 14, 10, 10, 9, 8. Sort of like what I talked about yesterday, where FaZe was not playing very well consistently against Moist Moguls. That's sort of what's happening here. Oxygen, they've got Verno, who's playing very well. He played very well on this map and on Lotus. But when the rest of your team isn't playing near that level, or even just like the bottom 4 playing near each other's level, it's you lose that consistency that you want to see in a team. And it looks like that's what is happening to Oxygen here, which means Turtle Troop has gained this consistency. Let's see if we know what's happening here.
Just a bit of an element of surprise. I think truthfully, TTR, they are fundamental enough. I think all of their players are online enough right now where really.
But yeah, I do think I mean, not to say Oxygen can't come back. I do think they can. It's just, when you have a team like Turtle Troop who's playing very consistently so far on this map, versus Oxygen, who like the players are sort of outperforming each other, and yeah, it just isn't looking good for Oxygen overall. So yeah, I mean, it really could go anyway at this point, but it's probably going to be Turtle Troop who takes it, just with the way they're playing consistently.
Typically he is going to be one of the players because of his agent and the way that he plays. He's more of a side anchor, but on this defensive side, where that
I honestly don't really know. There's a whole lot to talk about right now.
That's what we're looking for in this second half. Is Randy that can hold down a site by himself and allow?
I mean, yeah, this is the Lotus match. You can see just how well Verno was playing on Lotus compared to the rest of his team. And then you can also see that on Lotus, it was another map where consistently, the consistency for Oxygen just wasn't that great versus you look at Turtle Troop. It wasn't very good for Turtle Troop either. They also had a carry in the form of Governor, but you also had like Weeded with 20 kills, and then next to him is 17, and then it's 15 and then 13. So that 15 and 13 is pretty close versus on Oxygen. From Randy Savage to Mitch, that's a 7-kill difference between the bottom frag and the middle bottom. Anyways, we're back from that tech pause, so let's just get into it. I was running out of stuff to say, so this all works out. And Turtle Troop looking at a mid push, probably through to A. Scuba's holding it with a Judge. We'll see if he's able to get more than one. He is. He's able to already take out Weeded and Sig and Governor. Meanwhile, Adder takes out Mitch, but Randy Savage going to take out Mame, and it's a 1v4 for Adder. He has to push Judges, and Scuba just going to jump out, get a 4K with the Judge. A little bit of a cringe ramp play, but it pays off for Oxygen. Gonna give them that round. It was a save round from Turtle Troop, so they weren't expected to win, and they did get a pick, so that's what you can really hope for. And then now Turtle Troop on a bye. Going to this 4th round, Turtle Troop should have the gun advantage here, so this round should go in their favor. Fortunately for them, the agent that got that 4K was Scuba playing Omen. So that Omen ult's not super useful on, especially on defense. So Turtle Troop doesn't have a whole lot to worry about. Scuba once again holding with that Judge, holding those close angles, and Turtle Troop does need to sort of figure out how they want to outplay this Judge hold. I mean, it's as simple as if they just don't go A main. But Randy Savage is holding a Judge B as well, so it's not great. That drone comes out and Adder's detected. I believe, was that detected twice by the same drone? Unfortunate for him. And Turtle Troop is leaning towards A, but they're playing really, really slowly. Because Adder got spotted mid, they're not really pushing yet. But now they're going A. Scuba is definitely hoping he can get another round here. Or sorry, get another good round here with that Judge. And he peeks out. He's able to take out Governor and Tig. And apparently this is bronze gameplay. You just hold a Judge and you're able to get kills. Mame takes out Scuba to finally shut him down, and now it's a 3v4. And yeah, so Oxygen now has the player advantage. Trades are given. Turtle Troop doesn't want to trade when they're down a player, so not looking good for them. It's 2v3 now. That spike is coming down. Mame tries to avoid that shock dart, and it works out. Able to get away. Adder going to take out Pony while Verno takes an Adder. Mame going to be able to take out Randy Savage as he tries to push on site. And the Sova dart was enough to prevent that plant, and then Randy Savage coming down as well. Mame was able to take out the entirety of Oxygen, making it an expensive round, but it was a little bit of a light buy for Oxygen. And not to say it wasn't an expensive round for Turtle Troop, it definitely was. They full bought that round and then lost with only one of their players left alive. Their Econ's not going to be in a great spot. They're going to have to light buy here or even save. Looks like they're going to be saving, excluding, of course, Mame, who already had a Phantom. A little bit of some rap play there with the Judge, but now they're returning back to their normal play. Maybe you know, if Scuba dies here, he'll go back to the Judge. He gets more kills with the Judge, but we'll see. Scuba able to just TP out of one as They
thorn in the
saw him
side in
there.
terms of
Pony does have the, or sorry,
weird
yeah, Pony does
spots
have the
trying to go back
operator.
up towards one.
She's
Good
looking to
TP. Mitch,
use,
however, only
but
has
it's
an
over on
SMG
mid,
here. There's
so
3 players here though.
Adder might get picked off by that. Turtle Troop very slowly coming in through A right now.
But you already have Pony watching mid for any rotates. He's got the operator in hand. I think the rework is back towards B. I feel it's a big gamble to hit B site. You do at least
And
force Pony
Recon
off
Bolt
the
does
angle.
detect Pony, and he
Once your
decides to
rework
back
back
up
up
off
B, you
of
don't
that.
know what awaits there. Now you know the
Adder's
opponent's
pushing
posted
up
up
pretty
on the left
aggressively in
side.
mid. He sees the alarm bot. He's
Adder's
just
gonna break the
figuring
alarm
out
bot,
when he
and might
wants to
pull
destroy
players
it.
off of A.
Turtle Troop is actually backing up now.
This is an indecisive Turtle Troop.
Maybe deciding they do want to go for B. They're
Just
running out of time.
one.
There's 30 seconds
Now they're
left, which
picked to
means
rotate,
if
and
they
the
do go for a
Trolley
B
Gunner's
push, they're going to have to be aggressive with it.
No, he
Spots
caught
Adder.
Adder.
Adder does get seen, so
And now they know the rotate's back
that
towards
lurk
B
isn't
here.
going to be there
Mitch
for
already
him.
as well. Mitch has gotten close towards A main. They're confident
You're
it's
going to
not
be a
an
little
A
bit
hit.
wary of his
But the answer
position.
from Verno
And again,
isn't
this is a
exactly
light buy or
slick.
buy for next
They are
from Turtle
simply
Troop,
leaving
so
2 players here on B to deal with this.
Mame's
Here
going
we
to have
go.
to try and carry
Pony
with
has
that
the ult in
Phantom.
the back line.
Verno going to
Looking
take
for
out
a couple
Adder.
of big shots. Verno
Again,
does
like I
get
was saying,
caught
they're
down
running out of
over in
time,
mid,
so this
but again,
needed to
it's
be an
all
aggressive
Pony
push.
now.
Pony going to
3
be able to
shots
take
are
out
gonna
Mame,
go
and
in. He
Governor
gets
going to
one.
take out
Still
Randy
has 2 more to
Savage.
go.
Pony's
Does
still in there.
oh,
Scuba taking
TP.
out
He's actually
Governor, and
so
Time's
good
not
though.
there anymore.
Good
Tig
stuff from
able to take
Scuba
out
to give his
both
team the
Pony
support
and
for the defensive
Scuba. Now it's just a
behavior here. Time
1v2,
runs out,
but
but Tig
Verno going to
dies
shut him
every
down.
time. The
Still some
score
good
is
econ
tied.
damage there on a sort of save light buy.
But a buyback here
So
for
well
Turtle
played there
Troop.
from Turtle Troop.
A buyback and an
You know,
opportunity
they
to
weren't
get off the
expecting
lockdown.
to win that
Bring
round,
command
and
online here as well.
were able
Tig
to
has
do a
got his
pretty good
Hunter's
job.
Fury.
It's looking like
Has no
this map
ulti
may
for
prove to
Oxygen
be
try and
defense
counter
sided
enemies.
for these teams. Of Turtle Troop, of
Wanna
course,
see if
did
Oxygen
really
can
well in
try and
defense.
deny
Went into this
the
8-4,
ult,
and
but I think
now
that's what they're going for here because they're putting 4 players
they
on
haven't
the
won a
front
single
line
round.
side.
4 rounds to
Might come here
Oxygen, and
specifically to
Turtle Troop
challenge
has
A
yet
main.
to win a single
So it
one.
looks
Now
like
they're on a full buy though. Maybe they
Governor
can
will be
win one.
challenging.
I imagine if they lose this, they take a
Careful
timeout.
there.
Although
Trying
they
to get off the
didn't take a
corners here
timeout the
with his
entirety of
ultimates.
last map, and maybe they would like to sort of
Battle of mid is
ego
going to be so strong.
and
Look at this. There's 2 players
not
back on
get that
towards the
timeout
front.
here.
Randy Savage
Governor
waiting for
makes his
contact
presence
to get
known
his
in
own
mid,
util here.
trying to
Really cooking
wall
up
bang
mid.
anybody, trying to
Fast
rotate
rotates,
from
that's
A
for
to
sure.
B.
No, not even fast rotates. I
He
think they're
doesn't
just
hit
trying
anybody
to
though,
avoid the null command on either side
and
and
really
just
just
be there
gives
quick
away
enough
his
to play
position.
a post plan. Adder's gonna get
And
his
Mummy does
lockdown
have that
because they've given up
KO
all of A
ult,
main.
which he
They're
may
gonna all
decide
go
to
B main
use.
as
There's
well.
also the
This is a
lockdown on
gamble
Adder.
from Oxygen. The only thing I can think of is just to
It's
avoid
looking
the
like
null
they're going to
command,
lean back towards A.
especially for Adder, whose util stays online as long as he avoids it.
Now Oxygen is playing very, very far
But
back,
for the other
3
two,
in
it's Mitch's
defender
util
side
to support.
spawn, which means
Scuba can
if
drop smokes and
Turtle Troop
paranoia as
did go
well.
through
I think
main,
that's
it
what
may
they're
be
aiming
a
for.
little bit of an easier push
Now they
for
reverse
them,
back over
but it looks like
towards
it's
A.
only going to be weeded.
There's no one here on Turtle
That's going to be able to
Troop's
push
spot.
through main. Pony's, of course, going to be
The alarm
watching
bot
sight,
gets
not
sick.
going to be
The
able to
shot
connect
coming
an
out
op
for Pony,
shot,
but Pony
looking to
doesn't
connect
hit
it
it
though.
again. No
He's
ulti
getting hit by
coming
that
out from
KO
Pony.
molly, and it's going
Actually
to
not
kill
letting
him.
him get
Meanwhile, Tig takes
anywhere.
out Mitch, who was coming in through
Player Heaven
heaven.
2 trying to help out, just
Well
goes
played
down
there
to
from
heat.
Turtle
There goes
Troop, able to
Mitch.
just flush
They
out
finally go
Pony
down.
and that
Not
operator.
a lot of retake util for Oxygen, but they do have
5v3
full
now,
util
Turtle
on the
Troop
controller.
looking to win their first round of the half.
3 versus 5. They have money to kind of play with, so they can go for this. Mummy's got a lovely flash setup, but no one is watching his heaven is the only issue.
The flash comes out heaven, and it may just barely hit Verno.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
Adder
Randy
getting
Savage
caught.
from
He
Tree
gets
going to be able to take out
Randy
Adder and
Savage
Governor,
here.
which
He
evens the
actually
player
gets 2
count, but Tig
kills.
going to trade it
The
off.
Yellow
So
Zone, it
it's a
might catch a player
3v2.
through the hole.
Scuba going to be
Scuba
able
with
to
the
take
kill
out
over
Tig while
Endurance.
Weeded takes out
Weeded, that
Verno.
is
Some more trades.
massive, though.
Oxygen
3
isn't
player
looking for
Heaven
trades when you're down a
looking
player.
for a shot through the
Mame
wall.
going to be able to
And
take out
Mame is just
Scuba, and
there
that
in the
round
middle
goes
of
to
the
Turtle
earth to
Troop.
take
The
down
first
Scuba.
round,
Turtle
Turtle Troop has
Troop,
won
they do
in this
like to
half, and they
sweat
didn't even
off
have to
their
take a
brow.
timeout.
That post plant got a little bit sketchy, but I think Weeded's
It's a
positioning, it's
little
time to
bit
go for the push
interesting.
to beat the
Still,
smoke that
Turtle
Scuba
Troop
dropped.
has yet to
So
use a
trying to save
timeout
that round. He's a key player on
in
Lotus.
this
For that
series.
round, he's
I
a
do
key
think they're
player on
starting
Lotus, and they're
to
winning
make
it
it
out.
an ego thing, and
Still
I
holding
don't
on to
think they
some
will
ultimates.
now,
They have
especially
their
since since they just won that round, and they're going to try and win some more off of that. Oxygen's econ not in a great place, because even on the rounds they were winning, it was a little bit expensive for them, so they're in a little bit of a bad spot, and it looks like Verno's going to try and get a kill here. Or, sorry, Randy Savage. Why did I say Verno? Because Randy Savage is going to try and use that Guardian to get a kill. He's able to do a little bit of damage, but not going to get a kill. Governor going to be able to finish off Randy Savage. That Hunter's Fury comes out. That is what it's called. The attacker side, Hunter's Fury. I can't talk right now. Verno's taken out by Governor. Pony was able to get a kill with those knives and we did, but no longer has them. And now that lockdown comes out, the lockdown we talked about last round, and it looks like it's going to be used this round, which is going to force Oxygen back. And that spike's been down for quite a while, so Oxygen has to make something happen if they want to win this round. They could also just try and save here, but there's no point when Pony doesn't really have a gun. Adder going to take out Pony, Mitch going to take out Governor, so a little bit of a trade there. Now Oxygen going for that save as the last two players with guns are remaining. And Turtle Troop going to get another round. They're starting to pick up the pace here. They had lost that advantage as Oxygen was able to win 4 rounds in a row in this half and tie it up 8-8. But now Turtle Troop trying to pick up that steam once again. And again, Turtle Troop needs to win this series in order to qualify for mid-season. Oxygen doesn't. Oxygen already qualified because of Moist Moguls' win yesterday, which means that Oxygen is just looking for points and a good placement, which will get them good circuit points, as well as just putting themselves in a little bit of a better seeding going into mid-season. And you do see Turtle Troop still playing very, very well consistently, excluding We Did, who's lacking a little behind those 3 middle. And actually, Oxygen has started to play a little bit better consistently off of that win streak. You see those middle frags starting to catch up to each other, which is what you want to see. You want to see the team have very equal kills. Regardless of if you're winning or losing, if 1 or 2 players are outperforming the rest of the players, it's probably not, it's not really a good way to play. You don't want one or 2 of your players to be carrying everybody else. You want everybody to play well as a team, and it looks like Turtle Troop was able to do that on Lotus, has been able to try and find that footing here, versus Oxygen now not really able to find it on Ascent. We'll see if they're able to. Starting to look a little hopeless for them. This is their map, and it's not looking great. That being said, though, Turtle Troop was down quite a few rounds on Lotus and came back to win that map, so Ascent could definitely be that similar situation for Oxygen, where even if it looks like they're down, Turtle Troop can come back. Off of that round loss, though, not a whole lot of money for Oxygen, so they're saving a little bit here. Some of them, or sorry, the ones that kept their guns, gonna save that money, but the rest of them saving the pistols here.
They actually have full eyes on mid now. With the Sheriff out, Pony could easily pick that back up off the body of Randy Savage.
Probably had to be here, I think, off of that drone. Catching a lot of these players mid. I don't know if you exactly caught everyone towards mid, but you saw
still no engagement, but Turtle Troop definitely leaning towards a B push.
They're more than likely going to play retake. 40 seconds left. Everyone on Oxygen has begun to shift towards B.
Adder's looking for just a random shot on his own. It would be quite the shock for anyone to peek and to be able to take him on.
Silverdart coming out, and they're looking to engage Tree, and there's only one actually watching A for Oxygen. The rest were reading a B push, and wasn't there. Adder going to be able to take out Scuba and Mitch as he was lurking on B. We did also going to be able to take out Randy Savage, the one who was watching A. We're only finally going to shut Adder down, but it's a little bit late as it was a 4v2. But Verno trying to even it. Now it's a 3v2. Verno trying to get back and connect with Pony.
For resets way later on in the half.
I think the money, though, should be fine for Turtle Troop. I'm looking at it and saying Mummy and We Did both have plenty of credits where they can buy. Pony and Verno are going to try and kamikaze their way into this site again. I think if you put more rifles,
Pony able to take out We Did. They're able to even the player count. Now it's a 2v2. Pony also able to take out Tig. It's just down to Mame versus Pony. Pony's going to win that. Spike's been down for a little while. He should be able to get that defuse off, though. Well played there in a 2v4 clutch from Oxygen. Right as I was saying, it was a little bit hopeless. Pony there to pick up the mantle. And try and get those kills up and give his team a fighting chance. Adder's got to feel bad about that one. A little bit mad at his team after giving Turtle Troop an early advantage. And like I said, that was a little bit of a save round for Oxygen. So now they're econ in a pretty good spot. Pony gonna go for the operator. We'll see if it connects. Governor gonna decide to save. The rest of the team forcing, while Governor is just gonna use his knives.
But now it's not because you don't even win the round.
Now, Oxygen has 3 ultimates to use. They see that turret come out. And Pony's gonna be able to take out Adder, but it's traded off. Ooh, Verno gonna try and peek out and get that kill, but not able to find it on Tig. Now he's droning out. He does have his Hunter's Fury, definitely looking to use it. He's not gonna find anyone. And he's thinking that it's through the tree. Now he hears some sound and he's getting ready. Governor just gonna right-click Verno and pick up his gun. Well played there. So now the player advantage is in the hands of Turtle Troop. Ooh, Tig's just not looking where Randy Savage is. Governor gonna shut down Mitch's ultimate, but Randy Savage with a 3K gonna deny that push. Governor in a 1v3. As Mitch does get picked up. Randy Savage 4K gonna take out Governor. And Oxygen has tied it back up, keeping it very, very close. If I were Turtle Troop, I'd take a timeout right now, but we know that they don't like doing that. For whatever reason, they didn't take a single one last map. They didn't need to, but maybe they'll need to here. It's not like... It's weird because it's not like you have a limited amount for the series. No, you get 2 each map, plus you get an additional 1 if it goes to overtime. So Oxygen's good about using both of their timeouts, and it was a little bit ineffective on Lotus as they didn't win, but here it's been helpful. Verno able to take out Governor and Mame. Pony does get that op again and is able to take 2 with it. Weeda gonna take out Verno. Pony with the shotgun just gonna do a little 360 there and take out Tig. And now Oxygen taking some good momentum, gonna take back this map. It was a save round for Turtle Troop, so now they're gonna be able to full buy, but the econ momentum is there for Oxygen, and they may have enough to not have to worry about it for the rest of this game. Turtle Troop looking to win this, because if Oxygen wins this, Turtle Troop has to force. And, well, they Turtle Troop full bought this round, so forcing on low econ is not good for you. Or, you know, being on that, you know, match point is not good when you have no money.
When has this roster ever been on the back foot? Last week, they made the game versus G2
now Turtle Troop getting ready to push into the Tig may challenge this, or not intentionally, but he may push this off. There is an alarm bot there, so Tig doesn't need to, and he shouldn't. But
it has to be.
Turtle Troop getting ready for mid push. They take out that alarm bot. And nobody's watching mid for Oxygen, so they're going to turn their attention. Like I said, Tig starts peeking that operator, and that operator doesn't get a kill. Verno going to take out Governor, and now Adder knows where he is, going to be able to trade that. Pony has those knives out, as well as that operator looking to deny the push. Not going to be able to. Mame is going to be the one to take him out. Tig in main, getting ready. And that also comes out from Mame. And even if Mame was taken out, stuff like that, there is the lockdown on Adder to use. And now they're using it. They want to secure this round. Tie it back up. Again, this is a full buy from them, so they don't want to lose this. And Scuba going to be able to take out Tig, but ooh, Randy Savage detained. Going to be useless there, and this round is going to go probably in the favor of Turtle Troop. Those knives come out. Time is really, really ticking. Mame going to take out Mitch. Adder going to take out Scuba. Weeded going to take out Randy Savage. It looked maybe like Oxygen was just trying to force Turtle Troop to die to the spike there, but regardless of what their intention was, they did lose that. Turtle Troop needed to win that round off of a full buy, and they did. Now, whichever team wins this round will be 1 round away from winning. And the team that loses this gonna have to force the next round. Turtle Troop has the money to lose this and be okay in the next round. Oxygen doesn't. Their money not looking good right now. So they want to win this, especially since Pony's forcing on that op again.
This is Oxygen's opportunity opportunity for a
The
reset.
turret comes out to watch mid. Pony's there. Might get spotted by the turret, but doesn't.
Verno's already in a position to use his Hunter's Fury.
Turning his attention to Kent. Turning his attention back to B Link. He's trying to see if he can't find somebody. Mame might jump peek. It's not looking there, though. Verno going to drone out, try and get some vision, but not going to find anybody that's mid. And now the push is coming out. Pony, again, does have that operator. Going to find that pick on Adder. They're trying to shoot him through the smoke. Not going to be able to. That drone comes out. Going to get shot by Mitch.
Almost exposing Tig, almost playing whack-a-mole again.
And that Sova Hunter's Fury comes out. And that Defender Hunter's Fury. Oxygen trying to push for this round win and get to that 12th round. Trying to keep it from going towards Turtle Troop's favor. Mitch with a really good position, going to be able to take out Governor and then just outgun Tig. Meanwhile, Pony takes out Weeded, and now it's just a 1v5 for Mame. May want to save for the last round, but he definitely wants to do some econ damage as well. But it looks like he's just going to back up now. Maybe not. He's jump peeking out. He may get pushed by Verno. He does, and Verno's going to finish him off. A flawless round there from Oxygen. That's going to give them the 12th round. They're one round away from winning. Turtle Troop, though, definitely looking to go to this overtime. Econ not looking great right now, but they do have to force, so it doesn't really matter how their econ looks. They just have to go for it. Well played there from Oxygen overall. They were able to sort of just shut down Turtle Troop's hope of getting to that 12th round. And again, this is Oxygen's map, so if there's a team I thought was going to win this, it's probably Oxygen. I think Turtle Troop has been playing a little bit better overall between these past two maps, so if it does go to the decider, I'm going to favor Turtle Troop, but here, if I had to pick going into this map who I thought was going to win, I said Oxygen, and I still think Oxygen may take this, but Turtle Troop definitely has the potential to keep it close. Of course, now they don't have as good of guns.
See the setup. They're playing a retake on A.
So they're going to have to figure out how they want to play with that.
Verno's looking for anything with this Odin.
And Turtle Troop looks like they're going to get ready for an A push. They're not doing anybody in mid, but Oxygen isn't looking mid either. Now Turtle Troop is turning their attention to the middle a little bit with Adder while the rest are pushing down main, and Tig trying to come to join the rest of his team.
And it's really up to Adder to win out this fight in Garden.
Oh my goodness.
We already know Oxygen, they're playing a retake. The TP from Scuba catches no one towards B, and now
Turtle Troop coming in.
Adder's just waiting.
Back to A.
Adder's gonna maintain this
They're going to be able to just get on site, and they may just be able to get that spike down. Randy Savage does have that lockdown, and he uses it right as I talk about it. But that spike is down. And Tig just going to use his Hunter's Fury to get rid of that lockdown. Randy Savage going to get pinged by it. Ooh, Pony going to be able to spot Governor with that operator, take him out. So now the player advantage is in the hands of Oxygen. And we did very low on health. Turtle Troop going to get 3 total kills while Randy Savage takes out Mame. Tig going to win that exchange with Randy Savage. It's a 2v1 right now for Verno. The spike is ticking down. He taps it. He has no idea where they are. Now he knows, maybe, and that smoke comes down. Tig just going to take him out. That round goes to Turtle Troop, and they've tied it up. We're going into overtime. Well played. Another overtime here. We'll see who takes it. On Lotus, the overtime went to Turtle Troop, and it was their map that they chose. So maybe Oxygen can take it, can take overtime here. But again, Oxygen doesn't need this to qualify for mid-season. Turtle Troop does. Turtle Troop does need this to qualify for mid-season, and that's what they're looking for. And the more they win by, the better, because that'll give them as many points as possible.
Governor's picked up the op. We know the mistakes that Oxygen had on their attack. Can they right their wrongs here? They're going for a 5-man hit in towards A. This doesn't happen too often.
This knife is gonna take so long for it.
And Turtle Troop now on defense. Turtle Troop is pushing in through A. The knife comes down and it detects them sort of coming through mid. Shots exchanged. Oxygen down on health overall. I don't know why it says they're on defense. We did takes out Pony. Early pick there. Now Turtle Troop has that player advantage. Mitch does get spotted, and through the smoke, they're just going to be able to shoot him. Spike is down, so Turtle Troop needs to start pushing. We did able to take out Randy Savage. We did also able to take out Scuba while Tig takes out Verno. Only one pick for Oxygen makes it almost flawless there for Turtle Troop, and they're one round away from securing this 2-0 victory and qualifying for mid-season, and they want it. You can tell they want it bad. Oxygen may take their timeout here. They did take a timeout when they were down one round on the previous map. Again, you get 2 timeouts during the game, but if it goes to overtime, you get an extra timeout. Perhaps Oxygen feels secure enough in a victory here that they don't need a timeout. That they can, that they can tie, or at least that they can tie it back up, that they don't want to use theirs yet. They did play really, really well on defense. Both teams had a better defense than offense. And so, perhaps Oxygen really believes their defense will be better than Turtle Troop's offense here.
It's going to be that take that we've seen so many times here.
We'll see what happens. I mean, I guess their Turtle Troop did win the round they're supposed to. They won their defense. The round they just did better on.
The scores are swapped, by the way, folks.
That Sova drone comes in for Tig to try and get some early vision. Sees that Governor is pushing out there. Once again, the colors are not on the wrong, are not on the right teams. Very confusing there. And Scuba is going to be able to take out Mame. An early pick there gives Oxygen the advantage here. And now Turtle Troop does know where that spike is as well. Gives them even more of an advantage. Sorry, not Turtle Troop. Oxygen. Sorry, the colors are really messing me up. Randy Savage takes out Governor. Now there's a 2-player advantage in the hands of Turtle Troop. Ooh, Scuba able to take out Adder and is traded off, but of course Turtle Troop does not want trades when you're down players. Mitch looking for this pick on Weeded. Nah, he's gonna be able to find it, and that spike. Now it's just down to Tig, who is on site, and he's just gonna get killed by Randy Savage from heaven. Round goes to Oxygen. They did not need to use their timeout. I believe they're holding the timeout in case they win this first round, because both teams did better on their defense than their offense. So I imagine because Turtle Troop won their defense, Oxygen was like, okay, well, we can still win our defense. And they did. So they didn't have to use their timeout there. Here, though, Oxygen now using their timeout. Probably a good decision. Even if Oxygen wins overall, the round differential here is not good for them. And it may actually not matter regardless of if they win, as far as putting them in a good place overall. Although the win-loss ratio will help them just a little bit and getting a little bit higher, so that's definitely what they're looking for. But when it comes down to round differentials, I don't think Oxygen would place very highly amongst people with the same amount of Series 1. So, yeah, I think Oxygen does want to win this to give themselves a better position, but as far as, I think right now if they win, it'll be a 3-2. As far as the teams with a 3-2 win-loss ratio right now, they're probably, Oxygen is not going to be up there, being at the top of that round differential win. But of course, we'll see after today where everybody ends up. That knife comes out. Molly comes out. And Oxygen getting ready for this aggression. And the colors are finally correct here on the screen. Again, both teams did better on their defense than on their offense. So Turtle Troop should win this if they want to give themselves a good fighting chance. Oxygen, of course, if they win this, does have a good chance of being able to secure the game win in overtime. Tig able to take out Scuba coming in through tree, able to wallbang. So now Turtle Troop already has a player advantage. But they need to start retaking. Adder able to take out Verno, Randy Savage, and Mitch. And now it's just down to Pony, who's going to get taken out by Tig. That defense goes to Turtle Troop. The round they should win, they did. Which means Oxygen now needs to win the round they should win. Again, both teams did better on their defense than on their offense. Turtle Troop here won their defense, so that's to be expected. Now Oxygen wants to win their defense. As they should, because they did better on their defense than their offense. But, of course, not to say that Turtle Troop didn't win any offensive rounds or Oxygen didn't win any offensive rounds. They did. But when we're just taking the average, each team should win their defense, and it's just going to be whoever can play slightly better on their offense than the enemy team is expecting. We'll see. Again, Turtle Troop has yet to use a timeout in this series, and they honestly probably won't use their timeout. Even if it looks like they're going to lose, they probably still won't. I think at this point, they're just, it's an ego thing for them. Pony going to be able to get an early pick on Weeded, but it traded off, and lots of vision for Oxygen is going to do massive damage to Turtle Troop. So even though it's a trade, it's not really, because the health Turtle Troop lost from that is going to play a big role. Adder going to take, going to get seen, and it's going to get pinged.
They commit a whole smoke right off rip just so Pony can hide it.
For a 50-50?
And he gets a kill, but they win the engagement. Look at Mummy's HP. They remove the smoke.
Oxygen now pushing. They've got a two-man push through A main, and it looks like they're going to be coming through mid. Meanwhile, Turtle Troop, again, very low on health, is pushing into B. Bruno on site. The ping goes off on Tig, and Randy Savage looking for the wall bang. Bruno going to take out Tig while Mame takes out Verno. Again, very low health for Turtle Troop here. Randy Savage can be able to take out Governor and Mame. And now it's just down to Adder in a 1v3, able to take out Randy Savage. Pulls out the classic, takes him out, and now it's a 1v2. That spike goes down. They know that Adder's on site. And Adder has no idea where Oxygen is playing. I don't think he's expecting a two-man push through. Main able to take out Mitch. Not going to finish off Scuba. And that round goes to Oxygen. Again, another back and forth there. Now, Oxygen does not have another timeout. They've already taken their overtime timeout. Turtle Troop, again, hasn't used a single timeout, but you only get, I believe, one in overtime. So they'll have that to use when they feel like it. But like I said, I don't think Turtle Troop will use it. Oh, maybe you get one. I think I'm wrong about that. Maybe you get one every round of timeouts. I'm sorry, I'm not up to date on my timeout rules, but it looks like you get one timeout the end of every round. Again, I still don't think Turtle Troop is going to use any of theirs. In any case, though, it's tied once again, 14-14, which means whoever wins this will be at 16-14. I remember going into Split 1, I was hoping to see some really close matches where timeouts went for a really, really long time. Or sorry, not timeouts. Overtime went for a really, really long time. But at this point, though, like, it's the last day. Let's just get through it. You know, I want to see how everything pans out and where everybody places. And this is only game 2 of this matchup, so even if Oxygen wins, we still have the decider, which is going to be really, really close. I would imagine. So I'm just like, okay, let's just get through this. Of course, to me, in this matchup, I want Turtle Troop to win because Oxygen doesn't need to win to qualify. So it's like I'd rather have more teams, especially Turtle Troop, who's sort of like this underdog coming in and taking out G2. Now they're on, this could be their three-game 2-0 win streak, and then see how they do in mid-season. But of course, Oxygen trying to deny that win streak and deny their chance and give Oxygen once as good of a position as Challengers continues, and getting as many points as possible is what they're looking for. As we speak, though, Turtle Troop pushing into A. Again, both teams do really, really well on defense. So Oxygen should win this. Sorry, they didn't switch the colors again. So Oxygen's on offense. Turtle Troop should win this on their defense. Verno takes out Weeded. Governor takes out Mitch. Randy Savage Takes out Adder and Mummy. It seems that timeout is helping. Verno going to take out Governor. And Scuba going to take out Tig. Okay, Oxygen won their offense. Now, Turtle Troop should be worried, okay? Turtle Troop, again, although they already have a map up, so if they lose this, there's still a decider map that Turtle Troop can win. They definitely would like to just 2-0 here and give themselves even better positional and round differential placement if they do qualify, right? So they're trying to just 2-0 here and get it over with. But of course, Oxygen, again, they want to place as well as possible, and they would like to take a win here. And even if they don't win, they want to do as much damage as possible and get as many rounds up as possible to help their round differential, and they've kept it close. So if you're going to lose, you want to keep it close for your placements, your overall placements. So we'll see. Again, Turtle Troop usually does better on defense. So does Oxygen, but Oxygen won their offense. Now Turtle Troop needs to win their offense in order to try and secure a round, or try and, yeah. They need to win their offense, which they don't usually win, in order to keep this overtime going. Already a very long overtime, and Turtle Troop trying to keep it going longer. And again, even if Turtle Troop loses here, there's still a whole other map to go through. So the longer that this goes, the more exhausted these players will get, and the weirder and weirder of a third map we'll have. Turtle Troop pushing very aggressively. It pays off as Randy Savage is picked off. And Governor going to be able to take out Verno. That's the 2-man advantage for Turtle Troop, and they're trying to win an offensive round, a round they don't usually win. They're trying to win it, and they need to in order to keep this overtime alive. And now Pony going, checking market. Tig and Adder are both main. They get flash, but Pony's going to take out Tig while Adder trades that off. So still 2-man advantage for Turtle Troop here. Adder still in main, going to take out Scuba, and now it's a 1v4 for Mitch. Just shooting through smoke, and he's just going to get shot through the smoke. Turns, really good flick there on Adder, but we did. Just going to peek out, take Mitch out. Both teams won the offensive round. The round that they're not favored to win, they both won. And now Oxygen once again on this offensive. Gonna have to figure out exactly what their strategy is gonna be. I do think they have more timeouts. I think I could be right, but I also could be wrong that I thought they only got 1 per overtime, but maybe it's every 2 rounds of overtime or something like that. I don't know the exact rules. But anyways, either way, Oxygen or neither. I mean, again, I don't think Turtle Troop will use a timeout at all, but Oxygen doesn't here. Mitch gonna take out Weeded. Ooh, Adder should have been able to get an easy kill there. Isn't able to. Pony gonna get a double kill while Randy Savage takes out Governor. Now it's a 1v4 for Tig. Again, an offensive round may go to Oxygen. Another round they're not really favored to win. Trying to wallbang. And then Scuba comes in from behind, takes Tig out, and once again, Oxygen wins the offensive. The round they're not favored to win. Turtle Troop now needs to win their offensive. A round they're not favored to win. We'll see if they're able to. Very interesting from both sides. I really thought, you know, they'd go back to winning their defensive, but Turtle Troop didn't. So now Turtle Troop needs to win their offensive again. Again, whichever team, it's really whichever team can win their offensive first. But it seems like they're starting to stay even. Governor once again trying to push aggressively. It pays off. Governor able to take out Mitch. Scuba trades it off, though, so no player advantage there for Turtle Troop like they did on their previous attacker play, where they were just able to get an early advantage. Tig using that drone, trying to get some good vision, able to get some. They know there's at least 1 or 2 in heaven. Those shock darts come out. They do some damage to both Randy Savage and Verno. There's a ping, though. They know where at least a few are. Scuba going to be able to take out Adder. Now the player advantage in the hands of Oxygen. It's going to make a retake easier. 1 health left for Scuba, so they sneeze on him and he's dead. Ooh, a blind there. They know Weeded was blind. They know he went hell. Tig takes out Randy Savage. It's now a 3v3. Verno and Pony each going to get a kill, and now it's just Weeded left alive, and Oxygen's going to take it. 17-15 in overtime. It goes to Oxygen for map 2, and we're going to a decider on split. Very well played there for both teams again, but when both teams are more favored to win their defensive than their offensive, it's really just who can play a better offense, and that's what it came down to, and Oxygen was able to... I mean, Turtle Troop did win an offensive round when they needed to, but they could not do it again. They could not replicate that. And that just goes to Oxygen. So we're going to this decider. It's going to be another very close decider. So what's interesting is Turtle Troop chose Lotus, and it went to overtime. It was kept very, very close, and it didn't go the way of Oxygen. I mean, it was Turtle Troop's map, so it makes sense that they won, but it did stay very, very close. Then we went to a second map on Ascent, where it stayed very, very close. Despite it being Oxygen's map, you'd think they would feel really comfortable. Turtle Troop was able to keep it closer. Oxygen still won it, because it was their chosen map. They maybe just knew different strategies that Turtle Troop wasn't able to play around. And again, still, it should be pointed out, Turtle Troop has not taken a single time out, and you do wonder why? I think a Turtle Troop timeout there could have been useful. They didn't need, again, they don't need this map, but I do think they're not taking timeout because of some, like, they've got something going on where they just, like, an ego or something sort of, like, more funny they're trying to do, but I don't know.
End up coming true. They could be doubling their current point line, or even just getting half as many points as they would just getting pretty decent results in playoffs. Everything is still in play for Oxygen, but for Turtle Troop, it is win or go home. Split, the debut of Split for Turtle Troop is coming up, and it might be their last map of the season. Let's see if it happens after the break.
Yeah, I mean, Turtle Troop is really... I mean, they need this. They need this way, way, way more than I keep calling him Ice Spice. It's so funny. Sorry. Turtle Troop needs this more than Oxygen does. Oxygen is doing this, not that they don't need it or want it. It's very useful for them. They get much better points. But for Turtle Troop, they need this in order to make it to mid-season face-off, right? So it's very, very useful. You know, I sort of expected it to maybe be a 2-0 from Turtle Troop, but because of that, I do have a little bit of mid-game stuff we can talk about. So one big thing we can talk about is Valorant just announced their Game Changers North American Series 1. So this is a new thing they're starting. I believe they tried it out previously, but it wasn't in the same sort of challengers format where each country presents teams and it sort of goes to, you know, before I believe it was only one tier of competition. Now, Game Changers North American Series 1, so Game Changers is going to, I believe, be an international thing similar to the way Challengers works, where it's tier 2 and then it goes to a tier 1. I could be wrong about that. They released this this article. I haven't really read through it at all, but you can see each Game Changers series begins with an open qualifier, similar to Challengers. The top 8 teams will face off in the main event to compete for circuit points and a chance to represent the region at the Game Changers World Championship. So yeah, so North American Game Changers, this is going to basically essentially be Challengers, but if you don't know what Game Changers is, by the way, I should say, it's women only. So it's women playing on the teams, because there's not enough women in esports at all, and then the amount that are getting picked for professional esports teams is none. So they want basically to give women a chance to compete in esports, and they're doing that here in Valorant. So yeah, so North American Open qualifiers will start April 4th, and you can see the dates are down here. I'll just keep talking and reading through this. So yeah, for the Open qualifier, teams will battle in a GSL group format to determine the top 8 teams that will advance to the main event. So in challengers normally, or at least here in North America, it's 12 teams. In game changers, it's only going to be 8 because again, there are less women in Valorant at all, let alone women that are at a level to play competitively or that want to play competitively because the scene is not kind to women in esports. So there's not a whole lot of women, first of all, playing video games at all, and then at a competitive level is even lower. So this is a really good way to bring more attention to that and get women more motivated to join esports teams and start competing for that purpose. But yeah, so the top 8 teams will face off in the main event to compete for circuit points. We already said that. For the main event, the tournament format will shift to a double elimination bracket, with all matches being a best of 3, except the lower finals and grand finals being a best of 5. There will be a total of 410 points available for the top 16 teams throughout each Game Changer series. The point distribution will be as follows. Yeah, okay. In addition to a coveted spot at the Game Changers World Championships, team will compete for a share of the $50,000 prize pool. Yeah, so you can register here if that's something you're interested in. But yeah, it should be really, really interesting. I know Disguised Toast was talking about getting a Game Changers team together. Whether or not he's actually going to do that, I don't know. That would be cool to watch. I'll try and cover it as well, but it is during one of the open qualifiers is during Thursday. That's my birthday, so I don't know if I'll be there to cover that. It is a little bit later in the day, so maybe I can. But yeah, yeah, it's I believe so. So you can see the schedule here. That's just like talking about where it's going to be hosted and stuff. We don't have to worry about that, but you can see the schedule. So on April 4th, it's going to be Game 1 and Game 2. This is, of course, the open qualifier. So Game 1 and Game 2, and then the winners bracket and losers bracket will take place at the same time. Tiebreakers, and then Game 1 and Game 2. Again, it's double elimination. I'm sure before it starts, they'll put out, a helpful little animation like they did for North American Challengers, so you can get a better look at it. And then April 6th is winners bracket and losers bracket, and then tiebreakers. So yeah, and that's it. That's the open qualifiers. So then it goes to the main event. So the top 8 teams throughout all of this go to the main event. So there's upper matches and then lower matches, and then lower match, and then upper finals, lower finals. So it's sort of like how there's a west and east side in brackets. That's essentially what's happening here. So yeah, but they're calling it upper and lower. But yeah, and then the winners of that go to like the grand finals, and then you win that, you get money, and also you get to go to championships. Obviously, again, there's not as many women in esports as there are men, and so typical esports, then this is why Challengers is going to be a much longer event, whereas Game Changers is going to be a lot shorter because there's just not as many teams that are expected to play. So yeah, and that's pretty much it. So that's Game Changers. Again, I'll try and cover that here. Obviously, like I said, one of those dates is during my birthday, but I'll try and be there for the matches. And as we get closer to that date, I'll talk about it when I'm doing these types of live streams or if I'm doing other live streams, stuff like that. But yeah, I'll try and cover it. And looks like I don't know if this is just gonna go to the zoom out to the intermission. No, it's not. All right, let's go ahead and take a listen.
Challengers North America, as the first split is coming to a close, we start our final day off with a banger of a series. We are going to map 3 between Turtle Troop and Oxygen in what is shaping up to be one of the best of 3s we've seen all split long. Both teams look incredibly prepared. The strats are not just chaos, it's actually seeming to be like they put some work into this. I'm looking at this like this is one of the more exciting games we watched. It's not just because what's on the line, it's just the way the teams are playing here, Sully.
Yeah, I was losing my marbles watching that game. Like, I don't know if you can tell. Like, when they did that smoke thing for Pony, I was like, there's no way this is real. Like, there's no way this is a real game. And it worked. It worked. So, This game has been an incredible back and forth between these two teams. Turtle Troop, again, I think a team that is hitting the form that they need to make it to the mid-season face-off, but Oxygen are just this wall that they cannot get over right now.
Something to consider as well. We've been focusing mostly on the fact that Turtle Troop must win to make it to the mid-season face-off. Oxygen can still make it with a loss because they have the head-to-head over FaZe
It's
Clan.
actually crazy to me. I sort of think, and I still think this, because Turtle Troop is sort of backed into a corner where they have to win to qualify for mid-season. They are playing super, super well and trying to get to that point. And I think coming out of that 2-week break, going into week 3 and week 4, that's sort of what they realize is, oh, we need to pick it up. We're not going to make it. And that's what they've done. It's just picked it up. And you know, I don't know if it's XQC backing them that's giving them that motivation or what, but they've really just started pushing for it, and that's what we're seeing here. They're keeping it really, 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 really close. And I mean, it's been really incredible. But I do want to point out both teams playing very, very well. However, the map where Turtle Troop won was kept not as close. It was still kept close. It went to overtime, but it didn't go as many overtime rounds as so Lotus went 14-12. Turtle Troop won, but now it went 17-15 on Ascent where Oxygen won, which means even when Turtle Troop lost, it was kept super, super close, and this was Oxygen's map. So that means Oxygen on their map did worse than Turtle Troop did on Turtle Troop's map. Meaning I do think going into this third map, although it's still going to be very, very close, Turtle Troop may have just a tiny little bit of an edge. And again, it's that consistency I've been talking about that may make the difference, because on Oxygen, although they have very impressive stats so far, it goes 27, 26, 22. That's a big difference, a four kill difference. Then it goes 19, a 3 kill difference. I'm going to pull this up on my own because I would like to look at this. Let me refresh. Yeah. So on Oxygen it goes 26, 22, 27. All right, it's placing those weird, but 27, 26, 22, four kill difference here. Then 19, 3 kill difference, and then 15, which is a 4 kill difference. Big differences in the players. And then you come over to Turtle Troop, still some big differences, but it goes 26, 25, only a 3 kill difference between 23 and 25. And then 19, 4 kill difference, that's a big difference, but then only a 2 kill difference. So the playing from Turtle Troop, the kills they're getting, the team play is a lot more consistent than Oxygen, where you have some of those players that are just outplaying the other team. And that's exactly what I talked about yesterday in or even when I'm talking about in that first day where the guard were playing M80, it was really just about who could play the best consistently between M80 and the guard. And M80 famously leans very heavily on Koala Noob to carry. And when you just are playing against a team that is super strong consistently, it's difficult to play when some of your players are outplaying each other instead of playing well together. If that makes sense. Not that there aren't going to be some players that are playing better than other players on the team. Obviously, not everybody is going to have the exact same amount of kills, but you want those kills everybody's having to be similarly consistent because it shows that there's a lot more team play going on where people are playing off of each other.
Probably have been cooking in the lab for a little bit. They'll probably come through on this map, just given what Tig has been saying. They have a big map pool, and I wouldn't be surprised again if we see a really nice map split come out from them.
Turtle Troop as well, going with an we'll call it a peculiar agent selection in that first map, doing something that we haven't seen from other teams, bringing in the Harbor. We've got very few teams kind of flexing the deeper side of the agent pool. I am curious if we're going to see that here on this third map, because you mentioned it. They could be in the lab cooking things up. They could have been working on this. There's a possibility that we could see something unique brought into this third and final map, but it is time for the agent select. We'll see.
All right, this is going to be one of the closest matches I think we'll see in North American Challengers, period. Even closer than, yes, the Garden M80. I think this will be even closer because both teams are fighting for so much right now. Turtle Troop probably fighting for a little bit more, but also Turtle Troop definitely fighting to impress the potential new owner of XQC. not wanting him to be disappointed right off the bat. And if they can qualify for mid-season, you know XQC is going to go through with that purchase. Anyways, Verno going Sage, Adder going Cypher, Mitch going Sky, Mame going Jet, Randy Savage going Cypher, Governor going Raze, Scuba going Astra, Tig going Sage, Pony going Raze, and then Weeded going Omen. Okay. Interesting. So we've got the double Sentinels for both teams. This is common on Split. But then no initiators for Turtle Troop. Interesting. Instead, Turtle Troop goes for an extra duelist instead of the initiators. Now, on Split, it's a little bit harder to use initiators effectively. Take, for example, agents like KO. They're just not, like, his knife, for example, is really hard to use on Split. Now, an agent like Sky's easier to use on Split, but obviously those birds have to go quite a ways, and it's really easy to dodge and avoid, and it's not the best information, so I understand Turtle Troop not going for Initiator, but deciding to pick a duelist there instead of maybe going double controller on a really big map for defense is that's interesting, and we'll see if that double duelist is worth it as we go into a defensive round for Turtle Troop. Right off the bat, Tig gives up their position with that slow orb, and Pony's just going to push right through it, take Tig out, and now that player advantage is in the hands of Oxygen. And Weeded gonna have to hold down B on his lonesome, and you're just gonna jump out, right-click Randy Savage, take just a tiny little bit of damage, but he did buy Light Shield, so it's okay for him. And Weeded may actually get pushed from Scuba coming in through mid. He's actually getting pushed from both sides. Contact is made, and Scuba feels confident enough to push in, but Weeded is able to get that pick, so now the player advantage is in the hands of Turtle Troop. And Turtle Troop is very low on health as Mame is trying to engage over here. Weeded has moved over through mid. He's coming out now. Bruno able to take out Weeded in Heaven, so now it's a 3v3, but again, health not in the hands of Oxygen. Trades exchanged. Adder very low on health. Now health not in the hands of Turtle Troop. Adder just going to stick it. He goes for the half. He's able to get it. Oh, he taps it and isn't there when Verno shoots him. Again, Adder very, very low on health. Oxygen going to take that first pistol round. Yeah, like I said, not going for double controller instead deciding to go for that double duelist. Like, if you're not going to have an initiator, I think double controller's the play. But Turtle Troop went for that double duelist, and it's not really paying off. We'll see if as time goes on, if it does pay off. But that's a moment you have to wait and see type of situation. Now Oxygen again on offense, gonna be looking at B again. Weeded on his lonesome, nobody even. Heaven. And Turtle Troop definitely reading an A push, which is not at all where Oxygen is going. And now Oxygen gonna have a pretty clean B push if they just push aggressively. Turtle Troop now having to run over there. Weeded, who was already low on health, gets taken out. Don't know what Tig was doing, jumping around, having a good time. Verno takes him out. Now it's a 3v5. Again, what Turtle Troop is trying to do when you're down on guns like this, on a save versus a force buy, you just want to do econ damage. And they're not able to do that. Verno with a 4K just going to take it. And Randy Savage going to take that ace, going to take out Adder. No econ damage done as a flawless round is given. Now Oxygen is probably just going to hold on to the guns they had from that previous round and just buy like full shield here. So they'll have good econ next round, whether or not they lose this one. And now Turtle Troop's job with better guns off of a buy from that save, just trying to win a round and prevent taking deaths. Whereas Oxygen, of course, because they have good econ, or they will have good econ going into the next round, they're trying to do econ damage and get kills. That wall goes up from Tig. Pony just shoots right through it and actually does quite a bit of damage to Tig. Now, Turtle Troop just not in a great position now. Just down on health for Tig, so. And Oxygen going through Heaven and going through vents. They're going to be pushing B. For some reason, Turtle Troop just rotating off of that and moving towards A.
For any push in towards B male, but now that wall goes up, he's not sure. Neither is Weeded.
The grenade comes out. It's well placed. It's going to do quite a bit of damage to Oxygen. Governor does take some damage though. Shot through the smoke, I believe.
Shots through.
Still no
Right to
kills for
support
either
pick
party,
there
but
for
damage
Wydid.
done.
Not able to
Oxygen
connect
not
on
looking
anything.
great health-wise.
5v5 full guns here
Mitch
for
down a little bit,
TTR.
but Turtle Troop really not
Positional
looking good. Tig
disadvantage
down on
right
health,
now.
and so is
They
Governor.
don't have bottom mid,
That
they don't
spike
have
is down.
top
Turtle
mid.
Troop needs to
They
figure
could
out what they're
easily
going to do.
rotate
Governor
heaven right
takes
now,
that heal.
sure, but at any point now, these players from Oxygen can come up
If I'm
behind.
mistaken, Inferno is in mid,
Flank watch here as well.
and Turtle Troop doesn't clear it. They're just going to push on. And now that flank comes in from Inferno, going to take out Weeded. Adder being the only one to get a kill, still alive. Oh, able to take out Mitch. Trying to shoot them through the box. Nearly takes out Pony, but stops shooting and probably could have taken him out, but Pony just peeks out, takes him out. That third round goes to Oxygen. A round Turtle Troop should win when they have a gun advantage there. It doesn't go to them, which means they're going to have to save, and Oxygen's going to have really, really good econ here. Not looking good for Turtle Troop already. Maybe Turtle Troop will actually use a timeout on this map. We'll see. For some reason, they just have not wanted to take a timeout at all.
So this defensive side is truly based on winning your fights when they approach and enter into the site. And I think that's going to be an issue here for Turtle Troop in the way that Oxygen have been playing, in the sense of how good they were on map number 2. Aim-wise, those 50-50
Looks like
fights,
this Oxygen A push. Maybe they'll just try and go through mid again. We're going to push Governor. He's blinded, but it doesn't really matter when you're peeking vent, so going to just be able to take Governor out. Close angle. This is a save run for Turtle Troop, so they're just trying to get kills and get their own ult orbs up, as well as just get some money from those kills. We did probably just going to get taken out. They're just holding him. The spike's heaven on Mitch, and Pony flicks around and just takes Adder out. We're not going to take Mummy out. It's now a 2v5 for Tig and Weeded. Mitch going to take Weeded out. Pony going to take Tig out. And flawless round for Oxygen. A round that should be flawless is when they just have so much money on them. Now it's a full buy from Turtle Troop, and that op comes out of Mummy. We'll see if it pays off. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, March 4th has passed, so we'll see when that map is updated, but nobody really sees it, so it doesn't matter too much. In any case, that util is utilized to try and keep them off of A. The spike is near A, so will be useful, although Tig has run all the way over to B.
One person in the front line, 2 players here on A, but for Oxygen, they already have Mitch over towards that front side with Seekers too. They could easily get some of that information off the rotate, see which side they would rather opt into.
And now that Sky ult is utilized, they know where Governor is. They know there's probably 3 on B, and so they just back up and start going A. Pony now going to use that showstopper to try and get a pick. Mame looking to shut it down. He's able to get that op pick. Really well timed there. Oh, misses that kill, but Adder going to take out Randy Savage, who's probably trying to greed for it. Also able to take out Verno and Mitch, and now it's just Scuba all alone, and it's a flawless round as Mame finishes Scuba off. Wow, Oxygen got a few flawlesses there, and Turtle Troop was like, alright, we can do that too. Comes back, and Full Buys comes back, and they're back in it off that flawless, but of course Oxygen has a little bit of econ stored up, so it's not going to prevent them from full buying here, but Oxygen would like to win this, almost certainly to gain some econ momentum. And yeah, now it's looking like Turtle Troop may have a chance here. This operator is going to push up very aggressively. Both duelists on B going to push out main, look for an early pick. That smoke comes off though to allow them to cross. That op shot's not going to be found. Randy Savage going to take Mame out. Governor with a shorty, trying to find a pick, picks up that operator, but not going to be able to use it for anything. Pony takes Governor out. Now it's a 3v5. I did say Turtle Troop might be back in it, but not so sure about that now as that Cypher ultimate comes out. Neural theft.
Again, that's an issue. I feel like no initiator to set them up for that kind of peak. It's literally just Mummy dry swinging into it after the util's been dropped in front of him by the Cypher and by the Astro.
Adder coming in through mid. really weirdly split here from Turtle Troop, just trying to find some early picks. The spike still isn't down, so they're still just trying to figure out what they want to do. Adder, unfortunately, is facing false confidence, as is Tig. They're just not at all checking anything. Apparently, you don't need to look anywhere because, you know, when they have more players than you, obviously that means they're not going to be lurking. And, so Turtle Troop now down to one player. We did all alone. And he should be going for a save here. Doesn't need it. His team can buy if they lose, which they do. Mitch finishes off Weeded. Not before Weeded gets a pick, so it's prevented from being a flawless round, but that momentum, I thought Turtle Troop might be able to build. They did not, so...
Pretty dang similar to the one that we already saw a round or two ago. Only a revive to use in terms of pivotal ultis.
Timeout called by Turtle Troop to figure out, how do we get map control without an initiator?
These two players have been the best this entire season.
Turtle Troop taking their first ever timeout of the series. Wow. All right, they're taking their first ever timeout. The score 1-5. They're down quite a few rounds. They're going into a bye round, but they do need to win this to start to maintain some econ momentum. And you look at Governor and Tig, dauntingly having no kills. Tig gets a little bit of an excuse playing Sage, but Governor, you're a raise. And yeah, so not looking good for him at all.
You're sharing the spotlight now with another duelist. You're not working with a flash player, which I felt Governor really did rely on. Tig's flashes were so big. Mummy's flashes so big.
So Turtle Troop does need to figure out what exactly they need to be doing differently. Mummy does have knives here, so econ momentum will be established a little bit. And it's not actually going to be too much of an expensive round. They can full buy... Oh, now Mummy going for that operator. I guess that's what they decided in that timeout. Again, their first timeout usage of this series. I think that first map, they realized they didn't need it, and then going to the second map, they're like, well, what if we just don't use it? Because, you know, they had room to mess around, but now they don't. So, they're gonna go for it. They're gonna run right into that tripwire. Adder's gonna be able to take out Pony, but the ultimate is just gonna get that res right back up. Weeded trying to deny it, gonna get picked out, and now Adder also getting picked off, so 2-player advantage for Oxygen. Trapwire is destroyed. Verno knows somebody's coming, but Governor just going to win that exchange. That stage wall comes up. A little bit of a grim wall as Tig's able to take out Pony. Mame coming in, as well as Governor coming in through CT. Remember how I said Governor didn't have any kills? Well, he has one now. We'll see if that's going to give him any confidence in retake here. Spike is ticking down. They got to start doing something. Tig able to get a double kill, making it a 3K for him. Scuba going to take out Tig. Governor going to take out Scuba, and it's in time. That Spike's going to get defused. And I guess that timeout was useful. Maybe they should have used a timeout last map as well and tried something else, but here it was really, really useful. Wow, that raised satchel was incredibly useful in taking out Mitch there, but Tig going to be the one to take credit for that 3K. Both of the players who had 0 kills going into that round got the only kills in that round. So, I don't know what that timeout did. Maybe it was a really, really big pep talk, but whatever it was useful, and Turtle Troop should do more of that. They want to win. They got to come back a few rounds here. It's a long rotate on split, so it's a little bit attack-sided, but at the same time, defense can hold down some really easy choke points on split, so... Ooh, Turtle Troop gonna take out... Sorry, Mame gonna be able to take out Randy Savage. Nobody else pushing A main, and honestly, off of that death, Oxygen may just want to rotate towards B, which is what they're already doing. They're mid. We got 3 coming in through Heaven. Scuba is looking at coming in through main. And that Astral Wall comes out to allow them to do so. Scuba and Mitch each going to get a kill. And now the player advantage is in the hands of Oxygen. Although, Pony going to push right into Tig, who's going to be able to get that kill. Verno going to take out Governor, though. So the advantage is still in the hands of Oxygen. Down to Mame and Tig to clutch out this round. There was some sight given. Mitch knows that Mummy's Heaven. Verno going in for the flank. Will Tig be wary of it? Scuba also coming in for the flank. It's going to be a two-man flank from either side. And the operator's ready for there, but they're not ready for Verno to come in through heaven. Verno going to be able to get that kill. Governor going to get killed with a grenade. Mitch going to take out Tig, and that kill with the grenade on Mitch was really useful as Governor's able to finish Verno off, and that round goes to Turtle Troop. Another round one off of that timeout. They've won 2 rounds in a row. We'll see if they're going to continue some good momentum. Look at that. That was an early good pick for Mame. And then even though Verno had a really, really good flank, it just came down to who could win in that situation, and the grenade was pivotal in taking out Mitch, and from there, that round went to Turtle Troop.
More or less the same approach going on into the next. You still have that same cipher on the other side.
Scores 3-5. Turtle Troop trying to make it a comeback. Maybe even take 7 rounds in this half, but mostly just looking to tie it back up and maybe get to that 6th round, make sure there's no advantage for Oxygen going into the next half. But they do still have the potential to get the advantage going into the next half. It's still possible. That Judge is on Tig in Vent. Able to get one and do quite a bit of damage to Verno, taking out his shield. And that grenade goes down to try and do some additional damage, but Verno's already backed out. So 1 is lost, but it's a trade, so it's a 4v4 now. Randy Savage going to get pushed by Governor, and I don't know what I guess his reaction time just wasn't there. Maybe he was looking at the map, got taken out. Now it's a 4v3. Cutter knows there's a whole bunch coming from heaven. Able to get 1 kill. Will he be able to get another? Verno peeks him. Able to get another. I don't think Verno knew he was there. But Scuba definitely does, and he's there to take him out. Also there to take Weeded out. It was a 1v4, and now it's only a 1v2. But Mame has that operator, and Scuba only has 45 health. Half health left in a 1v2. Not great. Mame comes right on top of him. Takes him out, and gonna pick that operator back up. Another round for Turtle Troop. Turns out timeouts are actually useful. It's a good thing Turtle Troop is finally learning that. And now that it matters on these maps. Turtle Troop, off of that timeout, has won 3 in a row, looking to win another and tie it up. Oxygen taking a timeout, their first timeout.
It's been so many important rounds where, again, TTR,
each team now has 1 left after this.
It didn't seem like they would have any
you just look at that. See, this is what I'm talking about. I mean, consistency. Talk about consistency. On Oxygen, you've got Verno, who's 4 kills above Pony, but then you look at Oxygen, and it's 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. They're pretty close in kills. Like, even though, I mean, the bottom and the top, there's a big difference. It's still, first of all, it's a closer difference than on Oxygen, but also the kills in between each players, the difference there is really, really close. They're keeping it really consistent. Like I always talk about, that's the sign of a decent team, is if they're getting good kills consistently. And Turtle Troop has been able to do this across both of these previous maps. And once again, Verno is a little bit of a carry for Oxygen. Wasn't able to be a super big carry on Lotus. Was able to pull through on Ascent for his team. His team also came through to pull through on Ascent.
I feel like we're at a point in this half where we can look to the future and wonder what's going to happen for the for the second half. We're 9 rounds in, 3 left to play.
Cypher setup going in on A. Turtle Troop only placing Adder on A to lock it down. Mitch jump peeking, hoping to get that op shot to go off on him. But there's no op on Governor. Governor going to be the one to end up seeing it. Now Mame peeking it. Unfortunately, Mame peeks it right as Mitch backs up. Weeded takes a little bit of damage as Oxygen is looking for some engagement as they try and push into B. That showstopper comes out. Ooh, Tig looking for a shotgun kill. It's not going to connect. Weeded and Mame each going to get a kill, though, which means the player advantage now in the hands of Turtle Troop, and that spike not in Oxygen's hands. They pick it up. Scuba's able to shoot Governor through the smoke there. Now, that player that was on A for Oxygen got taken out by Adder. which means they're just going to go right back through heaven, expecting no one in vent. Their adder is, I don't know what Scuba was doing. I don't know what Oxygen was doing. They just weren't checking each other. Now it's a 1v3 for Verno. 1 ult point away from a res, but not going to find it. I mean, now he has it, but it's a little bit late to win that round. Turtle Troop has just won, what was that, 4 in a row? And now they've tied it back up. They're 1 round away from securing that 6th round and making sure Oxygen won't have an advantage going into the next half. Oxygen's already taken a timeout this half, so they really just have to hope they can pull through here.
I will say, Mummy was very quick to react, and I think the setup that Turtle Troop had, you call it jumbled up, but I think
Turtle overlooking the beautiful site that is split.
Had faith that Randy's control towards A would allow him to swing towards B. I don't think it was a big mess.
Oxygen being forced to save here. Their econ just not looking great now.
And they had this set up in the beginning to allow that kind of round.
They had the right responses, but now over towards mid, they only have 1.
Just Decider is proving to be very, very close, which I expected it to be, but when you had Oxygen on that win streak to start out, I really did think Turtle Troop wouldn't be able to find their footing, but they've been able to keep it close. Now it's a save round for Oxygen, so that way they can buy the last round, which means that Turtle Troop should take this round. Whereas Oxygen would not mind winning here. He has to pick 2 angles at once, and it's tough to decide which one he wants to check. Mummy getting bored. And he peeks away. Maybe bad timing. Yep, there it is. Pony finds Mummy. If Mummy had just stood there a little bit longer, he would have been able to find that big pick. Meanwhile, Tig takes out Mitch. Gets traded off by Verno. Now Governor with the flank on Pony. We did taking out Verno and Scuba, both pushing through heaven, and now it's just Randy Savage also coming through heaven. It's a save round. There's no point in saving. Ooh, able to take out We Did with 1 health left, and gonna get finished off by Governor, making it an expensive round for Turtle Troop, but it won't matter. Still gonna be able to buy here. And Oxygen will not be able to buy here. Sorry. Oxygen will also be able to buy. I don't know why I said Oxygen won't. They didn't win there, but Oxygen will be able to buy here. Hopefully for Oxygen, they can take this win as well. So that way they can tie it up. But Turtle Troop may be looking at a 6-round win streak here to take the advantage going into the next half. I mean, all of a sudden they just found their footing on defense, and Oxygen just does not know how to outplay them. It looks like they don't know how to play around the way Turtle Troop has been able to read and play off of them. Oxygen deciding to do a 2-man lurk A main. Well, it's not really a lurk, but 2 men pushing A main. That Showstopper comes out. She's going to take Randy Savage out. Mame watching vent. You heard them come through. Not able to find that pick. Meanwhile, Scuba takes out Mame as Mame tries to dash away. Which means now it's a 4v4. Governor lower on health, which means the health advantage is in the hands of Oxygen, but shouldn't matter too much. Verno now going to res Randy Savage, and the player advantage is now in the hands of Oxygen as well. Not looking good for Turtle Troop. Only going to take Adder out. Pony also going to take Governor out, so now it's a 2v5. And it looks like Oxygen may take this final round in their half. Grenade comes out. That neural theft is there. They know where both Weeded and Tig are. Tig able to take out Mitch, while Weeded takes out Randy Savage. They're trying to even it. Verno going to take out Tig. It's traded. Weeded able to get a 3K, but Scuba going to be the one to shut him down. Nearly won there from Turtle Troop, but Oxygen going to be there to tie it up going into the next half. I cannot believe it's 4 p.m. and we're still looking at halfway through this third map. Been able to keep it so close from both teams. I mean, a 5-round win streak from Turtle Troop gets them to that 6th round. Oxygen wants to deny any hope of a win there from them. Or sorry, of Turtle Troop getting the advantage going into this next half. And they did it. Oxygen was able to just shut them down. Pony played very well. Nearly, though, Turtle Troop was able to retake. They played very well, but Scuba was heaven, and Weeded wasn't ready for it. And now we're switching sides. Turtle Troop on the attacking. The colors are actually right this time. They've figured it out. Whatever was causing the issues before. Contact made. That Astra Suck is useful, and that flash comes out. Mitch going to be able to take Tig and Amy and Mame out off of that. Governor, the grenade, going to take out Verno, and then Weeded going to take out Mitch. So now it's a 3v3. They've evened it back out. Pony, though, going to take out Weeded. It's now a 2v3. However, Pony and Scuba are both low on health. Governor a little bit low on health, but could still be a win for Turtle Troop here. Adder pushing Heaven. He's going to have to push Pony. Pony low on health. Contact is made. They see each other. Pony jump peeking. That bot comes out. And Adder just backs up towards Vent. Governor, who is already pushing through there. Randy Savage and Scuba holding this. Scuba very low on health.
Oh, they finally saw it.
Down to just 22 left.
Nobody is actually watching straight up out of
They know that Governor's on site.
Replant for Governor, at least for now, because nobody's peeking out of Heaven. Oh, look at the damage.
Good pick from Adder on Scuba. Again, that health came into play. Scuba was taken out. So now it's a 2v2 and Pony low on health. Governor a little bit low on health, but Pony worse off here at half. Governor going to be able to take out Randy Savage, and now it's Pony versus, now it's Pony versus Adder. There you go. Adder takes Pony out. That health difference didn't really matter. The headshot was there. Turtle Troop takes that round, and now they're going to should be able to win another round off of that. Start to try and take this map. Again, Turtle Troop needs this map. Oxygen does not. Turtle Troop needs this win to qualify for mid-season. Oxygen does not. Now, Oxygen wants to win this in order to gain as much of an advantage as possible going into the next half. But they don't necessarily need it.
I'm sure they can handle it. Adder. It's really just going to be, again,
sorry, not going into the next half. I'm tired. I'm so sorry.
This guy is not actually usually a sentinel.
Anyways, 5v5.
This type of position for any other team that he's played on.
Trap wire comes out there. Not going to be able to place it down, which means Adder's going to be backing up here. Adder does have the gun advantage here. Not Adder. Turtle Troop has the gun advantage here. Turtle Troop has the gun advantage here, which means they should win this. And as I speak, Tig's on B, and it's undefended. Oxygen not there at all. Mitch expecting to encounter somebody here, but Adder also expecting to encounter somebody here, not expecting Mitch to be that deep. And he is, and Mitch also able to take out Governor, which means two-player advantage for Oxygen, as that trade was not able to go off. We did able to take out Pony, though. Mame gonna get pushed by two people, just gonna back up. Scuba gonna be there, dropping down to take it out. We did able to take out Randy Savage while Tig takes out Mitch. Ooh, Tig also able to take out Verno, and then we did with the 3K gonna finish Scuba off. And that round, Turtle Troop should have won. And, they should have forced and won there. They did, but it was expensive for them. This round's going to be tough for them. Oxygen did their job of doing good econ damage. Now Oxygen going to be able to buy as they saved that previous round. Turtle Troop going to have to try and do econ damage themselves while low on guns and funds. Adder being the only one with a rifle. Stingers and Spectres. And then a Sheriff on Tig for the rest of them. Which means Oxygen should be able to take this.
Trying to see where possible they can get an easy gap, get that raise into position. Get something explosive going. There's two players here, though, and
it looks like Turtle Troop is wanting to go A.
Might be a nasty surprise.
Main is being watched by Mitch, who's not able to get any kills with his Vandal. Trying to shoot through the smoke and make some contact, not really able to. Scuba going to be very low on health there after that exchange. Heaven control is still in favor of Oxygen. And it's still a 5v5. But of course, the spike is down. So now Oxygen has to play retake. They do have better guns. Randy Savage able to take out Weeded. Mitch able to take out Governor. That ult comes out. Interesting to use an ult on a save. Not the best idea. Which means this is a really good save for Oxygen. That spike is just going to get defused. Mummy's going to get taken out. It's a save light buy from Turtle Troop, so they're not expected to win, and they got that ult usage from Oxygen. And so, going to be not too bad off here, so now they're going to be able to full buy, plus they do have that showstopper on Governor. Pony only one ult point away, though, from his showstopper.
Now Turtle Troop will have their full rifles. Governor's got his showstopper online. They're going to try and grab some mid control where Oxygen are kind of...
So that round Oxygen should have won. They did.
Really no one here.
But off of that pistol round, Turtle Troop does still have that round advantage. Now the guns are the same. No gun diff here. Turtle Adder able to take out Mitch. An early lead for Turtle Troop. Scuba gonna take out Adder though for a trade. That showstopper comes out, and Scuba's not able to take out Governor before that showstopper hits him, which means player advantage once again in the hands of Turtle Troop. Spikes down, and now Oxygen has to figure out how they want to play this retake.
Turtle Troop look to hold this post plant down as Oxygen revvy themselves up. Pony's got one blast back to try and get inside.
Randy Savage able to take out Governor. A good start, because now the player count is even in 3v3. The wall is broken, though. Ooh, Tig should have had that kill easily. Isn't able to find it. Randy Savage off of that, also going to be able to take out Weeded. Pony just going to finish Mame off, and it was a 4v3 that Oxygen played well. Didn't lose a single player in that 4v3. Now they're going to take that round and tie it up. That was an expensive round for Turtle Troop. They full bought that round. That was a round they should have won and needed to win in order to start to build some of their own momentum. But now Oxygen winning that is going to have a really strong econ and going to be able to buy these next few rounds. We'll see how Turtle Troop decides to play this. Now they do have a timeout to use, and although they didn't use a timeout in the first two maps, they did use one this map, so we know they're willing to use it. If they do or not is the question, though. Turtle Troop gonna get smoked, and they're just gonna back up towards mid. Really good choices. Two of Oxygen were pushing mid. And it looks like Turtle Troop is going to lean towards A. That spike rotating over there.
It's about isolating fights here. They're going to try and isolate a fight over onto Randy, who is alone. Yeah, paranoia set up here from Weeded. It's going to clear out ramp so they can check ramp and then fight backside.
Now this blind coming through to try and get some initiation, but they're not going to find anyone. They're pretty much just going to be able to take mid or having control, excluding the tripwire, but that's just destroyed. Mitch able to take out Adder, but at the same time, Mummy's just going to trade that off. Randy Savage, though, going to get a pick on Governor, but that's traded off by Tig, so it's still a 3v3. Mummy low on health, though. And again, this isn't a full buy from Turtle Troop, so they're doing pretty well here. Scuba going to take out Tig, though.
No, I think the timing on that smoke, it fades just as he made the cross. And Weeded threw another smoke.
That's a 2v3. Turtle Troop not great here, but the spike is down. All of Oxygen looking like they're going to come through screens. The smoke's coming down. That showstopper comes out. Mame able to get a pick before that showstopper kills him. And again, this is not a full buy from Turtle Troop, so they're doing really well. And Weeded going to clutch it out in a 1v2. And that round goes to Turtle Troop on a little bit of a save light buy from Turtle Troop. Their econ's going to get a pretty big boost from that. Now they're going to have some good econ momentum to go off of.
This is a huge kill for Mummy. 3 shots, all precise onto Pony.
Well played there from Turtle Troop. Is Weeded was just able to find those kills. Now, I've been talking about for these past two maps that consistency and in the way that these players play is massive in determining determining which team wins. But both teams have really good kill consistency in between the players, meaning they're playing really, really well as a team overall instead of one or two doing really well. So honestly, both teams are really playing at their best right now. It's going to be a very close game. Verno taking out Adder. Going to start it off, though. Start off this round in favor of Oxygen. Now they have a player advantage. Turtle Troop's still going to push A, though.
Very much possible, though. It's only the one.
Verno's just jump peeking out.
They might use the revive as a peek, but they just triple
Does get seen.
Here
now Tig reses Adder. That's what they were going for, was to get that res off. They get it, and it looks like they're just going to back up towards mid. Player advantage no longer in the hands of Oxygen. Although no shield on Adder, so... And it looks like they're going to go sewers and then just wait. Adder's pushing out a little bit.
Even then, I think the dog did at least get some.
Now Turtle Troop is pushing A. I mean, two on A and 2 on B, and then Randy Savage is ready to rotate either direction, while also sort of holding mid. The tripwire goes off, and that Astro Wall comes out. Verno takes out Governor. Randy Savage takes out Tig, who is coming in from Heaven. So now it's a 3v5. Adder able to get 2 kills. Pony taking out Weeded, though, so it's a 2v3. And that plant couldn't go off. There just wasn't enough time. Turtle Troop waited a little bit too long in sewers. That round's going to go to Oxygen. Not super expensive from Turtle Troop, as a few of them were able to stay alive, but they're not going to be able to full buy this round. And, of course, Oxygen won that round, and their Econ's still going to have some good momentum. And, I mean, this sort of back and forth isn't really good for either team's economy, but Oxygen has had a little bit of a more stable econ this half. But, I mean, it's still just back and forth. I mean, we're still tied 9-9. We were tied going into this half, and 6 rounds later, we're still tied. How can Turtle Troop play this differently, or how can Oxygen play this differently to try and win more of these rounds? Looks like Weeded's going to position in Heaven, looking to watch screens. Adder is watching main. Now Weeded's coming down from Heaven with a TP. All of Oxygen is currently in Heaven or coming down ramps. Pony's ready to try and take out Adder. Randy Savage going to be able to take out Governor. Scuba going to take out Weeded while Pony takes out Mummy. Adder was blocked off by a wall and now needs to try and push through. Randy Savage able to take out Tig, and yeah, Adder's just going to get taken out by Verno. Really good retake there from Oxygen. It's going to be a flawless there from them. A flawless round. And maybe that was the push Oxygen needed. Now they're econ in a really solid place. Maybe that's a push Oxygen needs to find some momentum to take the lead here. Turtle Troop now on a save, so this round should go in the favor of Oxygen.
And more importantly, Turtle Troop making playoffs gives you 10, 11 circuit points. You not making it only gives you like 4 or 5. Double your circuit points.
Turtle Troop in a really bad position. Again, Turtle Troop needs to win this. Oxygen doesn't. Oxygen already qualified for mid-season. They're just looking for more points and better placement going into mid-season. And Turtle Troop is just... They need this. They're not really caring too much about the placements. Obviously, the more they win by, the better. But what they're really just looking for is a win at all. Oh, Governor gonna get taken out by Scuba as they just did not clear that. Ooh, Pony gonna take out Tig and Mame. Again, it's a save round from Turtle Troop. They're not expecting to win. Able to get a kill there isn't horrible. Adder gonna take out Verno, though. Another kill there. Mitch gonna take out Weeded. Now Adder from Heaven. They know where he is off that smoke. He's just gonna cross.
Maybe you could get a one and done.
Coming in through alley. We'll see if he's able to get a pick. Another pick would be nice. Again, it's a save. They're just trying to get kills. Damage Oxygen's econ a little bit. A kill is given there. And he uses his ultimate, but they're just going to push him while he's getting his gun back up. That round does go to Oxygen, but it was expensive. Doesn't really matter too much, though. Their econ has been in a pretty decent place. That was a save round for Turtle Troop, so now they're going to be able to full buy. Now, Turtle Troop is only 4 rounds away from a win, and they definitely would like to at least get 3 in a row to get to that 12th. And this is a full buy, so if they lose this, they're going to be forced to force every round after this. So they want to get up here on the right foot and start winning some rounds here and try to strengthen their own econ for the last few rounds as well as damage Oxygens.
But if it works, oh my goodness, that's why they have double heaven right now.
There's just so much mid control here, so much map control for Oxygen right now.
Pony able to take out Mame. Not looking great already. But Weeded gonna trade it off. Not before Weeded's down to 2 health. Thankfully they have heals. And Governor gonna find Verno. Take him out. So that's a player advantage for Turtle Troop. Now it's a 4v3. Randy Savage all the way on A, just locking it down, which Adder may challenge. While the rest of his team is on B. Now Adder's rotating back. Probably gonna go through mid to Heaven. Again, 4 players left alive for Turtle Troop, only 3 for Oxygen, and they have no idea where Turtle Troop could be pushing. So they've got 1 watching mid, 1 on A, and 1 on B. Smoke comes down in main. As we speak, Adder was challenging Heaven, but Mitch able to take Adder out. Scuba gonna take out both Governor and Tig. Weeded finally shuts him down, but he's left alone. The wall is there to help him get some of that player advantage. But Sky ult comes out. He's going to get hit by it, the blind. I don't know what he was doing. Mitch just able to come and take him out. That round goes to Oxygen, and they've secured that 12th round. Turtle Troop full bought that round, so they wanted to win. They're kind of horrible still, though. And I do think they're going to be able to full buy this round as well, but they would have liked a little bit of better econ momentum to start off what needs to be a 3-round win streak. So they need 3 rounds in a row. Now, Turtle Troop could definitely do it. We've seen them win many, many rounds in a row here. We'll see if they're able to.
This is everything for Oxygen. And everything on the line for Turtle Troop. Wall set an early precedent. Taking map control away from Turtle
Oxygen.
But this battle for A ramp, it usually
Do
does
that
last
op
as
on
long
Pony.
as
We'll
that
see if he's
wall
able to
lasts.
connect any shots. He's able to.
Big first shot. Massive
Player
first
advantage
shot
in
off
the
Pony.
way of Oxygen.
Continues to go forward, though. So many more pixels to aim on. So many more
Ooh,
players
Pony
in
gets
Heaven.
blinded,
There
gonna be
goes the
forced
Bruno,
off.
though.
Randy Savage Heaven though.
needs to go off.
And Tig with the spike runs right into him. Randy Savage gonna run right into him as well. Sorry, Mummy's gonna run right into him as well.
Spike given up in Oxygen.
Turtle Troop throwing a little bit here.
This could be the game, and it probably is. Oh, the flash goes out. They know Adder's there. How do they get this?
You know where
spike
Adder
back?
is. We did able to take out Randy Savage. They get that
And reclaim something.
spike, or at least they
Now,
can
yeah,
try and
they have
take
the
it.
TP, they have the ultimate.
Well, someone else
Get
is
onto
there.
site.
What?
Grabs the spike. He just wanted the spike.
They
Just
grab
let
the
him
spike
relax, hold on. He's
Okay.
cooking. Weeded's got
with
something.
that ultimate.
Let's go. Let's see it. Scuba in the
The
back
smoke
line.
comes out. Nobody's watching Rafters.
Waiting for the
But
opportunity.
Scuba's
It's gonna be Adder
watching
with the first
exactly where
peek.
Adder's pushing.
Well timed at that too.
Oh, he's able to find it.
Is down.
Now it's a 2v3, okay?
Shipping it back.
There's a res
Able to
here, though.
even it a little bit
Grab,
here.
that will be the player Heaven, so we have
Adder's had some good luck from that
He's done it
position
before,
right
he's
there.
done it
Oh,
before.
Verna gonna
Get in
res
this
Randy
position.
Savage. They want
But the
this
rebound
round
is
to be
gonna
the
make it just
round.
a bit more difficult. Adder, does he do it? How many
Adder
kills can
trying
he
to
get
find a
here?
good pick
Can he
here.
make the job a little easier for Weeded? Here we go. Adder waiting
They
for the
see
first.
him.
He gets
Weeded gonna be able to
spotted.
take out Randy
It's a
Savage.
1v4 for Weeded. Such a tall task.
And that's it.
He's gonna go
GG
down.
to Turtle Troop and Oxygen.
Breath has been taken for
And
Turtle
Oxygen
Troop.
has
Stage
taken that
one.
round. Turtle Troop will not be
Oxygen
going to
shuts them
mid-season
down.
invitational. Oxygen will. I mean,
13-9.
they were already going to.
A
Instead,
dramatic
though,
game. A
FaZe.
dramatic
going to be going to Mid-Season Invitational in place of Turtle Troop there, which means FaZe has a second chance to try and prove themselves. And I did not mean to pause it, but yeah, that's that game. Well played from both Oxygen and Turtle Troop. Turtle Troop played really, really well. I think they should have used more of their timeouts on that second map. Could have secured it, but I guess they just felt like they didn't need it. But they did. Lost that second map and then just could not find their footing here. And that was it. That's all she wrote. And that's it for Turtle Troop in Split 1. They'll be back for Split 2, but we're not going to see them again for a little while. Yeah, and FaZe Clan will be going to Mid-Season Invitational. And Oxygen has placed themselves with a 3-2 record. I believe they'll be, I think they'll be below Moist Moguls. I could be wrong about that. We'll have to wait until they put it in. Go ahead and take a listen here.
Of the implications, he goes on the other side of the wall. I don't think it was intentional. It seemed like a slip. It was a flub with the spike in tow. There was still a world where even down 12-9, Turtle Troop could have brought that back and taken things to OT. We saw that multiple times. We saw teams down in this series claw things back to overtime.
They did it. They
Yep.
did that.
Man, that's so brutal for it to end that way, because it's not just this game. Mid-season face-off, gone. Like, that one thing takes away that opportunity. And you're right, Oxygen does play spoilers ultimately at the end of the day. But we didn't really spend much energy talking about it coming into the series. There was more implications here for Oxygen as well, because a loss here, Sully, could have meant a matchup against the guard.
Yeah.
Or if they got blown out, it could have meant a matchup against M80. So
Yeah, that's the last
that
thing
they
you
pick up a
want.
win. Yeah.
That's really the last thing you want, to go up against M80 or guard in the form that those guys are in. It just gives a better chance, I think, for Oxygen to maximize the amount of points.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I mean, I hate to say it. I did say, like, if there's an underdog team to look at, it was Turtle Troop, especially the way that they beat G2 Esports last week, but they just were not able to find it this week. And yeah, so Moist Moguls is still placed above Oxygen, but Oxygen, like they said, will not have to go against M80 or the guard. That's not an issue that they're going to have to worry about. What you are currently looking at, this is who is qualifying in Group A. That's it. There's no changes that are going to be made here. This is exactly how it's going to look. The only thing that might change is if Shopify wins against G2, they'll be above Turtle Troop. But you know what we're really looking for is I mean, if you're looking to see how Group A is going to turn out, this is it. G2 Esports qualifies, Moist Moguls qualifies, Oxygen Esports qualifies, and FaZe Clan qualifies for, and that's it. What this next game is going to be is if by some miracle, and it would have to be a pretty big miracle, Shopify beats G2 Esports, Moist Moguls could be placing themselves in #1 spot. That's if Shopify beats out G2 Esports at #1 in Group A, I should say. So that's what's to come if Shopify can take out G2 Esports, as well as G2 Esports. Actually, no, I don't think they're going to be able to secure themselves above Turtle. No, they can secure them. Sorry, I just said that. Yeah, so Shopify could place themselves above Turtle Troop, and that's what they're fighting for right now. G2 Esports fighting for the #1 spot in Group A right now, placing themselves in, I believe, if they win this, let me see. Yeah, if they win this, they should be in 3rd place overall between both groups. They should be 3rd place, which would be really nice for them, 15 points. But if they lose this, Moist Moguls, I think, no, Moist Moguls would not get 3rd place, but they would get 4th place behind TSM. Of course, we'll be able to see everything very, very clearly after the second series, which is going to be between G2 and Shopify. Let's go ahead and just take a really a deep dive into how I think these games are going to go. Like I said, I think Shopify would need a miracle, and I'm not joking about that. They would really, truly need a miracle to beat out G2 Esports. They are not proving themselves to be a good team. The only team they've beaten was Turtle Troop, and Turtle Troop in those first 2 weeks did not play well at all. They didn't really play well today either, but or at least as well as I expected them to do today. But Turtle Troop in that first week especially did not play well. And after that game, Shopify played pretty well against Turtle Troop. Everybody, including myself, I was like, okay, Shopify's probably going to be competing with G2 for that #1 spot. Not going to be what's happening. Almost certainly that's not going to be what's happening. And it's going to be Shopify now trying to compete for not last place in Group A. And trying to, because right now what they're looking at trying to get is obviously OR is last place. Mad Lions is 11th. What's happening right now is Shopify is trying to get 9th place instead of 10th place. And if they win this, they will be above Turtle Troop, so they would secure a 9th place win instead of 10th place. But it's not qualifying. So yeah, they're just trying to make it a little bit easier for them to try and claw their way back in Split 2. And then, of course, G2, like I already said, is trying to get #3 spot and secure that 3rd place. Which if they win this, they will almost certainly be in 3rd place. So that's what they're fighting for right now is 3rd place. Get that 15 points. Of course, if they lose, Shopify will be in 9th. A little bit better for them, but if you want to see how many points they're going to get in 9th, it's only 5 points compared to those who qualified for mid-season who get way more points. Plus, if they, do well in mid-season, they get even more points. So it's definitely not good to be in these bottom 4 places, in 9, 10, and 11, and 12th places. It's not great for you, but they do want to lessen as much of a blow as they can. That's what Shopify is fighting for. Like I said, I don't think they're going to win it, and here's why. G2 beat FaZe Clan 2-1. They beat Breakthrough 2-1, now known as Moist Esports, or Moist Mogul. G2 also beat Oxygen 2-0. Their only loss was to Turtle Troop, and in that game, I will say Turtle Troop looked incredibly confident. They looked unbelievably well put together. G2 Esports did not. And that maybe could be the boost to their confidence Shopify needs to, think, okay, maybe we do have a chance. And maybe thinking maybe we do have a chance would be enough for them to try to make a comeback. But I honestly don't know if that's going to be the case. Really, no, I'll keep talking about this, and then if there's still time after I'm done talking, I'll go into like looking at clips and stuff. But yeah, so I do think G2 is going to win this. It's not that it'll be a difficult game. They still haven't decided on the maps. Obviously, once we see the maps, we can make a little bit of a. It's still going to be a hard fight from G2, especially after their loss to Turtle Troop. But at the end of the day, I think G2 wins this, and I honestly think we could be seeing a 2-0 victory, like straight up. And they really do want 3rd place. It's 15 points. That's a good chunk. So even if they don't do well in the mid-season face-off, they can still try and earn as many points as possible. Either way, they've done really, really well. But they're definitely trying to fight for that 3rd place. And if there's a team that is going to prevent G2 Esports from maintaining their top spot in Group A, I don't think it's Shopify. That being said, I didn't think it was Turtle Troop that was going to deny G2 that top spot, or try to deny G2 that top spot last week, and they did. So it's possible, but the way Shopify's been playing, they're not super well put together. I mean, they're not as bad as Mad Lions or OR, but I still don't think they have. I really just don't think they have that much of a chance to beat them out, straight up. Of course, we won't know exactly what's going to happen until it happens. And if you're a fan of Shopify, there may be a chance. Or, if you're a fan of Moist Moguls, what you'd be hoping for is G2 Esports losing. But I don't think that's what's going to happen, so don't really have to. Yeah, I wouldn't be hoping for that. If you're gonna be watching the game and you're a fan of Moist Moguls, that's what I'd be hoping for is Shopify doing well. But like I wouldn't bet on it or anything. That's not gonna happen. So yeah, that's it. And then of course this is the last day, so I don't even like normally during this break maybe I'd look at next week, but there is no next week. That's it. This is the last week of Split 1. Now it's actually a really short break in between this week and next week. I know it says Split 1 ends on March 14th, but of course it's still going on. It's ending today. And then mid-season face-off is supposed to start on the 23rd, which is on the Thursday of next week. So 6 days from today. That's pretty quick. And you know, we won't know exactly. I don't know the exact schedule, or at least what days, but it goes from March 23rd to the 31st. So I imagine they're playing Thursday and Friday, and then there's like the weekend break, and then probably Wednesday through Friday or something like that. I don't know exactly the schedule. I'm sure after this week it'll all be more available, or at least going into next week. Everybody will sort of know what's happening, but yeah. So, anyways, if you're going to be watching this matchup, which it should be a fun matchup, it's going to be, you know, it depends on what you're hoping for. If you're hoping for G2 to do well, you want them to win. If you're hoping for Shopify to do well, you want them to win. If you want Moist Moguls to get more points, you want them to win. Because as it currently stands, Moist Moguls would not get third place. I misspoke. They would get fourth place if G2 lost. So right now, if you want Moist Moguls to get as many points as possible, you could hope for them to beat out G2 here, because then G2 would get fifth place. But yeah, G2 winning would put them in third. Moist Moguls G2 losing puts Moist Moguls in, G2 winning puts Moist Moguls in fifth. I can't talk. And then of course, if if G2 loses, Moist Moguls will be in fourth. So it's really just, if you're a fan of Moist Moguls, you should watch this just to see exactly where they end up. But as far as everyone else, there's not really any purpose. It really only concerns TSM, Moist Moguls, G2, and Shopify. If you're a fan of TSM, you want G2 to lose because you want TSM to get third place. So, yeah. Anyways, there's an interview going on. I'd like to hear it. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Someone else, I'd rather be TSM or the other teams.
Walking through the map pool as you guys are getting ready to jump into the series, things started out on Lotus. Were you anticipating that you could potentially be playing Lotus today, or was that kind of a surprise?
No, it was definitely in our minds. We've been practicing it a lot, but that was our first match on it in official, so it felt a little bit awkward. But yeah, I think that we just need some more reps in on that map and we'll be good.
You guys had a bit of a rough start to the season. You had a very close loss to Breakthrough, who would then become Moist Moguls. Looking at your season as it's progressed, how did you turn things around from that 1-2 start?
I really think the accountability and discipline of Bonkar and Rustin, our coaches, combined with Mitch putting in extra work like behind the scenes, it really helped us out a lot, and I think that it really shaped us up to get the wins versus FaZe and Turtle Troop and Shopify.
Now you mentioned Mitch. What's Mitch saying to you guys? You're in these back-to-back overtime scenarios. The first game slips away. The second game you go to OT. This time you guys were the ones fighting back. What's Mitch feeding you guys to get you into these scenarios?
Yeah, I mean, he just told us to rush A, and that was pretty much it.
Fair.
We saw a lot of that. Honestly, your A executes on the second map were awesome. You guys look pretty well versed on your Ascent attack side. But I got to ask one last question. For you personally, you made it out of Stage 1 groups last year in VCT with the Knights. Things didn't go so well for you guys in playoffs. You ended up losing your first two matches. To be fair, they were difficult opponents. Is this a redemption arc for you? Do you feel like you have a chance to prove your worth here to the Valorant community?
I mean, obviously they're going to say yes.
Yes and no. I think that any team that I play on, I think that I'll be able to make it to the close qualifiers and play good with any team I'm on. But it does feel good to know that us as a team as 5, we're doing really well this split. And I
mean, okay, I think here's the thing. Like, there's two ways the players should look at it. When you're doing well, obviously you can like M80 and the guard should be thinking, yeah, we can be the number 1. But for like, oh, this one's actually funny.
Taxney, I guess. They wanted to know, does scuba like scuba diving? And if yes, where do you like to go?
I've only been scuba diving once, and it was in Aruba, so I think that has to be my answer, Aruba.
All right, Scuba doing Scuba in Aruba. Congratulations on the victory and the midseason face-off positioning. As you guys now know, you don't have to face off against M80 or the guard. Wish you the best of luck moving forward.
Thank you.
Well, that does wrap things up for our first match. We've got one more match for you here.
All right. Last match is split one coming up. But yeah, that was an interesting question there. Like, I don't even know how I would feel as a player when I'm like, let's say I'm on Turtle Troop, right? Like, obviously I am not at the level of M80 or the guard. Like, I'm not going to be #1. I know that. But like, you also don't want to think that because you want to be confident in your playability moving forward. But it's like, you also know like you're not good enough to qualify, so you're definitely not better than these teams you've lost to, or maybe you do think you're better, you just got unlucky. Like, I don't even know how you approach that, but that's not my job. I'm not the player. So anyways, what I will do really quickly, because I've sort of expended talking about next matchup and everything, we can go ahead and take a look at the clips from this match. So yeah.
Instead goes down in the front lines. Governor trying to take one back with the knives. Indeed does. Yet another updraft. This is what Governor does best. Lose it. And instead goes down in the front lines.
Governor actually played super well. I mean, we can just look at it. Look at how he played. If I can find the game, Jesus. Pull it up. There we go. Governor played really well, like both games. Obviously, he went top frag across the board in that first map. And then on Ascent, he didn't do as well, but he still got 19 kills. That's pretty good. And then I keep doing it. And then on Split, he also where is he? Governor. He, actually, you know what? I was see that was a pick I was interesting. That was interesting to me. On Split, instead of getting an initiator, Turtle Troop opted for a double duelist, which on Split duelists already aren't super strong, so it was a little bit weird. And then they went with 2 of them instead of going. I think in that position you go double controller. I mean, you get a Viper on one side, you get a Omen or Astra on the other. Boom, great. And that's not what they did. Instead, they went double duelist, and it didn't pay off at all. Like, that was a really weird choice, and I think that may have been the run killer for them. But yeah, anyways, well, yeah, go back to the.
Scuba takes it down though. However, Pony does get a kill in the middle of sight. Tig looking for a big spray. They do have a Molly lineup. Really not. Tig around the corner. He's gonna have a 1v1 against Scuba. Scuba takes it down though. However, Pony does get a kill in the middle of sight. Tig looking for a big.
Dude, he just sounds so, like, he's like, Tig got another kill.
Enough for some damage on Mome.
Maybe he's an Oxygen fan. He's a little bit sad there.
And the easy trade back. Verno popping the head of Tig, though. This is a 2-on-2, though. Adder, great response with the lockdown very early on. They are forced to run away from sight. There is no way that they can pop this. Governor is going to have a free sight. One bullet is all that Verno needs. Verno is just playing with the heart, playing with the eyes of Governor. And that smoke isn't enough for the one-way. The recon bolt is there waiting for Governor to pick up with the op.
Like,
only 1 bullet left. Oh, he actually got a leg. 5 bullets. No, 5 HP left. There's no way.
That was just such a tough position.
Verno just doesn't need to peek ever.
Dude, that was such bad timing. Like, as soon as he went to tap it, like, he also knew at that point.
On it whatsoever. It's only going to be everyone over towards it.
Shut up, Governor.
There is no way. They don't have to focus on it whatsoever. It's only going to be everyone.
I mean, it was pretty cool.
Second, but weird setup. Scuba, good for 1 on the shot.
That was
good
so,
for
like,
2, maybe good for 3. Yes, he is. Just a nice little farm here for Oxygen. Turtle Troop. Didn't expect too much from this round.
Like, this was such like a I hate that in my own play, and now like you got pro players doing it.
Pop out a count right now. Trying to pop out of the smoke. Adder! Adding up the frags. 3 form. TTR. Yet another defensive round that goes back.
Like that judge kill. Like, I just don't like that. I just don't, cause now people are gonna be like, oh, I want to try that, like judge work.
Looking for anything extra.
The Wolf of Wall Street. He's going
That
sniping
was
again.
really crazy.
But Adder.
Ball goes up, and Mummy looking for anything extra.
The Wolf of.
Yeah. It looks like according to this, it says it's starting at 4. The next match. So that's that. I also believe this was sent out. Alright, this is just the link to this article, which I already went over, but yeah. So Game Changers starting April. It's the first week of April. I should be there to cover most of the games. Again, April 5th is my birthday, so I don't know if I'll be able to cover all of those. But it should be fun, and then the main event starts. I'll try and cover those as well, and then I'll try and cover champions. It's I imagine they've planned it so it's not going to be conflicting with challengers. Yeah, so it's happening right before Split 2 starts, so it's something for me to do. So I'll do it. I'll stream those. It's something to stream during that, because there's a big break. I imagine for Game Changers opening, but also there's just a big break between mid-season and Split 2, so that's something to talk about. And then of course there's a big break, not super big actually, but it's 12 day break, so about a week and a half break in between Split 2 and playoffs. That's something to think about in the future, though. Don't have to worry about it now because Split 1 and mid-season are really close. It's just, when we come to the end of mid-season, there's a little bit of a break between mid-season and Split 2, and then we'll do the Game Changers in the meantime, stuff like that. But I did already talk about Game Changers. It's just the female esports league, and for Valorant, and it's a similar style to Challengers, where each country, or like whoever's, like North America is doing Challengers, and I imagine like South America, Europe, all those, doing pretty much what we do for Challengers, but with women's teams. And then there'll be a grand champion. So the Game Changers North America will be essentially tier 2, and then it goes to the world champions, whatever. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess I don't really have anything else to talk about. What I can do is we can like just do some stuff in between games. We can do like ranked-ul, I suppose, because why not? Do that there. Not really anything else to do. We can do Valorant. So
Fine.
hold on.
Fine.
Spike down B.
3 Piles of
One enemy remaining.
Dude. Alright, no, that's like iron. Like, the Omen was playing decently. I'll say bronze. If it's any higher than silver, I will be actually mad. Because there's no way the Viper... Wait. No, because the Viper wasn't paranoid either, so... Yeah, okay. Alright, yeah. That was just really... The way the Viper didn't look, that made me think either the Viper is in a high rank and just really, really bad, or, yeah, and then silver... Also, there was no comms at all. That's very characteristic of low rank. I mean, they could just be like a 5 stack or something, but still characteristic of a low rank.
Last player standing.
Interesting. His crosshair placement is so bad. Plus, it's default crosshair. I don't think that flank went out at all.
Healers down.
Fire in the hole!
What
Spike
is,
down
what,
A.
what am I watching? Like,
One enemy remaining.
Just look behind you.
Going up.
I'm like,
30 seconds left.
She is behind.
It's iron. That is, like... Alright, it could be bronze. But, like... This crosshair placement isn't even remotely near them. It's mostly on the ground. Dude, that is the first time I've seen an iron clip in ranked duel. And I guess why? It's pretty easy to tell. Hey, you know what? He's a better iron than I was. I couldn't get... When I was an iron, I could not get an ace. So, you know. I guess it's just luck. Okay, the aspect ratio. So it's probably like diamond or above. He's in a call with other people, but they're both
One is
down.
pushing out from A.
Okay.
Nice.
Crosshair. That was a little bit weird.
One elbow.
She's 7.
There's no counter shaking. Yeah, I think it's ascendant. It's either diamond or ascendant. Is what it looks like to me. Oh, it's diamond. You know, as close. I'll take it. That's like probably my best yet. Oh no, I've gotten it before. Dang it. Bronze and iron, the first 2 clips. That was easy to tell. I think, like I also just, like, I always get diamond wrong because I don't ever watch anybody who's in diamond play. And I, myself, don't play in diamond, and I just don't, yeah, I just don't see diamonds play, so I have no idea, like, exactly what they play like. But, and plus the aspect ratio made me think it was higher than diamond, but, you know. Anybody can use pro settings. It's just about if it actually matters in their play. Anyways, yeah, that's pretty. I literally have nothing else to do or talk about in between games. I sort of already talked about the games. G2 versus Shopify. G2 probably 2-0s. I already said that, but I don't really know what else to say. Yeah, I'm curious now. One thing I am wondering is if XQC decides not to purchase Turtle Troop, because they haven't done any rebranding. They haven't announced it yet. They've only teased it. And I feel like they would have just announced it straight up, because, like, I think it was probably dependent on if XQC... Like, I think XQC was like, alright, if you make it through Split 1 and you qualify for mid-season, I'll purchase you. That's something I think probably would have gone through, because I feel like he's not the type of guy to be willing to wait for a really long time. And knowing, you know, if they don't qualify for mid-season, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I did say I thought he was either going to buy Turtle Troop or possibly the guard, but because Turtle Troop is the one that's been teasing it, it's probably Turtle Troop. It wouldn't make sense that he would buy out the guard. He has the money to buy out the guard, but I don't think he would at this point. I don't know if that's a possibility now. So I think at this point he's just gonna back out. Like, realistically, like, he wants to do it because there's hype around it right now, and they're not gonna play. Turtle Troop won't play again until April 18th. That's like over a month, and so by then, in his mind, the hype will probably have died down. I'm sure mid-season will get more viewership than Split 1 or even Split 2 will, but, you know, we'll see. All right, let's take a listen.
G2 versus Shopify Rebellion. At this point, Shopify Rebellion, honestly, man, they're fighting for bragging rights. They just want to pick up the win because they can't make it into the mid-season face-off. But it isn't just really bragging rights now, is it? Because that's been deceptive to us even, as there are points on the line here that go towards the end.
Now, I'm going to be straight up and honest with you. These points, when you get down to these bottom 4, these points, they don't matter. Like, realistically, like, maybe having 5 or 4 would matter, and, like, that's sort of what Shopify's fighting for, but, like, a 1-point difference here, that's not gonna matter. If it was between fighting for like 11th or 10th, maybe it'd be a little bit different, but it's for 10th or 9th. And I genuinely don't think it matters that much. So Shopify's not really fighting for a whole lot. Whereas G2 is fighting for a lot. They're fighting for 3rd place. If they lose, they go all the way down to 5th place. So they have so much to fight for as far as ranking overall, because fifth, 3rd place is 15 points. They lose, they go to 5th place, 11 points. That's a 4-point difference. That's a pretty big difference. Plus, I believe if they lose, they might have to go up against. I'm not entirely sure how the seedings work. I'm sure that'll become more apparent as we approach challengers, mid-season. But yeah, I think it'll be a tough match. It might be between. I know FaZe has to go up against. I think the guard or M80, one of those two. And then Oxygen. I think it works like this, where like the bottom goes against the top, this goes against this, and this goes against this, and then this goes against this. I could be wrong. It's probably not at all like that, or maybe it's it's probably like 1st against 8th, 2nd against 7th, something like that. I would think that's how it makes sense in my mind, because you don't want the 2 best teams to fight off against each other immediately. You want to like make there be some suspense. That's how I would think it works, but I could also be wrong about that. And this information is probably public, and I'm just not looking in the right places. But
even though they're guaranteed a spot in the mid-season face-off, this is not an opportunity for them to try new strategies and new agent compositions as they may have teased in the past. Looking at this team, though, G2 in general does feel like a pretty strong team. They have everything they need to be potentially one of the better teams in challengers right now. I would argue that based on the performance we've seen from them thus far, they're on par with like a TSM. I wouldn't put them in the same category as Guard and M80, but they could get there with the work.
No, and I think that they're a team that I've been saying it every time we cast G2, continue to at least push our expectations. Now, I think last week the loss against Turtle Troop kind of resets what we think, or at least for me, it resets
that was pushing your expectations.
Yeah, even that. yeah, I guess in that sense, right? But and G2, I think, got a lot of like hate in the beginning, saying, "Oh, this team isn't gonna make it. They're not gonna be as good as
trying
they
to figure
can
out
be."
how the
But
seedings work.
this is a star-studded lineup, and they've done everything they can to push our expectations. Now, going back to last week, one of those stars being Oxy. One of the main reasons I feel they lost that game was obviously Turtle Troop played out of this world, but one of their key players, Oxy, was just not apparent. Now we're looking at the stats here. It's Oxy against Turtle Troop last week's stats, and then Oxy just threw out all of Split 1, and that includes the game last week. So for me, at least, Oxy has always been a key player, and we're looking at this guy saying, if you do that again last week, and you do during the midseason face-off, this is a guy that's going to make his team struggle. But when he performs, Bach.
Oxy's like...
Oxy against Oxygen on Haven in the week prior, 28-17 on Haven as Jet. Against Turtle Troop as Jet on Haven, 15-17. You can see the performance drop. And Oxy was one of the few players that had, he was pretty humble about the loss. He's like, hey, we didn't play well. We have a quote from him on social media. He basically just says, it was our fault. We lost. No comment. Won't ever happen again, which A, proves humility, which is huge, but B, shows, okay, we're not just going to be like, oh, it was a fluke. Don't worry about it. We were just trolling. It's like, this is serious. This matters to me. I'm going to put in the work in the next week to make sure that never happens again.
Yeah, that's the one thing I love about Oxy is that it's that, like, I saw him in the first
I think straight up, I don't know what happened in... Like, obviously, Turtle Troop, I don't remember which of their players said it before the game, but he was like, we studied G2, and we're like, this is going to be so easy, they're so readable, and that's why they won. They're like, I don't know how G2 is... I think one of their players was like, I don't know how G2 is, at the time, was undefeated, because he was like, they're really bad. And then they 2-0'd G2, so that's what they were thinking going into it, and it worked out, so... that's why I'm saying, like, I think Shopify there's a chance they can do what Turtle Troop did, where they read really well, but I don't think, I don't think it's gonna go their way. I think G2 knows that they really messed up last week, and, like, realized there's probably big flaws in the way that they're playing, and their strategies surrounding different things, and I think Shopify's not gonna be the team to switch it up and, like, be able to find those holes and and outplay G2 of all teams. Like I just don't think it's going to be
Listen,
Shopify.
it's not like Shopify haven't realized that this season, with just one or two different little factors, this season could have actually totally gone their way. I mean, in the last game that we ended up having, Max said that, like, you know what, this actually, one or two rounds and we could be 3-1 right now, we could be 4-0 right now, and I mean, there it is finally. And you could just see the anguish in it. You could tell that Shopify, with this roster, they really wanted it to get it done. But at least going into this week, at least for the end of this split, no, they're not going to be able to complete their run into the MSF. Yes, it's a disappointment, but let's actually show the schedule real quick. They are kind of right in what they're saying. 6 out of their last 9 maps that they've played have gone down to just 2 rounds.
Wow.
And I mean, I don't know what else to say. This really is a team that
like
just 1 or 2 rounds.
When Shopify could be there, and they usually get to map 3. I think there's only one match where they lost, or it might have been the one game that they won. Let me find it. Here it is. Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, the one match they won, it went 2-0. But all the other matches all the matches they lost, they got a map up first. And just look, I mean, yeah, seriously, look at these scores here. Just absolutely ridiculous that it's that close. Like, Shopify is a good team, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I think there's a chance it could possibly happen. I still don't think it will, but like, Shopify has some stuff they need to work on, and G2's probably going to be a good team at reading and figuring out what it is that Shopify thinks they need to work on, and then taking advantage of those weaknesses that they know Shopify does have. Like, G2 will be the team to find those and use them to their advantage and take these rounds.
Players that are all extremely capable. When is this team gonna just click and win every single game like we want them to?
Yeah, it's like an engine misfiring right now. You've got one cylinder that's not just doing what it's supposed to do, and when it sings and when it's finally like going off in harmony, it's great. I just don't understand how it just doesn't work. It seems like they have everything they need to be a strong team, especially in the challengers level. They should be one of the stronger teams here, but it just doesn't seem to be clicking, and I really hope that they can figure things out as they look forward to the next split. But again, points on the line. There's still stuff here. They still have to end with a high note here. But, you know, we talk about the players on this team. Moose and Dazzle on this team are actually former teammates of one of the players on the other side. We're speaking specifically of Dapper going back to an E United Counter-Strike roster that played together for a significant period of time. And we actually had a chance to talk about this matchup with Dapper. Let's take a look.
All right.
Michael Galino, Dapper, Sentinel, G2 Esports. Individually, I think I just want to focus on having impact through my lurks and getting a whole bunch of information for my team to make our job, or Shaz's job, easier, so he can make the most impactful calls, because I feel like to make the best calls, obviously you want as much information as you can on the map and knowing the other team's setup. So that's pretty much all I've been doing, is focusing on how to get the most value out of my kit. I feel like I know when to mix it up. I feel like a lot of Sentinels now, at least in NA, they kind of just play their role, and they play it well, but I feel like they miss out on like additional value, as I would call it, where if they're always doing the same thing and they're giving the same look, there's always opportunities to extend and maybe overextend and get way more value than you would just constantly doing the same. And I feel like I'm very good at realizing what looks I'm giving and how the opponent perceives me, and then just kind of punching them in the face in like a completely different direction. I think I would say Shopify. I'm most excited to play for our remaining matches because we have the most history. They're the longest standing team. Oxygen and Turtle Troop are new teams obviously into the scene. So while they're like kind of cool and it'll be interesting to play them, I always want to see if we could still, you know, hold up to what I'd assume is the best out of the 3. Looking forward to the end of the group, it seems like Shopify would be the hardest. Yeah, I think Shopify is a pretty strong team. I played with most of their players before. I played with Moose and Dazzle.
I think this was filmed, by the way. I think this was filmed in that 2-week break between weeks 2 and 3 of Split 1. So they didn't know that they were gonna get they're gonna get dunked on by Turtle
once you
Troop.
like kind of crack like their philosophy and you kind of know what they're doing, it's easier to play against. But at the end of the day, they're all really good players. They all know how to shoot back and they know what kind of looks they're giving. So it's always a fun match. Yeah, I would just say the only thing I'd say to SR is that we beat them with Shroud with 1 day of practice. So
Wow.
You gotta love the confidence there,
Yeah.
saying, "Oh yeah, you know, we beat them last year with Rob with 1 day of practice, no big deal." Obviously, they were a different team, and that's G2 roster, but still, you know, he mentioned it. He's played with these guys before. He knows what to expect from Dazzle, who used to be his in-game leader once upon a time. He has an idea of what they bring to the table, and that's not just in previous games. That's also in Valorant itself, because he mentioned one of the oldest rosters playing in Challengers. Just one change. We even talked about that coming into this split. And that's really going to play out when we start taking a look at the map picks and bans, because he's going to know potentially how this team approaches every single map. There is so much tape, Sully, to go off of.
Yeah, I'm looking at this map board. I'm wondering, Shopify, we have seen you play Icebox. I don't think they're the best on Icebox, and that was 3 months ago they played Icebox. And G2 very recently beat FaZe Clan 13-4 in that first series.
I want to say, like, I'm excited to see Icebox again. I haven't seen an Icebox match. Have we even seen Icebox in like challengers since the qualifiers? I think maybe in like week 1 or 2, but it has been a very, very long time since we've seen Icebox. We'll see if Shopify is able to almost like debut it again in a positive way.
Seeing G2 already play, I want to say 5 out of the current maps already, but they're playing the very last map that they haven't played currently in the pool, which is Lotus. I mean, if anything, that's just giving more fear to these players, to these teams that are going into playoffs and being like, okay, how can G2 actually be that confident on every map? To at least
I think we've seen. I think just in this week we saw Lotus so many times compared to like the previous like weeks 3 and 4. People were afraid to play on Lotus. This time they sort of just let Lotus sneak through and get into that map pick. Both whether the teams picked it themselves or went to that decider. Like, and I honestly think we might see Lotus here. Shopify has a history of, or a record of getting a map up even if they lose and going to that decider. So I think we could expect to see Lotus here again twice in 1 day. We'll see. We'll see if we're going to see some more interesting Lotus play. I honestly don't like watching. I don't like playing on Lotus. I don't like watching people play on Lotus either. It just feels super like closed off. Like all the sites feel super cramped and small, and I don't know. I just don't personally like it. So I don't like that it keeps going there, and I liked when it was banned in 3 and 4, or like when people weren't picking it in 3 and 4 weeks 3 and 4. But it's here, and I'm okay watching it. I'll watch as G2 probably takes this win, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Map in the series again, it's going to be Icebox, which is one we haven't seen in some time. I'll see you guys on the other side.
All right, let's get into it. The last matchup of Split 1 and also of Week 5. A little bit of a break, and then we go to mid-season. But this is really just for fun for G2, or sorry, for Shopify. But for G2, it's about placing third. If they win this, they'll place third overall and get 15 circuit points. Big for them. That's what they're playing for. Shopify not really playing for a whole lot. They're playing for 9th place overall. If they lose, they're in 10th place. There's a 1 point difference there. It's not super important that Shopify wins this, but G2 has a lot riding on this. Player select. B-Dog goes Sage, Whippy goes Viper, Vic goes KO, Penny goes Sage, Moose goes Viper, Dapper goes Killjoy, Mata goes Killjoy, and I did not get to look at the other ones. Let's see. Dazzle goes Sova, Penny goes Sage, Whippy goes Viper. Alright, there we go. We've seen everything, and it looks like a double Sentinel for both teams, and then a double Initiator for Shopify versus a Duelist on Oxy for G2. Now, Oxy plays a lot of Jet, so probably just deciding to go Jet there. Vic on KO will be that Initiator difference, and that's the only agent difference is Jet for G2 versus KO for Shopify. We'll see which one is more useful here. Already G2 taking an aggressive defensive play. Oxy pushing up very aggressively, trying to get a pick.
map of Icebox.
able to get away with his life,
Bold shots as again,
barely.
all the way out there. Anyone could have been able to get in for a trade.
Oxy
There's
is.
a bit of space here that Mod has taken up in front of.
I
He's
don't
gonna
think
be
he's down
alone
on. I think he
over
was a
here.
little bit, but he got healed.
The rest of
Either that or he was
Shopify
walking through that
down to the
Viper
B
wall.
side of the map where
But it looks like
our
overall,
three
Shopify
players
was
from G2
leaning
are
A, but
lined up. Oxy not
because
coming back to
Oxy saw them
rotate,
there,
so
they're rotating back to B, but G2's reading that
still has a
rotate.
snake bite left to
Maybe
play
a
as well. They
re-hit was what
denied a spike,
they
bringing
should
down
have
4
done.
already on
They
site
would have
as
been
well.
walking into Killjoy util, so it's not an awful idea that they backed
Right,
up. We see that wall go up. Shopify's going to be able to plant. The Viper's molly is there, and he goes off the plant. I think he could have stuck it, but he didn't plant there. And now Shopify's backing up. Dapper was able to take out Motto over on A, so there's no point in re-hitting or rotating back. Shazam takes out Dazzle, and now there's a 2-player advantage in the hands of G2. Vic able to take out Shazam as Shazam tries to shock dart and prevent that plant. Spike finally goes down. 1-player advantage for G2. B-Dog pretty low on health. And he does have a heal if he wants to heal himself with that, but may just wait to see if anybody else gets lower on health. Dapper coming in for the flank, which Vic is watching while the rest of G2 is coming in. That wall goes up to allow them to start to... What is B-Dog? Oh my god. That was just a horrible whiff there for B-Dog. That was pretty embarrassing, I'm not going to lie, for Shopify overall. G2 takes that, 4 players left alive. And yeah, they should be able to convert that into another win, like I always say. You win that first round, you should be able to win another round off of that, and it looks like that should be the direction this goes, especially with the way Shopify was playing. I don't think they're going to make it any different. Now, I should remind you, this is Shopify's chosen map, so if there's a map for them to win, it should be this one. And also, Shopify usually gets a map up on their opponents. Usually able to win at least one map, and every single time they've lost, they've won at least one map so far in Split 1. So we'll see if they're able to carry that through here, but of course G2 gonna have the gun advantage off the bat here. So all Shopify is trying to do is some econ damage, get some kills on G2, and make it an expensive round for them. Dang, Oxy completely misses as Shopify is pushed up pretty aggressively. And now Oxy knows, and he's going on the wire. He's able to find a pick. I didn't know the Guardian was that accurate while you're on that zip line. Shazam able to get a 2-kill though, and then Whippy taking out Moose is going to leave B-Dog all alone. Really well played there, and it's going to leave G2 with that 4v1 that Dapper's just going to take B-Dog out. And now 4 players left alive. Oxy did die, and he forced there, so not going to be great for him, but G2's just going to save the guns they had from last round, or trade. It looks like Penny gave Oxy his gun back, and now Shopify off of a full buy. Shopify should be able to win this round if they're good enough. We'll see. Although so far G2 has been pretty strong, and I mean we already saw in that first round Shopify was I don't know if they're really all in it right now, but we'll see. Maybe they could that was just a fluke when B-Dog completely whiffed on somebody who was blinded. We'll see. Looks like Shopify just looking for early engagement as they leave Moose in their spawn, while 2 are looking at B, 2 are looking at A, but it looks like Shopify is now going to be rotating towards A.
Still has his wall to isolate where the push
Very
comes
slow push. I mean, we've seen this both rounds so far. Oxy able to get an early pick on Mata.
And such heavy presence too. The knife is going to catch at least 2 of them, but they still.
The knife does catch them. That Sofa Dart's instrumental. Now they know pretty quickly how many are actually there. Oxy's able to take out Moose. And now it's just a 3v5. Should be easy here for G2 to win this. The heal goes off on Oxy. He's back to full. Penny able to take out Dazzle. Ooh, B-Dog and Vic each able to get a kill while Penny trades Vic off. Dapper gonna take B-Dog out, and that round goes to G2, albeit a little bit of a more expensive round for them, but they did save. So even though more of them died that round than previous rounds, it was a save round for them that they won with 3 of their players left alive, which means their econ's in a pretty good spot. Shopify needed to win that round. That was a full buy round from them. They should have won that round, and they didn't. So now Shopify gonna have to look for just do some more econ damage here. Now it's gonna be a light buy because they just don't have econ to full buy. Oxy already has that operator. He sees so many of them. Doesn't fire at all. Barely fires. Able to, I think, wallbang Mata.
Okay, 2 opportunities for picks.
Now Shopify
don't come to fruition.
Sort of able to push on. They still have all their players left alive. That wall goes down and they're trying to plant. B-Dog gets killed by Dapper, who's just firing at him. That first round, he could have stuck it when and he didn't. This round, he shouldn't have stuck it, and he did. Vic gonna push out very aggressively, able to take out Dapper. Dazzle able to take out Shazam. Vic also able to take out Penny. That operator's still on Oxy, though. He's gonna be able to take out Dazzle. Now he's going for the pick on Mata, able to find it. Now it's a 2v2. Oh, Vic gonna get taken out by Oxy. Now it's a 2v1 for Moose. They know where he is, and Whippy gonna be the one to get that kill on Moose. Well played there from G2. Choosing to rush at Shopify there was a smart move. Sorry, well played there from Shopify, choosing to rush at G2 there. G2, however, Oxy still has that operator, able to pull out those knives, and just did not pan out at all for Shopify there. It looked like they may have been able to, and on a save round, they did pretty well, or on a light buy. Shopify taking a timeout. They've lost 4 rounds in a row. Almost won that previous round, but wasn't able to connect their shots. It just looks like they're not playing as well, like, mechanically. Like, their shots, their movement, it's just not there. Strategically, I don't know if there's a whole lot wrong with what they've been doing. It's just that they haven't been able to win their gunfights, and at the end of the day, that's what matters. And you see Mata and Moose still have no kills, but of course it's only been 4 rounds. But G2, all of their players have kills, so. And Oxy, of course, still has that operator, so they're gonna have to figure out how to play around that. Already, he got that operator on the 4th round. That was really, really quick. And now Shopify's gonna have to deal with the daunting and looming threat of an operator. I mean, it's 5th round and they're taking a timeout. That's pretty early. They're gonna have to play a lot of this half now, not having that timeout, unless they want to use another one in this half, which I doubt they'll want to. And of course, G2 will probably be able to conserve their timeouts. May not even have to use them at all, but at the very least, we'll be able to conserve them for a while. And give them some more time to think, especially now that they've gained such distance in rounds already. Viper Molly comes out to let them try and cross through tubes. See this a lot. You just get that Molly out and you can just cross right through. Now they're in kitchen. That flash comes out. The turret is notified. Well placed turret, and Shopify just backs up off of that. Spike is still in attacker spawn, moving towards B side. Vic is spotted, and Dapper wants to greed for the kill, but decides not to, and that's probably a good choice. You don't want to risk it if you don't have to.
That was a tough decision to make. Surely Dapper won.
B-Dog a little bit low on health, but it shouldn't matter.
Staying safe for now. Again,
and now they are moving towards a B push. A smart move, as there's a Killjoy set up on A, and G2 is mostly A-sided. That knife comes out B, and now G2 is going to start rotating over there. Dapper going to be able to find Mata, who is trying to rotate through attacker spawn to get to B. That plant finally going down, though. B-Dog able to actually get a spike plant. Penny takes out Vic, and Shazam takes out Dazzle, so now it's a 2v5 for Moose and B-Dog. Moose, who was trying to watch flank, thinking maybe they were pushing, but nobody was, so now Moose is just going to have to quickly run over. It's an easy retake for G2. One of them just holds the spike. It's that easy. They know where they are, and Moose is going to get finished off here by Whippy and Oxy. That defuse is going to come off from Shazam, and that's it. 5th round, 1 in a row for G2. The timeout was not useful for Shopify. That was a buy round from them, so now they're just not going to be in a great spot. Econ-wise, going to have to save or light buy here. G2 going to have really solid econ momentum now and just round momentum overall. They're trying to make quick work of Shopify. And keep in mind, Shopify chose this map. This is the map Shopify chose, and they still haven't been able to figure it out. Looks like another B-sided push.
These execs have been empty-handed for Shopify.
Shopify are gonna try to get some sort of map control.
There's that Viper Molly, which wards them off just a little bit, and now that Silver Dart's looking like it's going to come out as well as a flash. And they do. They're not going to find any vision, though. And that Viper wall is useful in helping them push up. But Whippy's holding yellow. Will he be able to get a pick? We'll see. Vic doesn't have that knife to clear yellow, which means Whippy's in a good spot right now.
He knows what's coming. They're going to be damaged up already.
Nanoswarm comes out, and Whippy pushes out off of that, able to find a pick on Vic. Gonna get chased down, and those kills get off. It's traded. B-Dog going for the res. The smart res. Now they have the player advantage, so now it's a 4v3. That Hunter's Fury comes out, takes out Mata, so now it's a 3v3. They've prevented that player advantage. Well played counter ultimate.
And they fake the plant too. Penny coming around the corner, not able to find anyone, or not
Still
able
can't
to even
plant.
react to anyone.
Shopify has a really hard time planting on this B site. G2's been really good at keeping them off of it. Dazzle able to take out Shazam, but Penny there to trade off Dazzle, turn it to B-Dog, and then get that wallbang kill on Vic. Another round one there for G2. Again, that was not a full buy from Shopify, so they did decently. And now they should be able to full buy, but of course, decently is not what they're looking for. They're looking for round wins, and they still haven't been able to find it, and I don't know if they're going to be able to. G2's just been able to play very well. Shopify, I think they took a timeout a little bit too early, because their econ just wasn't, nobody's econ was really stable at that point. I think they just needed to wait a few more rounds. They don't have that now to figure out how they want to replay or play better around this position G2's in. Dazzle's going to be able to take out Shazam with a Hunter's Fury, well used ultimate. Oxy, though, going to be able to find that pick on Mata to even the player count. Penny going to take out Vic to give them the player advantage. So now it's a 4v3. Penny going for the res on Shazam. He's going to get it while Dapper takes out B-Dog. So now it's a 5v2. Spike is down, and that lockdown keeps Shopify off. The darts coming out from Dazzle, and Oxy's pushing. The Spike's getting diffused. Moose has to move. Oxy takes him out. 7th round in a row for G2. I don't want to, jinx it or anything, but this is starting to look like the Disguised M80 match. Just a little bit. Where Disguised was on Haven, and M80 won all 12 rounds of Disguised. It was actually Disguised defense, so it's a little bit different here, but still very well. What I'm trying to say is it's very well played from G2, and this is not an even matchup. It's not turning out to be an even matchup very much so at all, and this is Shopify's chosen map. I'm going to say it again. Shopify chose this map. You'd think, okay, we're choosing Icebox against G2. We feel pretty comfortable with it. They don't seem to be. Or at the very least, they just don't know how to play. I mean, like I said, it seems to be Shopify just doesn't have... They're not all there mechanically. It's not so much strategically or positionally. I mean, sure, that's part of it, but also we've just seen so many whiffs from Shopify. And it's just... Maybe it's just the heat of the moment, having to play against a very powerful team like G2, but this just is not looking good at all for Shopify.
Nanoswarm to delay. On site too.
Shopify are just giving up all this space.
Viper getting shut down. Can't use mollies.
You know where he is too, yeah.
Oh, that nanoswarm is crazy.
Dapper able to take out B-Dog and Vic. Those nanoswarms are huge. Mata gonna be able to take out Whippy. So pick there, but they know Mata is pushed up pretty aggressively. Shazam coming in for the flank. Gonna be able to yes, able to find a pick. Nearly whiffs it. Dazzle also whiffing, very much so, but finally able to find that pick. But 5 health for Dazzle, 15 health for Mata. It's not going to be easy for them. Dazzle trying to get away, it looks like. Try to move towards A. He's going to be able to. I mean, Mata's still pushing up. Penny's able to take out Mata, and G2 is still on B, expecting Dazzle to still be there. Which means Dazzle can get that spike down over on A. G2 now realizes that there's a bit of a switcheroo going on. Spike's going to get down. There's a little bit of money for Shopify, but 5 health, not a whole lot Dazzle can do at this point.
I'll be astounded. We'll see. Dazzle to cook.
Yep, double shocks. 5 HP. That doesn't
All
sound
coming in
impossible
through
at all.
screens.
Dazzle, here we go.
Will Dazzle be able to find a
Looking
pick?
shine here, Dazzle.
No.
Dapper
Dazzle's just going to shut it down, and it wasn't even close. And not a full buy from Shopify again, but I don't think it would matter. Yeah, I honestly, like, in Shopify's position, like, I don't even know what they should be doing here. It really is just a tough place to be in. Truly just, it's just difficult. Like, I don't know, G2's just better than them. It's, like, straight up, like, they're not in the same rank. Like, that's what's happening here. Like, there's a disconnect in skill level. Again, strategically, I don't know if there's a whole lot Shopify could be doing differently. They just need to be winning their 1v1s. And they're not really. Another full buy comes through from Shopify. They've got 2 ultimates to use, but Whippy's very aggressively using his ultimate on A. A good read, because that's where Shopify was going, and that knife comes in to help confirm it for them.
It hits right on it.
The arrow comes through, and
someone needs to clear that. Someone needs to flash clear this.
Not even, he just goes in.
Now that lockdown, I did say they had 2 ults to use, and now they're using it. A good counter ultimate to a Viper, to a Viper's pit, because gonna have to leave it and gonna have to let it drop, and where Shopify can just wait for it to drop before pushing in. Mata pushing through, gonna be able to get that spike down. The Viper's pit drops, and ooh, good wallbang there. Could have gotten a kill there for Mata, but not going to be able to find it. That spike still not down. If there's one thing Shopify can't seem to do, it's get that spike down. B-Dog going for the plant. Getting shot at through the smoke. They're not going to be able to take him out. Meanwhile, Shazam's able to take out Mata. The 3v5 down for Shopify. The Viper's pit is down. Will they be able to use it to get at least 1 round?
I mean, that's a long Viper's pit. They realistically have no idea where this Viper is. In the middle, though, it's B-Dog.
Oh, Shazam. And this is what I'm talking about when I say there's a mechanical disconnect in skill level. That should have been an easy kill for B-Dog, and it wasn't. The post plant's there, and this round should go to Shopify. His ability is out. Finally, Shopify gets a round. After an 8-round win streak from G2, it's broken. It's hard to play against a Viper's Pit, and Shopify did have to use 2 ultimates to win that round, but they did it. And that is what I'm talking about. That B-Dog moment right there is what I'm talking about when I say there's a skill difference. They're not in the same rank. There truly just is, like, it's just not, they're just not on the same level. G2 is playing on the level of, you know, some of those teams in Group B, like TSM, M80, the Guard even, like these teams that are really powerful. G2's up there with them. And honestly, G2 deserves this 3rd spot, and they're trying to prove it. Not gonna just lose to Shopify. That game against Turtle Troop, they want to prove was just a fluke, and they got a little careless, and now they're gonna, that was the wake-up call they needed to really prove themselves, and they're gonna use Shopify as an example. It's not gonna be a 13-0 on this first map, but you know G2 would have liked it. And of course, this is Shopify's map, so you know G2 could just, you know, move and 13-0 them on split, but it's getting a little ahead of myself. Spike starts planning. They're faking it out. Again, Shopify just isn't getting that plant down. Penny going to take Mata out. The plant's still not going down. Penny also going to take Dazzle out. Dazzle's Penny able to heal himself. Moose going to take out Dapper. Vic going to take out Shazam. They've even did it to 3v3. Penny still on site under Raptors trying to get a nice pick. Vic going to take out Oxy. Penny still there. Vic ready for it. Going to take him out. Now it's a 1v3 for Whippy. But if there's a team that's going to be good at 1v3s, it is this one. And that's plant still is not going down for Shopify. Again, this is what I'm saying. They just can't get that spike down. Finally, it goes down, though. Whippy gonna take Vic out. B-Dog low on health, able to get that, and now it's just a 1v1. Whippy and Moose. Another 1v1 between Whippy and Moose, which Whippy lost last round. Moose get it. Moose just needs to play post plant. Spike is tapped. He can just hold it. Oh, Moose swings to do some damage. That molly does not land. Whippy gonna be the one to win that 1v1. And G2 now trying to resume that win streak. 9-1 is the score. 8-round win streak from G2 was broken with a 1-round win. It was just 1 round from Shopify, and now G2 trying to resume it. And they probably think that the only reason Shopify won that round was because of those 2 ultimates, and now that those ultimates are no longer in the hands of G2, or sorry, of Shopify, G2 should be able to take these.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm thinking about.
I mean, I was mentioning early on, it was difficult for Shopify to even get that spike down. But once they got over that hump, once G2 just realized, I mean, these
G2
guys
taking a
are down by
timeout.
3
Honestly,
lives after
this is
post play
something
every
Turtle
23
Troop
or
did
2.
not do even when they were ahead last
It's just
matchup,
getting
and
easier easier to just put
they really
Oxy
should
in
have, is
choke point
even
or
if
put
you're
either
ahead,
Oxy or Penny
you
in
got
choke
2
point and
timeouts,
profit.
you should use them. Even if you think you're on a good win streak and like you don't
Shopify,
need
they
the
thought they
timeout, you
got
want to
through it.
save it, just use it. There's really no
3-1,
point
dude.
in trying to prevent it. So now G2's like, all right, so if Shopify gets those 2 ults up again, what are we going to do differently to play against them? And
Actually, if that
that's
doesn't
what they're
happen,
looking for right now. That
the
is
butterfly
just like,
effect is
okay,
crazy.
you know,
So you can see
Shopify did
Whippy
get a round.
waiting for
Why
the
did they get
playoffs
that
to
round?
happen now.
Here's how we're going to play better against it. Let's
And this
just
was
keep
2
playing how
weeks
we've
ago.
been playing and move forward through that.
Had a chance to get 8-2, but now G2.
Again, I don't think they needed that timeout, but they're using it to ensure a dominant performance. G2 going to take Moose out. Oxy able to get an early pick. Mata going to take out Dapper, though, so it's going to be even. 4v4 still. I will say Shopify started to play a little bit better as time has gone on, just in those past 2 rounds, but that's why G2 took that timeout.
Again in the same spot, but this time no alarm bot. Dapper did go down, so he's just gonna hold.
Dazzle coming into B. Whippy's holding yellow, not going to be able to get a pick yet. It's got that one way that went off. The drone comes out. He tries to get away from it so it can't see him. It does see him, but it's not going to tag him. He's walled off now. And he gets suppressed. But that Hunter's Fury does come out, able to take out B-Dog. Well played there from Shazam. Is going to give the player advantage to G2. And Dazzle got hit by that Hunter's Fury as well, down to 20 health. Shazam looking to get a shock dart kill. Oxy going to take out Dazzle while Vic trades that off. Whippy going to take Vic out, though, and then Shazam's just going to finish Mata off. Well played there from G2. As always, I keep saying that, but truly. Although in Shopify's defense, they made it an expensive round. They've been able to get some good picks on the rounds they've been losing. Meaning, even though G2's winning, it's expensive for them.
See what they can do. But I mean, Moose goes for a really risky swing. It's a big gamble that if you land the shot, it looks great, it looks amazing. But it was a gamble that he took.
Regardless, though, I don't, last round of the half, and I think we could be looking at 11-1 going into the next half. G2 just trying to make it quick.
Like I said before, they're having fun with it. This is a playground for them. Double up, and it's Shazam with the second up.
Dude, he used up, man. He's got this.
Ooh, Shazam looking for an op pick, but he's no Oxy. You're not going to be able to find it.
Oh, yo. I'm just saying, I think Oxy hits those.
And now Mata in Nest looking himself for a pick, and Oxy's there to watch it in case Mata comes out. He doesn't. Just thinking about it, he's gonna challenge it as Shopify is leaning towards A. They got that spike A sighted. They do have a res to use, and looks like they may be willing to sacrifice one to use it. Dazzle still has that Hunter's Fury as well. But on the flip side, G2 has a Viper's Pit and a lockdown to use. So even if they can somehow manage to get that spike down, that lockdown comes out, that Viper's Pit comes out, it's almost impossibly to play off.
So
Maybe.
That's what they're saving the Hunter's Fury for, is when that lockdown comes out.
If he does have another rifle, though, he can easily rotate back in the kitchen.
Oxy gonna find Mata as Mata does inevitably peek out.
Anticipating the whole time.
And then that Hunter's Fury comes out. It was not, or sorry, it was there to deny that lockdown, which is able to. And then that res comes out from Shopify. So that combo did work as I expected. But now Whippy still has that Viper. Sorry, still has that Viper's Pit to use. And I know he's going to try to. He just needs to get in a position to use it. Speaking of getting in positions, Oxy takes out Moose and is going to be able to take out and get up Nest on site. Oxy also going to be able to take out Vic. They get the ping on where Mata is, but B-Dog's not where Oxy's expecting. Now they know where B-Dog is. It's a 2v2, sorry, it's a 2v3. Whippy takes out Mata. B-Dog takes out Shazam. Dazzle going to be there to finish Whippy off, and that round goes to Shopify. Very surprising there. I thought it was going to be an 11-1, but Shopify, I don't, like, okay, you know what? I'm going to start rooting for Shopify. I was sort of, like, thinking there's no hope for them, and I still don't think there is, but I think just to make it interesting, you know what? Shopify's got this. I think they're, you don't show that B-Dog clip, man. You're gonna embarrass him. I think Shopify still has a really good chance of winning against G2. I think there's a really good chance. They just need to win 11 in a row. So, you know, we'll see if they can do it. Shopify going towards B.
They're throwing it all into the pistol.
Not Shopify. Sorry, G2's on attacking. They just forgot to switch the colors again. G2 is leaning towards B, and they're going to be very aggressively pushing in there. Pushing very aggressively up. There is that Viper's one way we see a lot, but there's a wall blocking it. Or blocking Viper from making that contact. That wall goes up. Moose gonna deny it. Similarly to what we see Shopify, or sorry, to what we saw G2 do against Shopify. Vic able to take out Oxy and Shazam. B-Dog gonna take out Dapper, who's trying to plant that spike, and now she's down to Whippy in a 1v5. Vic very low in health, but that heal's coming up. Whippy able to take out Moose with the molly, but Dazzle gonna finish Whippy off and put him out of his misery. 1 health left for B-Dog. Doesn't really matter. Shopify takes that round. They should be able to turn it into another round. Emphasis on should. They should be able to turn it into another round. But if there's a team that's going to try and stop it, it's almost certainly G2, and they should be able to.
Strong stat line in every single matchup, win or lose. I'm just getting flashbacks to the whiff he had on Shazam, and I'm thinking, dude, this is not the B-Dog that we know. That's a kill that he gets 10 out of 10 times, so not to bash at him for, but I think that kind of speaks to his performance in that first half and how we expect
Alright.
from this guy. Step up to the plate.
Looks like G2 leaning towards B again, but mostly just split pushing, looking for some early engagement on any sites.
Anymore. Maybe you can just focus on just tapping heads at this point. Of course, would like to expect someone that has pretty much top 10 in almost every stat line in BCL.
Shopify doing 2 on B, 2 on mid, and then 1 on A, but it's Killjoy and A to help lock it down. And Killjoy util 4G2 is on A, still no early engagement. Oxy almost sees where his head is, staring right at it.
It would be tough, but it might actually be a possible 1v1 between him and Moose.
It's a pop play, so I'm kind of worried here for Shopify.
Ooh, Oxy is able to make some early engagement there. But B-Dog going to be there to take out both Shazam and Oxy and then get that heal off.
He gets hit by the Marshall there and he stays alive.
Puts that wall up, trying to look for another early pick. Not going to find it. Dapper's over on A, and that spike is going over to A2. Shopify's able to easily read that. And now they know where everyone is. Mata able to find that pick on Whippy, and then Dapper, and then Penny. Flawless round there from Shopify. A round they should have won. They did, as I said yesterday as well. Yesterday. As I have been saying, if you win the pistol round, you should just win another round off of that. G2 was just trying to do econ damage there, and they weren't able to find any picks, which means Shopify's gonna be in a decent spot. Just get full shield and then try and play your best against G2, who's not gonna have full guns, but it's gonna be like a sort of light buy here for Shopify. So even if they do lose, they'll be able to full buy next round. Now for G2, they won those first 2 pistol rounds in the previous half, and then they won the rounds after that, and didn't really stop for a while. So but Shopify's been able to find their footing. They just needed defense. Maybe they only practiced defense, or only knew how G2 would play defensively, or offensively, or whatever. Mata's able to find Penny, take him out using that Sova dart. Mata also going to be able to take out Whippy. Some really good wallbang kills from Mata. Might want to check his PC. I did say I needed to be more optimistic in the favor of Shopify, and it's looking like it may be actually helping. 3 players left for G2. They're going to re-hit A. They're not even thinking about B, but neither is Shopify, really. I mean, B-Dog's over there, but the util's still coming out on A. That shock dart misses. Not great there from Shazam. Some of those mechanics we were talking about lacking are starting to lack for G2 as well. B-Dog going to be able to take out Oxy. This is a round G2 should win. They had the gun diff. B-Dog going to take out Dapper, and Vic going to take out Shazam. It's a flawless round for Shopify. A round where G2 had better guns and should have won. They didn't. What is G2 like? G2 should take a timeout here, first of all. But second of all, Shopify really good here. And, you know, I was sort of making fun of them when I said they might still have a chance and I believe they can win this. But they're starting to make a little bit of a comeback here. Now they're going to all have guns that they picked up from G2 because G2 forces there trying to win with better guns. Shopify is going to be able to pick those up, just buy full shield this round, and have really solid econ now. So even if they lose, they'll be in a good spot. Maybe this map is more defense-sided than I initially realized. I mean, it is defense-sided. It is a defense-sided map, but typically I don't... it's not too defense-sided. Like, typically attacking can get a few good rounds in there, but looks like maybe both Shopify and G2 has been able to use this sort of defense-sidedness to their advantage so far, winning the first 3 rounds. Each of them won the first pistol round of both halves, and then each of them was able to carry that into 3 rounds and get some good momentum. G2's momentum carried for quite a while. We'll see if Shopify can try and get that momentum to carry as well. That they've started to build. G2's looking at B. The one way is coming up from that Viper, but also Whippy has the wall to sort of counter that one way. Now Mata, who on defense has all of a sudden just taken charge. On offense, Vic was doing a little bit better for Shopify. Mata started to pull through and really get there for his team. They're going to prevent that plant using that util. G2's still going to challenge it though. Ooh, Vic gets a nice little crack pick or peek. Should have been able to get a pick there, but didn't. Moose going to be the one to carry through on that. Vic now going to get that pick on Dapper. Going to prevent that plant. Just shooting through the smoke. Going to take out Penny. And now it's a 2v5. G2 not looking good here. Again, it's a save round for them. They're just trying to do econ damage. Not going to get a single kill. Meaning another flawless round for Shopify. Going into this match, I mean, I really did truly think it would possibly be a 13-0 from G2. After they won 8 rounds in a row. And Shopify has denied that. Shopify has said, nope, I'll raise you, and I will try and 13-10 you. We'll see how it goes, though. I mean, Shopify's econ momentum now very, very strong. They're going to have econ for at least a few rounds, even if they lose. G2 needs to win this. It's a full buy from them. Their econ not looking good.
Trying to make execs work without establishing any map control. And it is hard on the attack to establish that control. That's why you kind of see repetition
now
hitting the A side over and over again, or making late B hits.
I mean, Shopify's playing very, very well. They're doing a 1-3-1, a sentinel on each site, and then 3 looking at mid. They're not going to find any engagement on mid, and of course the Sentinels are playing back on those sites. The spike is A-sided for G2, so it's looking like it's going to be a fake onto B, and Shopify's I think they're falling for it. That spike is pushing up A, and B-Dog's playing back while 4 for Shopify are on B. It's only Oxy on B, though. Trying to get a pick or, continue that fake. But now Shopify started to catch wind. B-Dog's holding this. That wall goes up. B-Dog not going to be able to find that defensive pick that he really needed because now Penny's just going to be able to heal himself. All right, G2 said, all right, enough messing around, and now they're looking at trying to get this win streak back. Oxy able to find Mata and get a pick there. Dazzle's going to trade it off, but when you're down a player, you're not looking for trades. That's absolutely true here. They do know that Penny's there. They do know he's on site. There's a lot of good post-plant util there. Dazzle going to be able to take out Penny. And now it's a 3v3. A little bit of a difficult retake. They have to take out those post-plant players. Dazzle going to be able to take out Dapper, and now it's a 2v3 for G2. Spike's been down for a while, though. Whippy going to take out Dazzle, and Spike is about to go out. That round's going to go to G2, but again, like I said, Shopify has a very solid econ. Vic looking to deny any good econ from Dazzle. Or sorry, from G2. Why did I say Dazzle? Vic looking to deny any good econ from G2. Not going to find it. Shazam's just going to shut him down, but Shopify is really solid econ, so that round's not really going to affect their econ too much. Well played there from G2. They were able to get on site and play effectively. Now G2 taking a timeout. They really, really want to secure that 12th round at the very least, and then, of course, want to push for that 13th round. So they're using this timeout definitely to try and secure that 12th round, but also just to see, okay, we get that 12th round, let's try and push for that 13th. And this is what I'm talking about when I say you need good player consistency across the board. Oxy's got 17. A little bit of a player drop between Oxy and Whippy, and then Whippy and then Penny. But then the bottom 3 for G2 all have 11 kills. Very even. You go over to Shopify and it's 15, 12, 9, 9, and then 7. Not very even across the kill board for Shopify. They've been able to play decently, but of course, it's really just going to come down to which team as a whole and as a team is playing better than the enemy. And Shopify, because of that lack of consistency between the kills, isn't going to be finding their way here. It's not going to help give them that sort of advantage. Or that edge that they may need to come back. They do need to figure out how they're going to play well consistently. They're on defense, on a semi-defense-sided map. But G2 just took that timeout. They took a timeout in the first half when they were up quite a few rounds just to secure some more rounds. And it did pay off. I mean, Shopify still won another after that, but G2 was able to get, 10 rounds in that half. So G2's timeout worked last time, but they were also just on good win momentum, so we'll see if it's useful here. Now Shopify, they need to, I guess, just try not to rotate so aggressively, even on semi-contact, unless they know that there's more than like 3 or 4. They probably should just, they know there's only like 1 or 2 on that site, and they need contact on 3 or 4 or more before they start rotating, And here they have that, so G2 able to get on site, and Shopify is now rotating. That Spike's going to get down. Post plant not played there, and then of course the lockdown comes out. What is Vic doing? Vic's just trying to find some engagement there, but he's not going to be able to find it. Whippy is holding this. Dazzle's going to be looking where Whippy is while Whippy tries to peek out. Going to get taken out there. That Hunter's Fury comes out. Able to find Oxy, and now Oxy's in a Viper's pit. Gets hit by a whole bunch of mollies and such, and Moose going to be there to take Oxy out. That Spike's getting defused, and they're going to be able to do it. Shazam does get that Hunter's Fury out, so the Spike isn't going to be defused. He's able to get some kills with that, but that's going to be enough, actually. Sorry, I thought Shazam was going to get that defuse off. That really good post-plant play from the Hunter's Fury is going to give G2 that round. They secured it. They secured the 12th round. Shopify now has to win 6 in a row. There's no save rounds, none of that. They just have to go. And of course, G2 was looking very strong, and in that first half and hasn't really been able to find their footing on attacking. Shopify now, who had a pretty decent 4-round win streak to start this half, gonna have to find their footing again and get an even bigger win streak. Really good flick there from B-Dog, trying to make up for that one clip where he just completely whiffed in that first half, and he's able to do that. But Penny's there to just res. That operator's there to try and deny it, but Dapper's just going to push B-Dog. A little bit of a weird play there. Dazzle going to take Whippy out, so it's a 4v4. A little bit of a weird graphics glitch there, but Dapper's going to be able to take out Dazzle. Moose going to take Penny out. Dapper going to take Mata out. Kills, though, and now it's in the favor of Shopify. Two versus one. Shazam has to plant. He knows where Moose is, but he doesn't know where Vic is, and he's not going to be able to take Moose out off of that vision. Vic's there to deny it, and then he has to peek both of them. Moose is going to get that kill for a total of 3 kills. Shopify needs to start a really big win streak here, and they're starting it. They're trying to start it. They got 1. They need 4. They need 5 more, sorry. They needed a 6-round total win streak. And they've started it. They got 1. They need 5 more to tie it up with G2 and get to that overtime. I mean, looking at just how G2 is playing, it's a little bit disappointing, but obviously G2 is up so well here that they have room to save, and that's what they're doing here. That ult from Moose is trying to force G2 back, and it's working. G2 is playing back. Moose going to push up very aggressively with the shorty, try and get it picked. Not going to find it. G2's backing up. The smart move here. And Shopify is going to place both of their sentinels on A. Also a smart move. You know that Viper's Pit is going to prevent G2's push. Dapper looking for a pick mid. And it looks like G2 may actually challenge the Viper's Pit, at least 1 or 2. Shazam just peeked through it, but now they're backing up and going towards that attacker spawn. Looking at rotating to A. Now there's 2 on B for Shopify, but Vic now going to start rotating over to A, it looks like. Or to watch mid. Not going to find anybody. B-Dog does see Oxy. Tries to shoot him, but misses. Not going to get that nice kill that he got last time. Ooh, not going to be able to find Dapper either. Going to get taken out. Dapper is down to 5 health. It was a wallbang hit on Dapper. So Dapper's very low, but of course the heal from Sage is going to come through. Now that Killjoy lockdown comes through. Very useful. Moose going to keep his ult up. Going to run back to that, so G2's held very far back. They've got 10 seconds left. They got to make something happen. They only have pistols. It's a save round from them. They have to start planting, and do they do it in time? No, that's going to be it. That's it. That win goes to Shopify. They're able to prevent that plant. And Shazam dies. Most of G2 dies. It was a save round for them, though. And they did quite a bit of good econ damage for Shopify. And of course, Shopify doesn't have room to breathe. There's no save rounds for them. So you know, doing good econ damage is what you want when when your enemy's so backed into a corner like that. But of course, G2 lost that and lost quite a few of their players. So you know, econ not great, but it was a save, so they're going to be able to buy. Plus, they have a lockdown and Viper's Pit to use to get onto site. A combo we saw Shopify use to get their first round win in that first half. Dazzle going to run up to grab that orb. He's trying to push for a Hunter's Fury. But what Shopify needs to do is take out either Killjoy or Viper or both before they can use their ults. But that lockdown comes out. And you know Moose, sorry, not Moose, you know Whippy's going to try and push up and get his ult down. And that spike's going down, but the util is going to do quite a bit of damage to Penny, and then the shock dart's going to take Penny out. Well played, and just like I said, that Viper's Pit comes down, Moose takes out Shazam. This plant is being denied. Denial after denial. Done very, very well. Mata's very low, but that spike still is not down, and as soon as they hear anything, you know Shopify's just going to start firing through that smoke. The knife's going to be good to get some good vision on who exactly is there. Dapper able to take out Mata, and now it's evening that player count to 3v4. Of course, it's a Viper's Pit. Vic backed into a corner there.
They tried to clear the back of sight, but again with an alarm bot, they don't need to care.
Ooh, Moose looking to try and wallbang, or at least shoot Dapper through the smoke. Not going to kill him, but gets him very, very low. Now it's a 3v3. That res comes up, and now it's going to be a 3v4. That spike hasn't been down for very long. They just got it down. But Shopify does have to start pushing. Oh, that shorty is not going to connect on Oxy. He's going to be able to get that, but now they know where Oxy is. Dapper going to be able to take out Dazzle and Vic, and now it's a 2v1. Can B-Dog do it? He's got the shorty. Oh, able to connect both, but not going to get Whippy low enough. And that first map of the series goes to G2. Not that Shopify didn't make it interesting. They really, truly did. And they tried their best. But you do have to remember, Shopify chose Icebox. That was the map Shopify chose. And they lost 13-8. That's pretty close, especially considering Shopify's up against G2. But now we're going to split, which G2 chose. And so if G2 is picking it, you know they're confident in it. I don't think it's going to be a win for Shopify on that one, but you do... I mean, with such a good performance, though, still from Shopify, there's a chance. I know I switched to being pretty optimistic and rooting for Shopify halfway through that, but, you know, they did still lose. I'm still going to be more optimistic now. But, yeah, not looking good so far from, or it's not looking good so far for Shopify, is what I was trying to say, sorry. So, we'll see how it turns out. We'll see how the tides are turned or changed around. So far, very well played. Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, hey, there's an opportunity coming up next. Split is a map where, again...
I mean, truly just well-spoken there. Anyways, yes, this next map is Split. G2 has picked this map, so I would not anticipate a, you know, a crazy comeback here from Shopify. And you can see that they've already placed in some of the standings that we know are probably confirmed to be true. Yeah, so M80 is going to be in first. The Guard is in second. Third and fourth are still to be decided. I did say if G2 loses this, that Moist Moguls will be fourth, and I think that's true still. Yeah, so if G2 loses this, Moist Moguls will actually be fourth, so this isn't definitive here. But yeah, so, and then TSM, if G2 wins this, TSM, so basically here's what happens. G2 wins this, they are third place, TSM is fourth. If G2 loses this, G2's fifth, Moist Moguls is fourth, and TSM is third. So yeah, G2 really wants to win this. There's quite a bit riding on this for them. These are all how they're going to be. Oxygen is 6th, FaZe is 7th, Disguise is 8th. This is all how it's going to be. And then, of course, Mad Lions and OR, there is no way that, no matter how poorly Shopify performs, there is no way OR or Mad Lions are not 11 or 12th. So Shopify right now is fighting for 9th place. Now, it's only a 1-point difference between these two places, so for Shopify, it doesn't matter a whole lot. They're not going to qualify no matter what. It's really just a point difference. And, you know, I said it doesn't really matter. I still don't think it does. But if it comes down to a point difference, you know, going into the playoffs, you can bully me all you want over that. But, yeah. And, again, like, Moist Moguls isn't definitive here. I don't think, or at least they shouldn't be. Because, yeah, if G2 loses this, they should be below Moist Moguls. There's still a chance their round differential is better, but I don't think so. I think Moist Moguls would be above G2. It's entirely possible, but I think if G2 loses, Moist Moguls is fourth. But no matter what, if G2 loses, TSM is third. So, yeah. TSM's watching this, hoping G2 loses, so that way they can be put in 3rd place. And I'm not entirely sure how the seedings work for the mid-season face-off. I believe, and I still don't know exactly how this works, but I believe it goes M80 is going to be against Disguise. The Guard's going to be against 7th, which in this case is FaZe. 3rd place is going to be against 6th, which right now is Oxygen. And then 4th against 5th, I think. That's how I think it's going to work, but I don't know that for sure. Because they don't want like the 2 best teams to just go off against each other, go against each other right off the bat, because they want like the suspense to build. So yeah. So I think Disguise is going to be up against M80 right off the bat again, which I could be wrong about, but I don't think so. So, yeah, Disguise is not going to look good. A rematch, they're going to have to work for that. And again, I'm not entirely sure that is how it's going to work, but it could be. All right, let's look at some of the clips from that map they've posted to their Twitter.
Vic getting 2, Dazzle with another one. Oxy now has to dance, pulls out the Blade Storm, looking for one around the corner, doesn't know about the man on top, does not know about Vic. Vic? What? What was that dash from Oxy? Why not push through?
Yeah, and then he died, so they cut it off, but
Just happened there, buddy. Penny, not able to defuse. Moose is gonna be the last one remaining. The molly works. 1v1. Whippy is just gone.
4K from Moose. That was their first win after an 8-round win streak. Well played there from both teams, especially G2. But also, you gotta give some credit where credit's due. You gotta give some credit to Shopify there. They did much better than I was expecting, especially after seeing how they performed in the first half. Ending that match in a what was it? Oh, they haven't put it in. Ending that match, I believe it was 13-8. Like, that's still pretty good, especially when you're up against G2. Like, G2 looked hopeless there for a few rounds there, quite a few rounds actually, in that second half. It's just, you know, they got their hands on those 2 ults, that same, you know, Killjoy Viper Pit combo that gave Shopify their first win of the series, or their first round win of the series. That combo, the lockdown in the Viper's Pit, lockdown to get you on the site, you get that spike down, the Viper's Pit comes down. It is hard to play against that. It's hard to combat that. And this was a wonderful example of that. You know, Shopify was able to use it to their advantage, and then G2 just turned around and was like, yeah, we can do that too, and used it to theirs. Alright, I believe after this ad ends, we'll get this next map will start. This next map is Split, chosen by G2. Alright, let's take a listen.
A bit better than it started, but it still is a loss for Shopify Rebellion as they go down 13-8 to G2 in map number 1. Welcome back to the Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America desk as we close out our final match here for the first split, and it's G2 who strike first. Although, I'm honest, Sully, that could have been so much worse. It was 10-2 at one point. It looked like they were going to crush Shopify.
Yeah, and I was looking at the first half, I was like, dude, I don't know what Shopify are doing. It felt like at times they didn't exactly have a game plan going through. Again, a lot of the exits that I felt we saw from Shopify were based off of just contact plays and mid-round switch-ups, mid-execs with no map control. So I think the way it started was really rough, but honestly, I think we saw a glimmer of hope from Shopify in the second half. Fingers crossed we can see a little bit more on Split. But I still think G2, throughout that game, relatively had full control of everything going on, but at times felt maybe a little bit mishap, especially in that second half.
Important to note here too, Upmind, this was Shopify's pick. So if you had confidence in Shopify to find the win, it needed to start here on Icebox. Now they move to Split, which is going to be our second map in the series. It certainly looks disastrous, and you can just see like some of the performance from the members of G2 as well, like Oxy
How did they mess up the
Oxy's doing
colors?
Oxy things, looking strong
Like,
on
not
the
to
jet
like
roll.
hate on Knights
Yeah,
Arena,
I mean,
but also like
again, like I said before,
they
it was
mess
a
up the
little bit of a
colors in
playground
game.
type
That's
game
one
for
thing I
them,
can understand.
especially in the
Yep, they
first
mess up
half.
the colors
It was
here.
just the obvious,
Shopify
like
won 2
double up
rounds
setup, right?
in
But
offense,
no,
not in
still, I
defense.
think that Shopify going into a map where again they hadn't played it this season, I think that was realistically the best that they could expect because sure, they would have liked a better first half, and the fight that they ended up putting up in the second half was kind of worthwhile. But again, this game is just one big test for them. They're not actually playing for any sort of solid stakes when it comes to qualifying for anything. Yes, they would like circuit points, but it's only about a difference of about 3, maybe 2. Again, any positive that these individuals can get is big because again, some of these guys, they aren't just fighting for their team, they're kind of fighting for careers and jobs right now.
Ooh, that's harsh to say because yeah, it is true for a lot of these Shopify guys.
Am I wrong?
No, not at all. And I think one thing that you're looking at for Shopify is yeah, a lot of these guys are playing for the rest of Split 1 and Split 2, or apologies, playing for the rest of Challengers in general. So I think we saw glimmers of hope from these guys. A lot of heat ups in the second half, a lot of slowdowns in my opinion in the second half.
I think if Shopify has a chance to show themselves it's not going to be here in this match, they need to, between Split 1 and Split 2, they're going to have a big stretch of time. They're not in mid-season. They need to really, like, I don't know how they're going to do it, but if they really truly want a chance at qualifying for playoffs, they're going to really need to work their asses off, truly. Just really, like, grind every day. You wake up, you play Valorant. They already probably do that, but do it more so. You wake up, you're going to scrims, you're like, I don't know what it's going to look like for Shopify to try and prove themselves. But if there's a team that I think has potential to do it, it's Shopify versus you look at like OR and Mad Lions, for example. I mean, they're probably going to stay at the bottom throughout Split 1, and even when we, later down the line in like a month or two get to Split 2, they're probably still also going to just stay cemented in those bottom places. Versus like Shopify and Turtle Troops, I think when we come back and go to Split 2, they still have a really good chance because only the top 4 teams in mid-season actually earn circuit points. So obviously they're playing for a chance to earn more points in mid-season, but at the same time, it's not like because you're in mid-season you're earning more points. There's still a lot of work that those teams going to mid-season have to do in order to earn those points. And right now, those top 4, I mean, the top 2 are pretty much cemented in who, M80 and the guard are going to earn points. But it's that top 4 where they're trying to earn points in mid-season that really matters. And I think even if Shopify or Turtle Troop, for example, did qualify, they wouldn't be those teams to try and challenge that top 4 spot. So, although it would have been nice to see the, Shopify or Turtle Troops in mid-season, we're not going to see them there. And like they're Shopify is just basically trying to say, hey, we're trying to like give a good farewell before we see you again in Split 2. We'll see you then, but let's try and give it our all and prove ourselves before we get to that point. Anyways, I'll stop talking now about Shopify's farewell. A little bit sad, but we're going to get right into this next matchup. Whippy's going to be on Astra as well as Vic. Dapper and Moose are both going to be on Cypher. Well, that panned out nicely. Oxy's going to be on Raze. B-Dog's going to be on Sage. Shazam and Dazzle both going to be on Sky. Penny going to be on Sage. Mata going to be on Raze. And we have the exact same pick from both sides. Interestingly here, the Sentinel role for Shopify has pretty much just been floated around, excluding B-Dog on Sage. Mata was on Killjoy, I believe, on Icebox, and now he's going to Raze. So we'll see if he'll be a better duelist than Oxy. Of course, Oxy now on Raze and not Jet, so we'll see if that matters. I mean, Oxy's a very strong duelist player. I don't know if switching from from Jet to Raze will impact his play too much. We'll have to wait and see. G2 starting out here on offense on this attack. We'll see how they're able to do it going in for the pistol round. Looks like they're going to be leaning towards B. A little bit of good slow orb is going to keep them off. The dog is going to connect on Mata in mid, so they know at least one there. Dazzle's also there, and so is Vic, but now Vic's turning the attention over. Heals being given Heaven. And actually, it looks like G2's going to play it a little bit slower than I thought they were going to. Thought maybe they'd play a little bit more aggressively. Dapper going to start turning his attention over on B main, though. Whippy able to take out Vic. Vita going to just wall that off. Probably a smart move. And now G2 really is going to be turning their attention towards A. Vents is cleared by Dapper. Or at least the entrance to it. They do have a cam over on A, and it doesn't see anything.
Gosh, Whippy, waiting that long at the beginning of B main.
Then those birds come out, and Oxy's flashed, so I'm going to have to play back a little bit from that. Sends the satchel up, and now they're actually turning their attention towards B. Now that that wall is about to go down. Running out of time here, though. G2 is going to have to hope Shopify doesn't somehow stop them, but good for them, or luckily for them, Shopify's all the way over on A. So that spikes, even though it took a while to go down, it's going to be able to go down. And now Shopify in a 4v5 going to have to try and play retake. Ooh, Dapper looking for a quick pick, not going to find it. Dazzle's going to be able to even the player count. Getting a pick there. Ooh, Moose nearly takes out Oxy, but Oxy's going to be the one to win that exchange. Shazam going to take out Mata. Penny going to take out B-Dog. It's just down to Dazzle. Not going to be able to find another pick. Shazam's going to finish Dazzle off. And first pistol round goes to G2 with 4 players left alive. Well played from them. Now they should be able to get another round off of that.
Again, the waterfall had no sort of support. Jumping in dry.
And oh, Split was. I thought Split was G2's choice. I don't know how I messed that up. See if Valor says the same thing.
So I kind of expect more or less the same from Icebox.
Yeah, I think they messed that up. Because on Valor.gg it says it's. Yeah, it says Split is G2's pick. Sorry about that. I just needed to reconfirm that because otherwise I'm going to feel stupid. Anyways, wow, well played there from Oxy. Going to be able to get both Dazzle and Vic. Then Dapper is going to take out Moose and Mata. Oxy going to turn back around and finish it out. Flawless round. It should have been a flawless round. And although it says on the display that this is Shopify's pick, it is not. It is G2's pick. And so there's a reason they're playing so much better than Shopify right now.
Again, we really want to see.
And
if really the Raze is a comfortable agent for him, because
now Shopify does have better guns, but not gonna have the shield. They haven't really been able to get any kills or very many. I think they've only gotten 1 kill so far, and so their econ's just not very good off of that.
Currently 4-1, no deaths. But I'm more surprised that he didn't
now these dogs coming through, gonna get some vision. Good there from Shazam, though Dazzle is gonna be ready to take out Penny and Whippy. Oxy gonna come in from heaven and try and take him out while Moose takes out Dapper. Oxy gonna take out Mata, so it's a 3v2. Ooh, Oxy's just not looking the right way while Moose peeks out. Good timing from Moose. It's gonna earn him that kill, so now it's a 1v3 for Shazam.
I think Oxy wanted to try and blast back deep into sight.
Is he going to win this? No, Vic's going to take that. Now, of course, Shopify did have the gun diff there, so they should have won, and they did. But they did lose 2 players. So those 2 players now not really going to be able to force or buy good guns here. Going to be forced to use worse guns or light shield. The rest of the players going to be able to full buy. It's not too detrimental. The majority of the players for Shopify did stay alive. G2 should have expected to die there. I mean, they did have worse guns, so now it's going to be about an even purchase from both sides.
They were pretty much forced to just commit that Oxy trade.
Shopify looking to win this, and if they do, they'll have a decent econ.
Again, Shopify maintaining more or less the same mentality from the last 2 rounds. Not too many early peaks.
One off of his showstopper. He's going to try and grab this. He will get it online, so now another threat here, but look at the double trip setup. I think Moose was kind of expecting maybe a blast back play, so he's got a double trip setup that will catch Oxy for sure.
No Trailblazer currently. Would just have
Boombot's taken out. Mata gets some vision there. The wall there, though, gonna
Eagle as a guiding
keep
light.
that mid push at bay for now. But G2 is looking at a B push. I mean, they're B-sided, and unfortunately for them, there's 2 Sentinels there. There's the Cypher trips, a Cypher one way to try and get a pick.
With the cage,
G2, off of hearing that noise from the Cypher, just gonna back up.
They know where Oxy is here. Dazzle gets full control of A.
But that wall has been broken, so Shopify knows there's a few there. The slow comes out as well as a grenade. It's going to be good for doing a little bit of damage, just quite a bit to Shazam. Oxy going to get that showstopper pick on Mata. Going to hit those trips. Not going to get shot through the smoke. And Dapper's in a little bit of a weird spot there.
Around the corner for the cage. Doesn't happen though. Shopify, this retake is so difficult.
Shopify's pretty far back, actually. 2 pretty far back in heaven, 1 coming in through alley, but it's again a push from pretty far back. 3 now heaven, 1 coming in through alley, and we'll see if G2 is able to play this well. It's a 4v5, so Shopify though takes out Vic takes out Oxy. Vic also takes out Penny, and now the player advantage is in the hands of Shopify. B-Dog gonna be able to take out Shazam, and they tried to clear Whippy, but didn't see him. Whippy's going to be able to get a kill off of that, but Dazzle's going to trade it off, and B-Dog is going to take out Dapper in heaven. 3 players left alive for Shopify once again, as they take that round. Barely. 1.5 seconds left, but barely is enough. And now their econ's going to be in a pretty decent spot. Mata and Vic will just get bought if they don't have the money. And now G2 did full buy that round, so their econ's not looking great. I mean, Shopify is doing pretty decently. I mean, they're doing better than they did on the previous map on Icebox. At first, G2 did very, very well against Shopify to start out. But Haven's a map that's, Split is a map that's just a tiny bit more balanced than other maps, and so that's probably why it's being kept more even. Or at least compared to Icebox. It's a little bit more balanced. Icebox a little bit more defense-sided. B-Dog is walling off vents, does not want anybody to get in there. And G2 is going to be successfully warded off. I mean, Dapper's really low, down to 27 health, and they're going to back up. They do have to decide if they want to push B. They do have Whippy holding it, looking for an early pick. Not going to find it, though, because Moose is going to find the pick on him. And now G2... they did get walled off, so they can't go through vents to A, and so now they're turning their attention towards B. They're going to have to encounter a Cypher trip. That Cypher setup may be detrimental. They're not going to get killed off of it, though. It is a 5v4, though, and that neural theft goes off.
What is the creativity here? I'm trying to think. At least in a line of thought for Shazam.
B-Dog in a really good position, going to be able to take out Oxy, though. Shazam's going to take out Mata. Vic going to take out Dapper. It's 2-player advantage. Moose going to take out Penny. B-Dog turns his attention to Shazam, takes him out. 4 players left alive for Shopify. Is going to make it, so far, pretty good for Shopify. G2 in a tough spot, trying to figure out how they want to play this. Shopify's been able to play really well. When they do win, their players aren't all getting picked off, or most of them are staying alive, which means their econ's been able to strengthen. And G2 hasn't really had very much chance to recover. Now that was a save round from them, so they should have lost. Now they're on a full buy. We'll see if they're able to win this. I imagine if they lose this round, they'll take a timeout.
Not exactly seeing some of that.
Dog comes out to try and clear mid, and there is some defensive usage of Astra smokes.
G2 taking immediate control here of mid. Dapper's even broken the wall towards A, so I think this will end in a split here, depending what Dapper can find.
And Shopify is pretty much aware that there's a few pushing in through mid. Probably to vents. They get that dog vision, and they know they're leaning towards A, but G2 now pushing towards B. G2's been doing this one pushing B and then one on A. I am confused as to where Dazzle is looking.
Mata's right beneath him as well. Him and Dazzle played
He's just trying to get as far right as he can. Not going to pay off though. Penny's going to take Dazzle out.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
Counter strafing may have been better there. Mata going to take Penny out though, so it's a trade. And there goes one of the healers. And Ooh, Oxy gonna take Mata out. Shazam gonna take Vic out. This take of sight is working out as the other two players for Shopify are all the way over on A.
For G2, was it really that complicated?
No, honestly, not at all. One kill, kind of funneling everyone on
And
the
that
site,
spike is now
forcing, I think it was
gonna go
Mata to back
down.
away.
Took
Tried
a
to
little
play with
while.
Vic, and then G2, simple
Goes
stuff, just
down, and
winning
it
your
looks like
gunfights, and that's what they did
Shopify
here.
is saving.
Now it's about these
It
two
looks
players
like that might
saving
be
their
what's happening.
guns.
They're
For
just
G2,
holding.
you're not hunting. There's no point in hunting. You don't have cash to hunt for. Shopify would be able to buy regardless in the next round. So
Dapper's
but these
moving
two
all
players
the way
saving
over to
their
A.
guns, causing divide for Whippy moving forward. Maybe we see that get used in an A hit
Just looking
or
to
B
see if we
hit.
can get a early pick, but at
G2
this
will
point,
tie
G2
this
knows
game
the
up
last two
here.
remaining players for Shopify are saving. Now, they don't
For
need
everything
to. Their
that they
econ's
have to play
decent,
for,
but
which honestly isn't
if
too
you
much
want to
besides
maintain
points.
good, strong econ, you know, saving here
Putting
is a good
quite
idea.
fight against G2 on this second map. We're only 6 rounds in, but they have good setups from what we're seeing. They're really shutting down G2 with map control.
What happens when they don't actually succeed in taking that map control? When the battle for mid doesn't go well? When they end up conceding it and needing to hold on to sight? Looked like G2 didn't have too much trouble again. Making their way into B, making their way into heaven.
Alright, so G2 won that round. They've tied it back up.
Here for Shopify. How can they
Shopify's been able to keep it close, and oh, they did correct it, but yes, this is
G2's
G2's chosen map.
It's a pretty heavy mid look again from Shopify.
B-Dog just gonna grab that orb. They're trying to shoot him, but
B-Dog once
the
more
wall's not gonna get broken in
establishing
time. Penny gonna be able to take out Mata while Oxy takes out Vic. Good mid push there from G2 is gonna pay off.
bit off more than he could chew. He had a
Both players
mid
defending for
spray chance where they
Shopify
could've
are
got
not
the
gonna
kill
be able to
Oxy.
defend
Or
it
maybe
well.
Teddy.
Just a little bit.
Two of
That's
Shopify
so
now rotating over
unfortunate,
towards
Vic.
B. Moose
Those
locking
untouched
down A. Now, the
situations.
interesting
He
thing
stays
is, he
alive.
doesn't
He's
need
able
to
to
stay
come
on A.
forward.
His util works no matter how far away he is.
If he trades,
I think
we're in a pretty good spot
that
here
was
for
weird. He
Shopify.
stayed there for quite a while, almost like
Now
he was
with this
going for a
retake,
save or
Dapper's still on
expected
alert,
somebody to
they're
be
not
there.
gonna expect him.
There
Moose is
wasn't.
still
Is
just chilling
Shopify
on
going for a
cam. This is
save? They
another
might
save
be.
for Shopify.
Looks like they are. They're
There's
going
not
for a
much to
three-man
play
save.
for here
Another
whatsoever.
save for Shopify. Again, just trying to get good econ momentum. And they're not down on rounds yet, so trying to get a good stable econ on your side is not a bad idea. Because a good start to momentum and getting rounds is having good econ. Econ momentum is huge and
Next 3 rounds,
securing
you're essentially going to have a buy.
good rounds. So now that
If they lose
Shopify's
loss
down, they may
minus
want
should
to
be
take a
good enough
timeout
whenever they
and
end
then
up losing that second loss.
get ready to go for these rounds. We'll see if they take a timeout. They may not.
For Shopify. They saved, what, 2
They don't
players
have
in the
to.
round before that round. So they've saved a total of 5 guns within 2 rounds.
There we go.
Shopify
So
calling
I
the
I was
timeout.
right. So yeah, now that they've
knows
maintained,
that they
they've
can
built
play
up a
every
solid
saves
econ.
they
I
take.
mean, whoa!
G2 have only
I
had
always
2
talk about good
successful
kill
rounds. I think one of them
consistency.
comes in the
Look
form of
at that.
Marquez
It's
in the
exactly
last
what you
round.
want to see from a team.
Big, big
4,
mid-fight
4,
being
4,
won out
4.
there by G2.
Mata's lagging behind, but again, your team should
Shopify
not be defined by whoever is
trying to
carrying
collect
you. It should be
themselves.
defined by
See the
how well your
patterns between
team
those 2
is
rounds.
playing. And that's what's beautiful about
Fix up the
Valorant.
defense.
Some other
But I don't
esports
think there's any
games
glaring issues
can
with
be very
Shopify's defense
reliant
right now.
on one carry.
It just didn't
You know,
look
when
like
you look
it.
at games like
Won
League
by
of
G2.
Legends, you really only need
Yeah,
one or
I
two
mean, that one
players
individual
doing very, very
mistake
well, and they
from
can start
Vic was
to
the
help
thing that broke
feed
it down,
into
and
the other
it was the
players
same thing the round
on your
before where
team.
G2 they were just able
Versus
to
with
scale up
Valorant, it
1v1s,
is very
and
team
if you're
based,
not
and so when
able
you
to
see
win
very
those
consistent
1v1s, then
kills,
that's simply it.
it's a good sign, and you're seeing
Nothing
that from
more that you can
Shopify.
really
You
say
can
for
tell they're
Shopify
playing
in
well
terms
as
of
a
their
team,
structure.
getting kills when they need
Doesn't
to.
seem like
And
they
all
have the
but
wrong
2 of them are
idea.
positive at KDA,
Again,
which
it's not
is
like
really
they're
good.
pressuring G2 to make moves that they don't want to make. G2 are still very
And
much
now,
going on their
now
merry
Shopify
way,
coming out of this timeout. We'll see
going
how
to the
they
site
play
that
it.
they had chosen already from the beginning of the round.
We saw this earlier in the day. The Astra on top of the double stack.
It came
One
up big.
play that I always think about is Vanity up top here. So, and there's a
Now we're moving into the
FU wave from
round.
G2 over towards the B side. There's no
We'll see what
A
Shopify
play
talked
for
about
that
and
team.
if it
This
was
will
useful
end
to
over
start
towards
to
B.
utilize
Vic might
this
have an opportunity to
econ
start
momentum
couple
or
of kills.
econ they've
Even Mata,
started
not
to
too
build
far
up
off
a
with a
little bit.
showstopper, could maybe
If they
strike
want
for
to
something as
transfer
well.
into some more rounds. That
This
Jiggle
could
Peek
be a
from
little
B-Dog
too obvious though.
not going to
B-Dog,
take any damage there, so
I
it's a
really think it's
successful
just a
Jiggle
blind.
Peek. They're able to
Dapper's
get
lurking
good vision, as well as get away with no damage. So now that G2's been spotted over by B, they're going to back up, and it looks like now they're going to rotate through mid, maybe to heaven. There's some Astra util there to help defend off of contact. The spike is going towards A, though, and so it looks like G2 maybe will get some vision. Ooh, Dazzle does see Oxy, and now going to back up, and oh, that paint shells, or yeah, not paint shells, the shot, I can't talk. The Raze ult comes out, and good bait there from G2. That Raze ult came out, nobody was on B to be picked off by that ult, which means now G2 got that ult out of the way and can more comfortably push into A, knowing they have a res in case they do lose somebody while pushing on. Moose gonna be able to get that pick that we were just talking about. Penny gonna res, like I just talked about. And now that dog comes out, gonna get some good concussion, gonna know where two of them are. Penny takes a little bit of damage. But now, still a 5v5. Mata has a really good flank there. Shazam takes out Dazzle. Dapper running away from Mata there to try and get that pick, but wasn't quite quick enough, so Dapper is going to be able to get away with his life and hold this cross with Whippy. That trap wire comes out. The paint shells come out as well. Going to get Dapper very low on health. Going to have to be a good cross. Not. Mata and Vic, as well as Mata again, are going to be able to play well. Oxy, though, going to take out Vic and Moose, so it's a 2v2. Oh, right there with some bad timing. Penny going to be able to finish it off. Get the round for G2. An instrumental win, as that was what Shopify was hoping would be the start of a good win streak for them. Shopify maybe just took a little bit too long to start that retake there, and then had to deal with the pressure of needing to retake quickly.
Where those kills come from, and Oxy with a perfectly timed swing as soon as Dapper and Whippy get overwhelmed. Putting G2 in the driver's seat now economically with a chance to reset Shopify here.
Score is 3-5.
Like I said, way too many
G2's
rounds left
really
to buy,
good
but,
at here.
this is it already. Shopify loses the half
That
just
bird
with this
comes
one
out
round.
in mid.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. G2 have the showstopper order
And
as well.
so does
Oxy's
that
posted
dog
towards
now.
B. Their trips here to try and
Trying to
slow
dash.
down.
That
with
concussion,
Raze,
or sorry, that suck comes out.
nearly gets caught out. There is Oxy.
G2 now pushing into B.
Doesn't hit
I don't
any of the
know if
trips,
that
actually
showstopper
possessing
will
decent sight control.
find any
It's gonna be
kills,
one
and
player
it doesn't. Looks like just gonna have
But
to let
again,
it go.
these two players in the middle of B are just
Spike gets
chilling
down
and not showing
on
any
B.
pixels, waiting for
Dazzle
the
able to take out
rotation to come
Shazam.
in to pop some heads, and indeed they do.
Oxy gonna take out Mata. Penny gonna take out B-Dog. Some of that mechanical difference that we saw in that first map, which did seem to go away, has started to come back a little bit. Just not able to hit their shots. Vic gonna take Penny out. Oxy gonna take Vic out. Dapper gonna take Dazzle, but Moose looking to be the one that clutches it up isn't going to, and now that Econ has been completely destroyed. Shopify not going to be looking good here at all. Econ-wise, G2 should be able to get some good momentum and start to take the rest of the rounds in this half, or at least a good amount of them. And again, this is G2's map pick, so them feeling more comfortable and getting more rounds here is, of course, what we want to see. And, you know, G2 already won Shopify's chosen map, so Shopify needs to win this. They need to win this. If they want to win this, have hope of winning this series, of course. Again, this map, or this match is really just, it's not even really for Shopify, it's mostly for G2 to try and secure third place overall.
Shopify running into Dapper here now. It's a couple stingers.
Dapper
on the
getting
other side.
ready.
Again, it's these types of rounds where Shopify could definitely give a bit of a fright.
G2 is
G2,
not,
and that's exactly
doesn't
what
really
they
seem to
tried.
know
A
how
triple man
they want
swing
to
back
play
over
this.
towards
I mean,
A.
they're doing their classic 1-3-1. We'll see if Shopify's going to be able to play around that. They're pushed pretty aggressively in mid, which is good, because that's where G2 mostly is. Paint shells come out. And now G2's backing up off of mid. Dapper is taking pretty decent control of A. Very deep in heaven. And Shopify just now starting to realize, okay, maybe we need to be worried about A, and Mata trying to take and push in. Dapper hears that boom bot. He's gonna have a really good flank when that comes through. Gonna have good trigger discipline. Gonna be able to find 2, not 3 though. Oxy's gonna find that one, and then Moose finally gonna shut him down. But it's a 4v2, 4G2. They've got a healer. Oxy's not gonna be low. Moose gonna take out Shazam. Vic gonna take out Oxy, but Oxy already traded off Moose, so it's a 1v2 now for Vic. They are down a player.
Penny's just playing for his life. He doesn't care about the spike right now. He's just trying to stay alive to give Whippy time.
Yeah, that's the goal. You can see him playing Ring Around the Rosie. Well done, Penny. Good teamwork, Penny.
Nice. Good there from Vic. Is going to be very instrumental. They can start that defuse. Oh, that suck is going to pull him off, and I don't think he has time anymore. No, he doesn't. And even if he did, Whippy takes him out. And that round goes to G2.
I thought he was gonna cook with a gravel that pulls him back the other way, and I would have lost.
And yeah, Shopify now gonna have Econ to buy. That was a save round or a light buy from them, so you know they did really well taking out 4 out of the 5. So that's gonna give them a little bit of an Econ boost. Yeah, and there it looked like G2 was ready to counterplay a 1-3-1, but neglected to realize that it's a 1-3-1. So there is going to be one on either site and could push up pretty deep, and you were focused mostly on B when A was left very open. Now G2 is pushing B.
What's worked is B, and that's where they go again. The cam will be the early spot this time, though. And I think that they have a star here, a smoke to allow them to walk up. Yeah, exactly that.
Oh, wait, Moose once again.
Oxy takes out Mata, B-Dog takes out Oxy, so it's trade. 4v4, that's what Shopify wants. They want to keep it trading, so that way G2 isn't able to take sight. Ooh, the gun is seen by Dazzle, and then that res comes off from B-Dog, and looking to deny it, G2 gets aggressive to push out and try and deny the res, and not going to be able to, and in fact, themselves are going to get destroyed. Ah, B-Dog looking for a nice kill there, isn't going to find it.
It's still a 1v3.
The heals come out.
Difficult to try to overcome. I see this
Whippy's all alone in 1v3. He has the spike now.
Still Whippy.
Ooh, goes into his
They haven't spotted him.
little area. Finally, they see him. It took Dazzle a little while there, and Whippy was able to take out Mata. Goes down swinging. Shopify one round away from making it 5-7 and giving themselves as much of a chance going into the next half. And I will say this is much closer than it was on the previous map on Icebox. Which is surprising considering this is G2's map, so you'd expect if there's a map that it's going to not be close on, it's this one, but and it's not really. I mean, again, G2 does have the advantage, or will have the advantage going into the next half, but Shopify's been doing a good job of keeping themselves even, and I don't know how good their offense is on split, but maybe it's good enough to come back a little bit and get rid of that advantage that G2 has currently. We'll see Oxy trying to ward off any push from vents. Oh, that ultimate is countered. Mata tries to hold Oxy. Oxy ults in return, gonna get that kill. Dapper very low on health, down to 7. Lots of vision from either side. G2's very low on health, but just gonna get healed up. And of course, Shopify's down a player.
Shopify, they're the ones scratching their heads right now.
Now this Cosmic Divide has got me wondering, what the heck are they cooking? Is it B-Dog?
Yeah, the Cosmic Divide is definitely a very good indicator that it's a B push. And so Shopify knows that they should be expecting it, and then that Sage wall comes out. Vic making sure they're not on the wall, trying to clear it. Sam able to take out B-Dog. Sam also able to take out Vic, so now it's a 2v5. Moose and Dazzle. It's the last round of the half. There's no point in saving. They're just going to have to go for it.
Again, for G2, it's just seemed like a game of whack-a-mole every time they're on these takes.
Shazam, really good crosshair placement. Is just going to find the head of Dazzle. Moose, there's no point in saving. You got to go for it, and Dapper's going to be there with a little bit of a flank to take Moose out. Flawless last round in that half for G2. G2 was able to gain a 4-round advantage going into this half. 8-4 score, so G2 looking good here. They're looking, it's looking very winnable here, and they definitely just want to shut it down, not even risk going to that third map. They just want to secure their spot in third place. It doesn't really matter too much how many rounds they get up, because no matter the outcome, whether they win or lose, I believe it's set in stone. It doesn't really matter how much their round differential is.
Potentially 1v3 type scenarios where one person's just stuck up in the corner, just waiting for a waterfall of opponents to come
I believe
out.
there's a chance they could
Overall,
possibly, if they have a really good game, but still lose, beat out Moist Moguls. But I don't think that's possible. Penny takes out Vic, and that's an early pick in this pistol round for the defense. And they're just going to heal themselves now. Whippy going to get naded, and they know where he is. So G2 or Shopify going to try and aggressively push him. But Whippy's going to get 2 before he goes down. So now Shopify down 2 players in a 2v4.
Aimed in one general direction, and the heads just came to him. Very well done for Whippy. Now
B-Dog alone on site to hold it down. Penny gonna be able to take B-Dog out. Moose takes out Oxy, but now they know where he is. Shazam's gonna finish him off. Pistol round goes to G2. They should win another round off of that, and that'll get them to 10. And then they just need to find 3 more. Shouldn't be hard for a team like G2.
Dominant position to close out this series. I think if you're Shopify, you're wondering, how do we respond? Do we risk a force?
It's a bit of an open and shut case, although I don't want to lose all hope in Shopify, so I'm going to start rooting for them and really, really giving them my, my energy. Shopify, you got this. I truly believe you can win. You know what? You're not even going to let G2 get any more rounds. You're going to win this round, and you're going to win 13-9. You don't stop winning from here on out. That's what I truly believe is going to happen for Shopify. It's real.
I mean, where's that individual effort? You know what I mean?
Shazam flashing out.
Where is Mata? Again,
Dazzle gonna find that pick on Shazam. This is what I'm talking about. They're getting close to that win. Ooh, V-Dog does see them there, but not gonna be able to find it. 5v4.
in a season where, I mean,
Oxy's trying to jump peek and get a good pick, sorry, and get good vision. He's not going to get picked off, but again, the player advantage is in the hands of Shopify, and they've come through through sewers over towards A. There's 2 holding at Oxy in Heaven, and Whippy holding a sight,
not able to put
holding
the
that
puzzle
screen.
pieces together, especially in practice against some of these overwhelming takes.
Good vision there from Dazzle. Will it bait the G2 players on A? We'll see. Maybe Dazzle has to get a pick first before they believe it, as G2's actually started backing up. Left the site open, so, if Shopify was coming through mid, it'd be open for them, but they aren't. Little bit of contact there. Shazam not going to kill anybody. Nobody's going to get killed. Ooh, good suck there. Is going to give Whippy that concuss, and B-Dog's going to be able to take off Whippy, but Oxy's still there, able to take out B-Dog, and now it's a 2v3, not looking good. The spike has to go down, and it's not Dazzle over on B, able to find a pick on Penny, and that paint shells comes through. Round win for the defense, and my prediction of, Shopify not letting G2 get any more rounds is not coming true. Come on, Shopify, you can do this. They did get quite a few kills on G2, which means G2's econ not going to be great here for the bye.
Everything to play for really in this round. No cash.
But at the same time, Shopify really good here. So Shopify actually should win this round. I mean, this is the 3rd round of this half, and they lost the first 2 rounds, so they should win this 3rd round. They just have better guns. That's how it goes. I've said it so many times now in these past 5 weeks, but it is how it goes.
Just gonna keep the Sentinel on that side. Gonna keep Moose there. That's pretty important. Forcing the attention from 2 players back over towards a ramp with just a single guiding light.
This dog comes out.
They are going to reveal themselves already, though. The Trailblazer is going to be fully spotted. They're going to know.
Now they know.
And mid is being taken up once again by the
and G2's just going to let him have it, although that wall comes up B Heaven. It is broken, so that way they can't have that security. But Shopify is rotating through sewers over towards A, where Moose is pushed up very deep into Heaven. And it looks like G2 may honestly be expecting a B push because we see Whippy backing up and rotating towards Heaven.
G2, that's the main focus. Retake Heaven and maybe the retake can work here.
Yeah, Shazam's going to be ready with the flash. You'll already have the Astra here just to control this space.
Oh, that bird comes out. That should have been an easy kill for Moose. He can't find it. The mechanical difference that I keep talking about isn't present. It's okay, Shopify. You can still win this. Surely. Vic takes out Whippy. The pack from Oxy's going to take Vic out. Mata going to be there to trade it off, though, so it's a 3v3. Shazam takes out Mata, turns his attention to Dazzle, takes him out, and now she's down to B-Dog on site. Doesn't have the spike because it's planted.
What does he do here?
It's a 1v3.
He has a wall behind him. Here we go.
And, yeah. Able to get 2, but Penny going to be there to finish him off. Not going to let that 1v3 happen. Still a formidable effort. Still a strong and, I mean, it's respectable. 2 more rounds, though. G2's 2 rounds away. They've won 3 rounds in this half. They would like to just get a 5-round win streak total. Make themselves to that 13th round. All they need is 2. Shopify not looking like they're going to be there to deny it. They're forcing here. I believe Shopify has another timeout. They may want to use it. G2 also has a timeout to use. They may want to use this. They may want to use theirs, but they also have so many rounds right now. They could just wait for these the security come through.
Anything crazy, Mata? Anything?
Slow start.
That's for sure.
Ooh,
Oh my god! What do you even do? What do you
Whippy able to take out Mata. Lots of damage done to Dazzle, and Shopify has been warded back quite heavily. That bird comes out. They know Shopify's still there. And Shopify's still pushing. They're still trying to challenge it, and it's going to work out. Moose going to be able to take out Oxy, and now it's a 4v4. The health not really in favor of Shopify, though. Shazam going to take Dazzle out, and now the player advantage and Spike is in the hands of G2. Shazam going to take Moose out, turn his attention to Vic, take him out as well. Penny going to be there to take B-Dog out. Round goes to G2. Shopify doesn't have room to save anymore. They should have saved that round, but they didn't. And now they're going to have to force every single round that comes through, including this next one. G2, though, just looking to quickly finish it out. The ultimate's in the hands of G2. Shopify does have a res they can use if they want to play just a tiny bit aggressively, try and get a pick maybe, and then if it doesn't work out, they can go for the res. Maybe that's what they're trying to do on B, but we also see the spike just left in sewers. Maybe they're trying to do a split push. Looks like they're going to try and take the spike mid. Trapwire is going to ward Oxy off. He can't get through. It wouldn't have mattered because Shopify's not there. The Boombot comes through to vents to try and clear it. It will. Dapper's going to take B-Dog out. And by it will, I mean they know somebody's in vents. Penny's not going to be able to find that kill. Trying to get away. Gonna be able to get away. Dapper going to take out Vic. Shazam going to take out Dazzle. Dapper also going to take out Mata. It's just on a Moose. And this is not looking hopeful. And headshot with a Bulldog, not going to be good enough. Flawless round to finish it out for G2, and they've taken this series. They've taken the last series of Week 5. That's right, Split 1 is done. That's it. We're done with Week 5. I do want to wait, because of course, I gotta give a little recap of where we're at on the leaderboards. We'll wait for them to put it in. We can go over everything, but I can tell you right now what it's going to be. It's going to be like this. M80, The Guard, G2, TSM, Voice Moguls, Oxygen, Phase, Disguise, and then Turtle Troop, and Shopify Rebellion. And that's it. GG, good first split. Again, in case you are unaware of when mid-season starts, it starts this coming Thursday. That's right. We only have to wait 6 days, and then we'll start the mid-season face-off. Although maybe they pushed it back, since Split 1 was pushed back a little bit. The end of it was, but I doubt it. Yeah, I'm just going to keep refreshing this. I will leave once we get the information we need. But that's the end of Split 1. Well played. I'm excited that I was here for it. I'm glad I was here for it. I'm glad I was here to watch it all. And I'm excited for mid-season. Both of the content-backed orgs that we
know of for sure. Obviously, Turtle Troop may or may not have been purchased by XQC. But obviously, both of the current content-backed orgs or solo content creator backed orgs are moving through to mid-season, which is going to be really fun. You're going to get to see Moist Moguls play again. You're going to get to see Disguise play again. Now, if I'm right about the way this works, I think Disguise is playing against M80 to start it off, so not great for Disguise. I could be wrong about that. I'm not entirely sure how the seeding works. Of course, if you want to stay up to date with that sort of thing, you can look at Knights Arena Twitter. They, of course, keep everything up to date. Yeah, but again, or you can also check their website, although they're a little bit slow to update sometimes. Still just waiting. I want to see where everything ended up. But yeah, so Moist Moguls moving through to mid-season. Disguise moving through to mid-season. So if you're a fan of Ludwig, Moist Critical, Disguise Toast, you're gonna see their teams play. And they may face off against each other in mid-season, although they are not probably not going to. Again, because I think Disguise is going to play against M80 to start it off. I could be wrong about that. I have no idea how the seeding works. There's a way I think it works, and if it is how it works, then yeah, would not be good. I know they're thinking about doing a show match separately, but that's of course a show match separately, so that's not really related to this. But yeah, so both of these teams gonna be making it through, and then of course all the other wonderful teams. Unfortunately, Turtle Troops didn't make it, so the team everybody thinks XQC bought did not make it through, unfortunately. So you'll have to wait until Split 2 if that is what's happening, if it was purchased. But yeah, OR Esports takes the current record in North American Challengers for the longest winless run so far. Yeah, they have the most losses right now in North American Challengers. Congratulations to them for ending it off in week 5 like that. Shopify Rebellion now tied with Mad Lions for the wins to losses, of course, but the round differential is going to be more so in the favor of Shopify here. I mean, there was maybe a chance if Shopify just got rolled over, but they didn't really. They played very, very well. Relative. Why won't they put it in? Come on. Come on. I can't end stream until I see it. Let's go. I'm hungry. Alright. I'll give it until 6:47. And if they still haven't updated it, I'll just end stream. It's just valor.gg. And you can find it, vlr.gg. And you can find it and look at it yourselves later on when they update it in 5 minutes. I do want to see it though. But yeah, I mean, whatever happens, mid-season's going to be fun. We're probably going to see some really cool competition there. The top 4 teams in mid-season, in case you need a refresh, I will go over it once again when we get to mid-season. I'll probably talk about the way that it's going to work. But the way it works is it's sort of a double elimination style. I can actually pull up their Twitter. Yes, right here. And
format is the first open qualifier. This time our teams divided and rated in split 1 week span. At the end of each splits, the top 8 teams at the end of split 1 will be invited to compete for the opportunity to earn more challenger points. Only the top 4.
So yeah, so the way it works, it's sort of double elimination, not really. Essentially, these 4 teams are going to play. So this bracket's going to take place. The top 2 teams from that, yay, they won. And then I believe everybody competes again. I could be wrong about that. I'm not entirely sure how it works. Again, this is something that I'll have to look into more before we get started with mid-season. But yeah, the top 4 teams. It's sort of bracket style, not really. It's going to be a little bit weird, but the top 4 teams will earn additional points, which
to qualify further. With split 2 having a slight.
Yeah, so first place will earn 10 points. Second place will get 6 points. Third place will get 4 points. Fourth place will get 3 points. And everybody else that didn't get in that top 4 isn't going to get any additional points. But, you know, they got to have the fun experience of playing in mid-season against, you know, and losing to some of the best teams in North America. But yeah, all right. So because it's taking so long for them to update it, I'll just end stream here. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys did enjoy, make sure to scroll down, see if you're subscribed. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I would hope you would consider it. I will be back for mid-season starting Thursday, and I'll see you all then. Or, you know, if I stream in the meantime, which is more likely. But, you know, I'll see you whenever I see you. Bye.